Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the PMGC League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: groups, survival, and last chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th. And we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th, where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The PMGC Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 PMGC Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
ディバインファイトの構えです。小屋をしっかり制圧。あとは隣の集落です。4対2、ドアが開いた。そこもディバインが入っていく。仕留め切った。あっという間にラグを殲滅しました。いや、さすがに2人がかりでいけばいい。上がる上がる。勝負する構え。1人持っていったナオト、もう1人も狙います。中部との対面、うまく両線を使って2人目。
자, 포레스트가 그래서 마무리됐습니다. 이거 전력 유지하네요.
같이 봐주면서 수비. 오, 스포르타 같이 수비를 해야 되는 스포르타. 자, 이 어려운 상황을 둘이서 해내나요? 그렇습니다. 대결 다롱지야 파비안 일단은
자, 그런데 위쪽에서 티즈입니다.
티즈. 와, 티즈.
TT 的2人在慢慢的想要往肖12这个方向去摸，侧面还有枪线干扰，又是肖12的12K，
还有吗？接着是他，
还有一喷，
哇！中国最好的刀，不知道是不是张小泉，但是辟谣最好的喷，可能就是肖12。
That is such a smart move. The bait and switch coming in from.
Oh, has been spotted out by Alex, and before he even could respond, the graves have been dug. Fred looming in from Quantum Raid finally decides to push in. Finisher being spotted out as Delta just pushes in from another direction, gets a knock.
Having the odds stacked against him, Jane and his boys kept at it. He wouldn't be surprised if they set the stage ablaze in the upcoming South Asia Championship.
Indeed are, but even DRSK themselves get a casualty on their name. Rules 2, a little too ahead of himself, and Evil also fall down. And somehow they're clawing their way.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you once again to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. And of course, with that being said, my name is Contra, your host for the entirety of the event. And we only have 6 more matches to play here in day 4, where the best 3 teams will be able to qualify themselves to Jakarta, Indonesia for the grand finals. Meanwhile, the teams placed from 4th place till 11th will move on to a survival stage. And unfortunately, we may have to say goodbye to some of the best teams out here playing in these group stages. And while the teams are getting themselves ready, we're here to be joining along some of the teams here to get a glimpse of what's really going on behind the scenes. And let's start off today here by welcoming Box Gaming. All right, and of course, welcome to day 4 of the PMGC League. And so far, you guys have been able to put on quite a performance throughout the past couple of days. So with the first 3 days of play, you guys have been able to place on 12th position with 99 points. What have you guys been able to identify what the team has been struggling with?
Chào mừng đội của mình đã tham gia PUBG lần này và trong những ngày qua mình đã thấy đội mình đã đạt 99 điểm và đã được lọt vào trong top 12. Cho em vui lòng cho biết cảm nghĩ của em như thế nào trong những cái thử thách trong cái cuộc thi này.
Đối với một cuộc thi tầm cỡ quốc tế thì tất cả các đối thủ ở đây đều mạnh và điều khiến bọn em thấy khó khăn nhất là setting vòng bo nó đã thay đổi nên là bọn em khá là khó để mà thích nghi được với setting vòng bo.
Okay. This is the international competition. So every team, if you had, they're all strong, very skillful. So for myself, I feel the most challenging is the setting of the game. They have a lot of challenging. We need to try to overcome it.
And of course, with only 6 more games to play, there's so little spots left for the tournament. You guys have also been the most active team when it comes down to substituting players, and there's a lot of changes in between those matches. May I know some of the reasons behind that? And have you guys been able to find a comfortable lineup in order to qualify for today?
Như em đã biết thì mình còn có 6 trận nữa là mình đã kết thúc. Thì mà có nhiều cái thay đổi từ setup cho đến các thứ rồi. Thì em nghĩ là mình đã thay đổi rồi các thứ để đạt tiêu chuẩn để mà mình vượt qua cái kỳ thi này không? Em cảm thấy là mình đã còn cố gắng củng cố lại để mình có thể chiến đấu tiếp vào cái vòng trong.
Nói chung thì bọn em sẽ cố gắng nốt 6 game hôm nay để mà cố gắng lọt vào vòng survival. Bọn em sẽ nỗ lực hết mình vào ngày hôm nay.
Yeah, we understand that, so we are trying our best to get into the next round to get the rewards. Yeah.
That's great to hear. And of course, how does it feel like being one out of the 2 teams from Vietnam to be playing in this PUBG Mobile Global Championship? Do you feel the extra pressure coming in from your fans, or have they been super supportive to Box Gaming?
Em cảm thấy như thế nào khi mà mình được phục vụ, được hỗ trợ rất là nhiều khi mà tham gia PUBG đợt này, được hỗ trợ nhiều không?
Em thấy đợt này thì team của em được hỗ trợ rất nhiều từ mọi việc, ví dụ như kiểu vào game hay là điện thoại thì được hỗ trợ rất là tốt. Nói chung là tất cả đều perfect.
Yeah, I feel very perfectly get all the supporter from the management, the PUBG team and everything. So we get all the more support from here. Yeah,
I'm really glad to hear that. And of course, since it's been 3 total days that have been played out, what have you guys been doing in between those breaks and of course rest times to prepare for the next day, since there's usually so little time to prepare for the next day?
Thường thì tụi em sẽ chuẩn bị như thế nào trong cái thời gian mà được nghỉ ngơi, đúng không? Giữa các kỳ thi rồi các em được có giờ giải lao, các em chuẩn bị như thế nào, rồi em cảm thấy như thế nào?
Thường thì giữa những giờ giải lao thì bọn em có tập trung lại với nhau và họp lại để bàn và giữ vững tinh thần để mà tiếp tục thi đấu trận sau và sửa tất cả những cái mà bọn em cần phải sửa.
Every break time we gather together, we share the experience, what happened to us, we make the record in what we need to do the best for the next, so we feel comfortable and enough time for us.
I'm really happy to hear that you guys have been able to really come together to really sort things out when it's only so little spots left. And now, with one final question, I really want to ask, what do you really have to say to all the fans all around the world, and especially those in Vietnam cheering for Box Gaming?
Mình rất là hạnh phúc bởi vì chúng ta đã có mặt ở đây và chúng ta đã có rất nhiều là cố gắng. Nếu như mà cho em nói một lời với tất cả các fan hâm mộ của em trên toàn thế giới thì cũng như những người yêu thích PUBG thì em sẽ nói gì với cộng đồng của mình?
Em xin gửi lời cảm ơn, em xin đại diện team gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành nhất đến tất cả mọi người ủng hộ đội tuyển và ủng hộ PUBG Mobile toàn cầu vì đã xem và được có những giờ phút vui vẻ bên PUBG Mobile.
Yep. I would like to represent for Vietnam team to say thanks to the PUBG management organization and want to send my regards to all of the team all over the world global. We wish PUBG Global be more successful and we keep our regards for everyone who support us all the time.
All right, thank you so much, Soas, for joining us for this interview, and all the best since there's 6 more games to go. We hope to see you qualify to Jakarta, Indonesia.
Cảm ơn em rất nhiều đã tham gia và chúc em đạt may mắn, đội team của mình đạt may mắn trong cuộc 6 của trận còn lại.
All right. And of course, that's it for the interview as we will proceed to our final day of matches to be played out by Group Red here in day 4 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. Let the games begin and we'll see who will be the one.
Hello and welcome everyone to the final day of Group Red. At the end of the day, we're going to find out which teams will be going straight through into the finals and which teams will have to fight in their second chance. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined by the handsome gentleman to my left or right. I don't know really which way it is because I'm bad with directions. It's Max Man and it's Sandstorm. How are you guys doing today, Max?
I'm doing fantastic. I mean, Jason, we had some great first 3 days here for Group Red, and really, I would say anyone still has a chance to make it, or in the survival stage, or potentially for the few teams at the top, make it into the grand finals, and it's down to the wire. It's now or never.
It's getting real close, Sandstorm, but as Max said, there are teams who can potentially breach into survival stage or into the grand finals, but it all comes down to this, right? 6 matches left to go, R8, that's the question I'm going to ask you. Are they going to do it?
I mean, they're in 62 points. It's going to be a very long road, but if they're going to do it, they need to start off with Game 1. I'm talking chicken dinner, 15 eliminations, the whole 9 yards, the whole shebang. You need to get absolutely everything in Game 1 in order to give yourselves that extra boost that you need. You have to start off strong if you want to end it in the survival stage.
Yeah, and this is the perfect time for any team out there to finally have a good day for themselves, or maybe to, again, show some consistency like we've seen towards the top. And speaking of consistency, we're always consistent here on the show. We want you guys to follow us over on social media, all the PUBG Mobile esports channels, also our own channels as well, as you saw earlier on, because I can't stop coughing now. I'm just getting broken up, guys, knowing that this is the last day of Group Red, and I want to see you guys tomorrow. But I do get to sleep in, which is kind of nice. But also, a big shout out here to Sony with the Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream, made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz of the Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gameplay and streaming. And I know right now Max is sitting there on his PC trying to order one of those bad boys so he can play. And maybe he can play here at the Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar Hotel, where our world is your playground. But Max, I would say this, even though the rooms are comfortable, the spa is amazing, you probably want to go see the city, right? You don't want to sit in the hotel the whole time, even though you're going to be lavished in comfort.
I have seen a lot of players now arriving from Group Green at the hotel, and it looks actually really cool. So knowing myself, and I'm a gamer, so I don't touch grass that much, I would probably stay inside because it looks really cool.
Well, Max, I got an announcement for you, actually. Guess who's going to be heading straight to the hotel?
No, I knew it's not going to be me.
It's Sandstorm, not you.
Exactly. Oh, wait, I get to go to the hotel?
No.
Okay.
You don't. You're stuck at home.
Oh.
You're actually not allowed to leave your room. Schedule and format graph is getting really weird. You can see here our 3 groups we have: red, green, and yellow, with green coming up next week. But again, it all comes down to where you place within this event and where you place potentially in the survival stage. And then it only gets more difficult from there on, right? You're going to go into the survival from this. You're going to go into the last chance with some of the best teams from each group. It's going to be extremely tough here. But hey, if you want to win big bucks, as you can see, you got to play the best teams.
Yeah, I mean, Phil, $4 million on the go here for the teams that can potentially make it. And I would say here, Jason, if you're in the middle of the pack right now, you really want to dodge making it through to the survival stage. I mean, if it's your only way to qualify into the grand finals, of course, make it. But if you can just qualify in the top 3, that's the best way. Hey, you're fighting up against 16 teams. If you get in the survival stage, you have to deal with 24 teams. The competition is going to be even tougher there. So top 3 is where you want to be.
Yeah, we can see here our participating teams in this group. If you missed on any of the days, well, here, we got a quick little recap for you of what's all coming up. Let me ask you, maybe Sandstorm, and this is going to be a heavy-hitting question for the bat. What's the most disappointing team you think in performance so far that you expected more out of?
I mean, there's a few teams that we could pick. Honestly, Mad Bulls and the performance in the EU Championships, that's 1. 2, R8 for sure. 100% Nigma, the massive drop-off. I want to say after day 1, that to me was the biggest surprise. Like, after a performance like that, after a start like that, having 83 points and then, proceeding to get, 13 points in day 2, 17 points in day 3, 30 points in 2 days. You managed to get that in 1 game. You can't get that in 1 day. That to me was the biggest disappointment, especially with how strongly they performed in last year's PMGC. They were 3rd in the world in 2021. How do you have that much of a drop-off? It's absolutely baffling. But we still have 1 more chance, still have 1 more day, still have 2 more games to go through, and definitely going to be a team to watch for me for the entirety of the day.
As I said it earlier a little bit earlier in the pre-show, there are still many opportunities for these teams to make it up in that survival stage, potentially a few teams to make it in that top 3 position, but we saw a big step up from LGD, back-to-back chicken dinner yesterday, as you can see in these highlights currently, and also a back-to-back chicken dinner from Furiram. Really 2 teams that we didn't know how they would potentially perform in this PMGC, but they came out with an absolute bang yesterday. But the thing is, their position is not yet secure, Jason, so we need to see them almost replicate that today if they want to make sure they can solidify their spot in the top 3.
Well, I think the best way for LGD to replicate performance is to have MaxBet not put them as a team to watch. I mean, that worked out exceptionally well. I know you got a couple of hate messages from some fans for certain teams of saying, stop picking our team! But it wouldn't be PMGC without it, to be honest, Max.
Exactly. I mean, that's why RRQ had enough. That's why they're not coming back anymore. They're like, we don't want to deal with Maxman on the desk. We won't deal with that one. But I'm not allowed to pick
on the desk. We can take a look at our overall rankings. And again, extremely important here, as you can see, color-coded, top 3 straight to the grand finals. LGD would be in right now. However, there are 2 teams knocking on that door with S2G and DRS Gaming. However, I'd say teams in 6th, 7th, potentially 8th place aren't really out of the realm of possibility, but they cannot afford to have basically a single bad match today, and they have to have some big wins.
Yeah, they definitely need to have the big wins exactly the time where, for example, the LGD, DRS, S2G would be having terrible performances, maybe 0 points, 1 point. That's when you need to capitalize. But if they keep performing, no matter what you do, it's going to be next to impossible for you to fight them for those top 3 spots. But we're looking towards the second half. We're looking at, I'm watching for Rivals, Nigma Galaxy, and the Infinity. These guys are on the edge, 113 points, 110 in 10th and 11th place. Box Gaming, not that far behind, and neither is Mad Bulls. So these 2 are the first teams to threaten Infinity and Nigma when it comes to getting to the survival stage. And it's all going to come to that first game and how each of these teams is going to be starting.
I mean, you asked earlier, Jason, to Sandstorm, which team was a bit disappointing. I almost want to say all the teams that are not in the top 11 right now, I expected them to see them higher, but the thing is, it's PMGC. All these teams are incredibly capable of making it, right? So if we could, I would love to see all teams making it in the survival stage, but you got to have some teams at the bottom, and unfortunately, Mad Balls and MTech and even R8 are part of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how tournaments work, right? Some teams have to not qualify just because, well, you wouldn't have slots for everyone. You can't have that big of a lobby. But I'd even say, I mean, every team there except maybe R8 right now has a chance just because we haven't seen R8 have those big matches and they are 20 extra points behind. But even them, they are possibly able to catch up, but it comes down to obviously just their performance today. But we can also see interesting stat here, actually, of stolen eliminations. So I believe this is coming down to, you know, when teams knock a player and they're able to finish them off from another team to get some extra points for themselves. That's quite handy. I mean, 25 points, that could be the difference easily between qualifying for the survival stage and not qualifying for the survival stage.
Influence, if they didn't have those 25 stolen points, they would be currently not as comfortable as they were in the first place with 235 points. So it is, I mean, it's part of the game, right? You know, you don't have that like gentleman's agreement, which is, oh no, don't take our eliminations. Like, who cares? No, we'll take your eliminations. I know I would if I could, but unfortunately I'm not that good. But yeah, it's part of the game. Teams are doing it. LGD was also doing it in similar fashion, but some good damage coming out from especially S2G and the guys. But whoa, that's a spike and a half there, Sandstorm, for Box Gaming. But I want to see it replicated. I want to see more after that win.
That's not the only thing that I want to see from Box Gaming, right? These guys, they ended day one on a high, getting themselves a chicken dinner, a couple of elimination points as well. So it was absolutely beautiful to see that, but they weren't able to transition that or bring that momentum into day two. Day two, they only managed to get 16 points compared to the 48 they had on day one. Coming into day three, again, they ended it top 3, a couple of eliminations as well. So now they have another chance to try and bring it into day 4, and it's a performance that is very much needed at this time for Box Gaming.
I'd almost want to see how that graph would look if you look at like the top 4 or 5 teams, because I feel like we'll see such a different level of consistency between them. But obviously they're kind of up there for a reason. We take a look now at Box and Infinity. So this is the difference between 11th and 12th place at the moment. And I mean, again, the stats are still pretty close. Box doing better when it comes to eliminations, but when it comes to like top 5 percentages with the placement points, Infinity are squeaking out.
Yeah, we're seeing Infinity actually, and also Box. A lot of teams at the bottom not using remotely as close amount of utility as teams at the top. Sometimes you're seeing your Influence, your Buradam, LGD, S2G using what, 40, 50 smokes in a singular game almost. You're like, wow, okay, that's a pretty insane amount. So utility is pretty important, and I would like to see some other teams maybe try and be on par with those numbers.
Well, here's our schedule for today. It's the same every single day. It will be the same every single day until we get into, well, I guess the finals around the corner. We got Erangel ×3, Miramar ×2, and Sandhawk ×1. I don't know what to say, gentlemen. I mean, I feel like today is going to be hard to improve on yesterday when it came to some of the finishes we've had and some of the zones we've had. If you remember yesterday, we had that Erangel start where it was kind of an okay starting zone, but then it heavily shifted down towards military, and we got to see teams like DRS actually not even capitalize off of that points, unfortunately. The fact they weren't able to get any eliminations, people came through. But let's talk about your teams to watch in this first match. And, you know, there's a distinguished, surprisingly lack of LGD picks here out of both of you guys.
No, I'm not going down that path, Jason. I am.
Sorry,
LGD, I'm not picking them anymore. LG, I don't know an LGD. Who's that? I don't know.
Well, talk me through them, Max. You got S2G, Nigma Galaxy, Mad Bulls. I can kind of guess why you're going with Nigma and Mad Bulls, but I want to hear you. Or actually, I can pretty much expect why you're picking any of these teams, to be honest.
I mean, right, exactly. The thing is that these teams currently have an opportunity to make it through their respective bubbles. So S2G currently right behind LGD, which just was that 6-point difference. S2G, if they have a massive pop-off beginning of today, like they did in day 2, was that back-to-back chicken dinner, could be their ticket to make it into the grand finals, right? And S2G, we've seen this team that they can just start off hot, they can just be consistent throughout the entire day. So S2G, I would say, the biggest risk for the teams currently in a top 3 position. And of course, Nigma, don't fall off too much again, even though it's been a pretty reoccurring factor here throughout this tournament. And also Mad Balls, still disappointed in Mad Balls. And even Blank mentioned it earlier, they got a good finish yesterday, they got a lot of elims. Not even a limb, sorry, knocks, but they got nothing confirmed. And I want to see Mad Balls just feel a lot more confident and dominant in those lobbies, but it's just not been the case so far.
Okay, what about you, Sandstorm?
Well, I want to focus on NGX a little bit. Nigma Galaxy do have this trend when it comes to the final day of the tournament. They always seem to pop up. They always seem to show their best performance. So if we've seen a good performance on day 1, non-existent on day 2 and day 3. This is the time for you to shine, because PMPL MEA championships last day, they had 4 games out of 6 in top 4. PMPL Arabia, 5 out of 6 games, also top 4. So we've seen that consistency show up in the final day, and I want to see it again here. Fox Gaming, I already mentioned, you guys have the momentum now. Bring it into day 4. Bring us some chicken dinners. Get yourself to the survival stage.
Well, we're going to find out here because the first match of the day is ready to go. So I hope John and Blink are as ready as we are to kick off the day.
I'm ready 24/7. We're going into this game hot and ready for the final day of Group Red Blank. It's all to play for here. That bubble is looking to burst.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting day. There are so many drop-offs all around the leaderboard. I think it's a little bit more difficult to get into towards that 5th place position now, but there is competition for that 3rd place. So you exactly goes through to the grand finals off the back of that qualification spot. You can tell I'm ready and raring to go for this day because I put my glasses on so I can actually see what's going on now. Which is extremely important. Before I was just guessing. Yeah. But anyway, straight over towards our angle, from Sosnovka up towards shooting range. Dead set through the middle of the map at the moment. So maybe DRS gets out nice and early over towards Noya straight away. Pachinki open on this side too. I'd be curious to see actually, John, if Mad Bulls drop over towards school and apartments or head down towards Primos with this type of circle. But LGD should be fairly comfortable to head out over towards Rozak, towards Georgia Paul in crates. Obviously, John, the big thing we're looking at today is that chase between S2G and LGD at the moment. I think LGD currently 6 points ahead in 3rd place, but S2G would love that qualification spot. Not only there, but the prize pool differential is massive, John.
It certainly is. I mean, there is a big jump up in this phase of the tournament when you move into those top 3, right? It's $22,000 in 4th place, $80,000 in 3rd place. There is the caveat, of course, that you do go into the survival stage if you're in 4th place, and you don't if you're in 3rd, and there's more money to be earned over there. So the potential earnings for a 4th place, if you get 1st place in the survival stage on top of that, would add up to $48,000. So the drop-off is still really quite significant. That's I'm not going to do live maths because I've been called out on Twitter today, but that's many money.
Come on, I believe in you, bro. That's like 48Ks of money right there. I can do some forms of quick math now and again, but
no, it is 48,000 total, right? But the difference is what I was thinking.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to do the difference because that's
We're not
scary.
going to figure that out. Doesn't exist.
32. There we go. I think that.
Oh, maybe.
I think that's on the money. I think we're all good. We're all good.
I'm opening the calculator.
Please, no memes on us, please. But yeah, looking at the circle, as this is now a very important day, and we've got to get stuck right into it. It's over towards that western side. Mad Bulls did drop down towards Primos, Enigma Galaxy over towards Pachinki. You know, we did hear Sandstorm talking about how they'd like Enigma Galaxy not to continue to have this drop-off, but again, every single day has been very rough for them. But I'm looking over towards BTR at the moment. My name P pulls out the pistol.
Oh, playing around the rock, 1 bullet lands. There's backup coming through as well for Bigatron. Has to go for the reload. Hang on a minute, the shot's coming through. Oh, it's Sky coming in. The auto shotgun, and Sky only has to send away. Didn't have a weapon, only the buggy. A weapon in its own right, sure, but when you hear the bark of that shotgun, you're getting out of there. We are getting back to a Luxie and Zuxie combo, but Black, this time around we've thrown Liquid in instead of Misery.
I mean, Liquid was kind of the mainstay, I'd say, alongside with Jem Foster. Misery was a bit of a different pick for me coming into the beginning of this match. So still pretty happy with the way that he had performed. He was doing some good stuff as an off-angle specialist. I think Liquid is overall a very good player. He was one of the first pickups that BTR went for after they did lose Ryzen and they had to go for a bit of a reform on the roster. And I think that he has played pretty well yesterday, and honestly I think it's more of a case of BTR with Zuxie and Luxie just needing a little bit of a break. I think this is a massive change in performance for BTR overall, being in 6th place, being quite dominant towards the middle of the pack in this lobby. Although it's not a return to form of BTR of old, where they were just smashing and dominating every other team inside the lobby here, this is great news for them. And you can imagine that there would be a little bit of burnout from Zuxie or Luxie towards the 3rd day. And if they've got substitutions to bring in and give them that break that they might need, this is absolutely fine. Again, Zuxi and Luxi, one of our most long-standing duos in the entirety of PUBG Mobile, with a lot of accolades underneath their belt. So for BTR, I think that's fine. They're going to have Liquid jumping in, and this is BTR's last day to maybe jump up a few rankings, get a few more points, but it's unlikely that they'll pass DRS or pass S2G, with there being quite the point differential between them, and it's around about 35 points, we'd say, up towards S2G. 36, if you want to be exact.
Careful.
I know. Very, very careful. We can't be doing any generalizations these times.
Look at that top 5 rate for Influence Kevin towards the top. 77.8% in the top 5 on Erangel. That is a crazy good scoreline. Burra Madeira similarly strong, but I mean that 77 really does push it just that next step further. There haven't been super large numbers of Erangel just yet over the last couple of days. We do play it for 3 games a day, so we've had 9, but that still isn't a massive sample size. But even to get on 9, 77% there is really, really solid stuff. And it's why Influence Kemen are still in that conversation. Buraram obviously chasing that down.
Yeah, not a good start for Buraram either, losing one of their players over towards BTR. We saw this for Mad Bulls yesterday, losing one of their players very early in the game. They're still able to get very far into it, though, on that angle that we just played yesterday as a final match. Again, though, it did hamper them. They weren't able to pick up that chicken dinner as 4 rivals had their 4 players on board, were able to leverage that kind of result from them. But again, Buraram, a lot of this matters right now, and you can't really have a bad game, because if they give any chance for Influence Kemen to make that lead happen right at the beginning of the day as well, you don't want to be playing catch-up at this point in time.
No, it's pretty much a death sentence if you let them extend that lead early on. They were able to chase it down once before, but I mean, asking to do it twice might be just too tall of an order. However, there's still 3 of them alive, and they're perfectly capable of getting pretty deep into this game, so hopefully they can keep on going.
Yeah. I mean, you saw Kengzo yesterday on Miramar. If you missed that was a really good Snake performance. I think
King Kengzo.
I know King Kengzo is the King Cobra of the lobby a lot of times, which is great to see. And I think that you'll usually just see these grass vipers, a lot of these lobbies in Miramar, where they don't do too much unless you get too close to them. But Kengzo's kind of more like the boa constrictor. He's happy to get into the action and start to constrict some of these teams all as a solo player. So even with Buraram down players, they're absolutely fine to get big points towards the end of the game and comfortable getting in towards that top 5. Circle, though, again, over towards this western side of the map, meaning a lot of teams are now moving their way down. S2G headed underneath. Everest actually head over towards the southern compound on that side, so they're fairly dead central. LGD currently is trying to gather as much information as possible outside of hospital, which is very typical of LGD. Informational based team over on this side, which I really like to see.
S2G spotted out Soaz, who we saw in the interview earlier. They're not going to be too chuffed about that for Box in 12th place as well. Disastrous time for it to happen. And similarly, S2G picking up points early. Good news for their chase for that 3rd place instant qualification bubble, jumping up to that 80k.
80k, beautiful stuff for them. I mean, that's what they'd like to end up on, and S2G are already getting a chunk into it. LGD very close by as well, could be their next targets on the list, John. It's a bit worrying for them. And with Hamzy G and Kelsey currently really having the time of their lives in this tournament, you are a little bit worried, because it could be one of those days where S2G just pops off. And that is what you always have to be worried about if you're going up against S2G. And being in 4th place with a great springboard to leap off of, you know, if this is one of those days where S2G gets a little bit of momentum early, LGD is going to have to do a bit more than just getting to those late game circles to stay ahead of S2G.
As the circle shifts on that south, teams will move in. Southeast side, you can see there's basically nobody playing there. It's the open fields to the southwest of Pachinki. It's really, really tricky to hold out. Everybody wants the hills to the north or playing around Quarry. Obviously, south of Everest, a little bit more desirable. There's a couple of really strong compounds there.
Box Gaming make their way into a very central position. Lost a player from S2G early on though, so they will be down a man. In the meantime, S2G is looking to get further in themselves. LGD off in the distance though. Suki and MVM looking to crest over this ridge side. Think better of it, in fact. They see players coming over the top. YZZ providing a lot of information back across to them. With the DP, both these players have on hand. Very accurate weapon, especially when you're proned. Both players going for the crouch, though, to try and eliminate as much recoil as possible from that weapon.
LGD fending off their third place in a standoff with S2G. Influence Kemen embroiled with Buriram, but at the moment closer to a couple of the other teams. S2G taking heavy flak, Razy low, as they move into position to defend. A lot of damage being sent over towards S2G right now. And MVM just scouting this out. Team Queso should have sightlines over this way. I don't think this is a crash, but it's very, very tense on that area. The rotations out of there are going to be really, really chaotic.
God, Tunny. There's the smokes over on that top side. Nick Galaxy, though, Freak with one down towards him. Will find that knock, and now the Infinity in a little bit of a difficult position. Now, this is one of the teams we wanted to focus on, considering they're in 11th place. Nick Galaxy ahead of them just by a little bit. 4 rivals were able to overtake them yesterday. And the Infinity taking so much casualties so early on really does open things up for teams underneath them like Box Gaming and Mad Bulls to try and get those points to get themselves back in towards the running here. Even MTech Storm, they had some good matches yesterday with some high elimination counts. This is a possibility for them to, in fact, start to leap upwards.
Infinity trapped 2 in the buildings. Fairly unlikely that they'll get too much further. I mean, they could just try and survive it out, but breaking top 10 would be an achievement for them at this stage. Buriram with 3 after losing a player in that initial scrap with Bigatron. They're playing on the northeast side around the road, just to the northeast of Gatka. Now going to be holding out there for just a little bit longer while they wait for the circle to come in. A wide split on the western side for R8, and a south shift means that it is going to go towards a Mad Bull's position there on the southwest.
Aegon Acte a little bit further ahead of them. S2G also swinging down towards Mad Bull's spot, in which case Monkey in effect might come into the assist. They do have high ground positioning with that compound itself, and it looks like Monkey in effect are going to try and go regroup with the rest of their team here, which would be the smart decision to try and assist them versus S2G. They'll have to be very careful not to get eliminated on their approach though. Nick the Galaxy takes a couple of shots from Buriram as they just send it across the fields here, John.
They're just putting some lead back in their direction. If they can catch something, great. Suppressing fire, more useful. DRS, though, hold the top of the hill that they're looking to try and summit. They will see that silhouette, start to go for the skirt. A little bit of a tag there from Tiger, nicely found, but diversion is on. Box not quite in the buildings close by, so that'll be a little bit of sanctuary for Buriram as Sky only just goes straight over the top of it. Not a care in the world.
I mean, they've sent all the way downwards, which is fairly impressive. Managed to get towards a position just underneath Box Gaming. It might not be the best position in the world, but it certainly gives you some kind of sanctuary. A little bit worrying to even peek out these windows, though, with Box Gaming being able to have some oversight on that way. But 2-3-3 teams, I don't think they can be too unhappy with this one. Mad Bull still holding out S2G, S2G holding out R8, so a little bit of a train going on this side of the map. Gem Foster takes shots from Nigma Galaxy. I think Nigma Galaxy realised just how important this day is to them. They cannot continue to fall off. Feels like they have made a couple of changes in their regard. They need to hold on to this position now because these are one of the teams that has slipped further and further and further down throughout the days. Now in 10th place from a 2nd place finish at the beginning of day 1.
Ooh, Titan nailing the shot over towards Hamodi. He said they can't afford to fall off. That's not the way to start it out. The smoke blooms. They want this res. Ralph will commit for that. Titan not going to commit for the push, but instead put those nades in and just try and keep this position suppressed. They know they can't afford to expose themselves on the flanks. There's so many teams waiting in the wings in this area. Currently, you've got LGDO on the west, Bigatron on the east. Behind you, you've got MTech Storm. Of course, if you're focusing on the front, you know they're there, but there's 4 teams very, very close by and ready to pounce.
MVM Rolling slowly but surely. This is over towards the center of the map itself. MTech Storm towards that northeast side. R8 still trying to get through the guys from S2G. Razy is up towards the north though, so it is currently just a 3 from S2G. It's providing a bit of a outpost for the rest of S2G to regroup on top of. I think Bandar should have spotted at least one of the players from S2G, but will be slowly enveloped by the blue behind the vehicle as well. This is a bad position to be in. Gets at least a smoke out towards the road, but I don't think that's going to save him.
Out in the blue. Silas knows he's there. If R8 finish in a poor game here, it's pretty much curtains for their hopes of moving further forwards. Right at the bottom of the tables, 18 points behind right now. More behind the rest of them. Luckily, the bullets run out for R8, but Silas will move forwards, and their reposition, it does get them in the circle. And actually, somehow they managed to skirt around the edge of it. Not entirely sure how that one worked out, but woo! Finally, there's the shots coming on through. There's MTech Storm getting eliminated in the meantime. I think there was a scrap with LGD in the wings of this. And LGD picking up 3 eliminations. It's good news.
Yeah, I mean, they had to grab some eliminations here, especially with 3 elims going over towards the side of... 5 elims, sorry, going over towards S2G to make something happen. And in this situation, LGD take a crash from MTech Storm, easily find themselves the full squad wipe, though. Very nicely done. Matt Bulls took a knock over towards Monkey. Again, this needs to be a restabilize and fast because S2G is quickly coming in for the crash here over on that western side. In the meantime, Buradam look to send up towards box game. This is an aggressive push coming through from Buradam. They want this position.
And break is down. Remember, they lost Soaz earlier on. So they are just the 2 of them, Trismo and Bensu, left standing against the 3 of Buradam now. Kengzo cooking the nade on the front. A descent from the hillside as we tune in with Influence Kemen actually taking a fight against Titan. Enigma Galaxy not quite getting that oversight just yet, but I imagine it's only a matter of time. Better wants to find these flushes. We'll be able to get one, and Titans will fall back over to the Buradam engagement in the meantime. Tiger sprays around the door frame. Sky only, his teammate is going to fall, but Bensu cannot stand the test as Kengzo puts the final nail in. Box eliminated.
Buradam, again, a force to be reckoned with. Center of the circle as well. It's a really, really key compound that are able to pick up here. Enigma Galaxy, worth fending off against Titans. I'm trying to find some eliminations outside. Do get 3 for their troubles, but it was Influence Kemen to come in, finish the job towards that team. Titans having a little bit of a fall off after their success towards day 1 and day 2. Luxy, though, goes down from BTR. These guys are holding down towards that southeast side, so Enigma Galaxy have to swivel on. The 360 cam available to them, making sure they're seeing everything that just happened around on this map. In the meantime, Mad Bull's still fending off from the guys of S2G with 2 backstops on top of the hill outside Quarry, and 2 players playing up front. Mad Bulls will remain quite calm and collected for the time being. I think this is the smart move as well. They don't have to move too much, but S2G have to move in towards their position. They'd like to have a strong spot within the circle. So keeping it very, very safe for the time being, allowing S2G to come to them.
Staying alive is of the utmost importance, especially with box going down. Team Queso similarly under pressure. And out on this western side, they've got a difficult move ahead of them. The blue zone's right there. They're going to try and swing through. The question is, where do they try and approach towards? Do they try and get to that ridgeline? But the Mad Bulls have broadside. And Aegon, XIA are really going to have control over on that north as well. They might not have another choice.
Hamzy G goes to scout down towards DRS's position. You wonder if he's going to get knocked. But I mean, Hamzy G, very, very good member when it comes to those 1v1s. And it's only Yante down there. Though he is a significantly strong player from DRS themselves. Worrying slightly. I8 gets crashed on.
4 rivals rolling up on into the shack. And immediately taking down the player in there. Not too much of an issue, but now people know that they are in there. And of course, there is an answer from Blade. A knock over towards Voki. Immediately looking to try and stick that res. IQ wants to put a nade in through the window and ruin their day, but gets knocked for the trouble. Doesn't quite get that answer. Looks like it did go through the window, but I think it went out the door on the other side as well.
Somewhat unfortunate. Influence came in. look to fight against Enigma Galaxy. Freak, though, with an incredible play, takes down 2. Hamodi in the backlines, not supporting. Little Boy all on his own. It's just one more elimination, and Freak steps up, tries to move out. Molotov over towards the tree. Gives him a little bit more time to work with. Nade over the top, a little bit short, but Enigma Galaxy, Freak is so low here. One nade would do the trick.
Oh, he gets out of the way of that one. Freak looks for the flush, steps up after the heal. Hamodi low. It's a 1v1 between these two players. Freak versus Little Boy. Enigma Galaxy, I mean, they've had their fall off. Can they keep it going here against Influence Kemen? This is also really notable for Influence Kemen Blank. Their points total is not safe from Buriram. Even though they lost a player early for Buriram, if Influence Kemen go down here, it's very much a closable gap.
I mean, this is what we've been talking about the entirety of this stage, as well as the fact that if a team has the guts to actually fight for a priority compound, a lot of times they'll find themselves in a position to get lots more points in the games. And Buriram, even with just the 3 players they had during this game, they went up against Box Gaming. They took that position over towards that eastern side in a very prolific compound inside this circle. Now they can play from there with confidence. LGD still have to make their way in from that northeast side, most likely going to close around them as well. So Buriram in a very good position now with 3 eliminations to maybe jump over the top of Influence Kemen. Now, Influence Kemen, very, very good at staying alive as that single player, getting into the top 5 regardless of the result they have at the beginning of the game. Though with so many targets over on this side of the map, I don't know how likely it is for Little Boy to get into the circle without being spotted by LGD, Freak, or Buriram.
Bigatron on the south side. Don't stop S2G on their first descent. Looks like they think they might be still up there. The smokes, though, should be a little bit of a clue. Bigatron moving a little bit further north. Killer from DRS crawling with back to the blue. Is there a potential for a backstab there? I wonder if they are aware of that as well. Bigatron maybe being caught unawares a little bit. Influence Kemen eliminated in 12th place, and this is a big chance for Buriram to take that top spot back in the compound that they hold.
Yeah, that's 100% what I assume would happen here. I think it was very unlikely from that position, like I said before, for Little Boy to find their way in versus the guys from LGD. And circle shifts up towards Buriram once again. A really big chance for them. Remember, we said a lead at this point in the day is something that's very hard to come back from. There's a ton of pressure. Only 5 matches to go after this. Team Queso looking for the final member from I8. Does find it as Ghost takes himself down with an A. Tries to deny as many points as possible.
Team Queso need them desperately as well. S2G, hang on a minute. I think that might have been knock, a flush. Are they down and out? I think they are. So no chance for their run towards that 3rd place spot. And LGD going to be chuffed to bits with that. Speaking of leads as well, they are also near that compound that Buriram currently holding the south side of. They should be really strong and set up to get a lot of points this lobby.
100%. Down to 7 teams now. BTR, though, can't ignore them. 5 elims at the moment with 4 players alive on the high ground. Up towards that south, they will have to move into the circle at some point. LGD take a knock from Buriram. That sets them up again, another 3v3 here. Buriram just have been so incredibly strong throughout the entirety of this tournament, constantly getting better. And I don't think there's any player inside this team that I think is a weak link. And I think that is what makes them so strong, regardless of the amount of members they have on side. I mean, Kengzo, extremely good at being aware in the side of a lot of these lobbies. Sky Only, just being a great off-angle specialist. Tiger, just a great fragger overall. And I mean, you've lost probably your best fragger on the team in My Name Pete. Doesn't really matter so much to him, though.
They have got so many tricks up their sleeve, it's certain. As the shots from Bigatron try and exert control from their hilltop. Team Queso want to take 4 Rivals out of the mix. 4 Rivals charged away from that bubble position earlier yesterday. Blank stopping the pan on it as well. There goes the crash. 4 Rivals will fall. Will not be able to repeat that performance in the last game they had yesterday. And that's going to open up the door to put them back in danger.
Madball's still in a strong position though, John, and down to 16s with a lot of the big hitters around them being removed, like Box Gaming. The Infinity probably the only other worry towards the guys with Madballs in 11th place at that bubble. But again, a strong position, 4 players alive, Team Queso down to just 3 at the moment with 1 not coming their way. Madballs might even be able to take some good shots over towards them. BTR is the really big contender for them though, on that high ground. Skills is already going down. This is bad news. They're in a bit of a pinch at the moment, John.
can't really afford to get back up to skills as either. They can't designate the effort to go for that push as Team Queso come in and effect fall to the side swipe as well. It is just not going to work out. They are really crunched in at this stage, and they're not finding these picks as an answer. One player from Bigatron gets knocked, but that's easily resable on the south side, and Team Queso are just putting so much pressure in that Mad Bulls don't have the time to reposition and get the favorable fight with Bigatron.
Yeah, this is a pinch and a half. Team Queso up to 8 eliminations as well, very easily. Should be able to jump over the top of Mad Bulls during this game. Monkey going down, now just Zerich alive. Final player, 6 teams remaining. Won't get a huge amount of points this game, even with just 2 eliminations they have on side. Zerich has to live for longer, set up this fight between the 2 teams, but Zuxi is able to find that final player from Mad Bulls, and they will go down, even with the 4 players unable to put up a big result here, setting themselves between 2 teams. Not the best of positions for themselves, but BTR have come in with a great game this time around on that high ground. Buradam will have to go to the outer edges of their compound to continue playing, but LGD, they move up. They see an opportunity here, John.
They're moving straight on into the back of Team Queso on the north side. 3 players rock on up. Suki sends high, drops the smoke to play the cover around. Will be looking to try and peek out there. Might spot Scream at the back if he peeks out wide, but Tiger is there for the strike. CC as well, under pressure, takes another bullet. Suki's down in the meantime as well. Team Queso trading nades. Suki low, very, very low in fact, getting flushed out. And the nades are just pouring over towards LGD. That entire push is dismantled. Team Queso hold it out with the side swipe from Tiger. And the last player for LGD left outside the zone.
A nade comes backwards. Kengzo almost burns himself down. But 10 eliminations for Team Queso. They'll easily jump up a little bit more in this game, maybe in towards a position to punch through outside of the elimination bracket. But BTR, what a game this has been from them. 4 players still alive. Zuxi doing some serious work. Buradam want to leave, but now as BTR gets further forward, takes the opportunity to try and eliminate, get rid of Team Queso, they'll control the entirety of that western side. Still, there's work to be done as of yet, John.
Zuxi playing forwards. They want to stop Team Queso from getting any further. Bigatron have to be careful. That rolling land that dips away from Bigatron on their right flank is giving them cover from the other teams right now. But as soon as they have to leave, that will all change, and then need to be much more careful. Zuxi playing up top of the backstop. Team Queso hesitant. I mean, you would be. Moving into this late stage, this is their chance to really have a massive, massive game, put a massive dent in the differences at the bottom of the tables and potentially get a little bit further in this tournament.
Yeah, going down in 5th place would be a real shame for them, especially with YZZ still up. Again, with the 4 players, they have a very good chance here. Circle doesn't really center up for anyone in particular. Moves off towards that eastern side. I think BTR at this point in time would love to, again, take that high ground towards their advantage. Reyes finds LGD, puts them in a better position again. To 4th place, at least in this game for Team Queso. The Infinity also in a struggle bus position. We'll have to move out, jumping out these windows. It's not going to be easy with Buradam holding them down as well. I think Buradam's absolutely done enough here in this game to find themselves the lead they were looking for over Influence Kevin at the start of the day. You can really never count this team out. They are just so dominant in every single one of these circles.
Infinity going to have to hop out and go for a little bit of a jog. In the Buradam ends. Who's he actually hopping into a vehicle right next to Tiger? Is this a sneaky play? I feel like it might be. Waiting for them to run out and maybe try and reposition with it. Hop out, get an limb, get a knock, if you can.
Looks he's got such an important position in this engagement, but Liquid's been laid down this entire time. Finds at least 1 knock here, but Gem Foster incredibly low as well. But Luxie does come in clutch, finds at least 1 on towards them. And that's the entirety of the team taken down. An extremely good spot from Luxie. He knew he had to make that count with a Mini 14. And he's got the M249 for the late game as well.
Ooh, Tiger's corner compromise, has to push out for the fight and will trade through it well. The teammates handling business on the other side, and both of the Infinity will fall. Mela and Nuzi will leave 2 teams alive, Buradam and Bigatron.
Again, the lead was not massive coming through from a couple of teams above BTR. I didn't know if it would be possible for them to get into a much higher placing. But with this game, at the start of the day, BTR might set themselves up for a position to even challenge third place if they continue on their trajectory. Jem Foster looks down towards Buradam, takes some good shots and holds them back up inside the building, which is right on the edge of the blue here, John.
Was quite a jump up on those tables. Can Bigatron put a dent in that? Start their journey. 3 players are there, 11 eliminations, you're right, and they really do control the exit from Buradam. It's really good news. Jem Foster repositioning to try and exit them from the lobby. Buradam, 1 player left, it's just Tiger. Sprays over towards Jem Foster. The pillar keeping him safe, back into the smoke, but really, where do you go at this stage? There's no way out. There is no clean position. Luxy just putting down lead time after time. Swaps it out, gets the reload, and the sprays are good. Tiger fades back into the blue zone, thinks better of it. And Bigatron, you can tell they're chuffed to bits with that, and they should be. What a way to exert control from the south side.
Disgustingly good game here coming through from BTR. This is what we always wanted to see. It's a nice return to form, and what a way to do it in this new format here over in the PMGC. Beautiful stuff. I mean, Luxy with the 8X, we call him the long-range specialist, and he whacks on the largest scope he could find, makes it work. Unreal stuff. Zuxi as well, also putting up the big numbers, 799 damage done with 6 eliminations found as that front runner. You've got the dichotomy between the two twins. You got the one guy in the back with the 8X and the guy in the front with the red dot. It is beautiful to see. But again, a lot of things happened during that game. With the 30 points that BTR should have been able to find that match. You know, they were, 36 points behind S2G at the beginning of this one. This is a real chance for them to actually secure a grand final qualification spot if they can get some more big games today. And LGD and S2G continue to falter. The Infinity also finding putting us as 3rd place will see them a little bit safer towards that bubble position. Again, it's just all very rough down towards the bottom side of the lobby as everyone is scrabbling for points, including Team Queso.
They got a whole load of points as well there. I mean, they went down, I think it was 4th, but they did get quite a few going through. Igba Galaxy finished 2nd place after day 1. Blank now at risk as well at the bottom of the tables, but Bigatron have proved that they are on track for that return to form. It's great to see them get the chicken dinner.
Guys, we need to stop breaking our desks here. We've had Miriam do it, Kengzo, now we're seeing Bigatron do it. But to be honest, I think it was kind of needed considering the placing that Bigatron was in. Now, Max, you mentioned we were watching the game and while it finished up here, this doesn't necessarily get Bigatron into top 3, but it gets them into the running for top 3 now because of the distance they were behind any of the teams contesting 3rd place position.
Exactly, 24 points. That's what BTR needed if they wanted to catch up to DRS that were right above them, which is, I would say, a pretty significant point difference. But now the fact that BTR kick off the day with 28 points and DRS have been pretty much invisible in this game is fantastic. Now they are back in the race for that top 3. And I said it, this would make me so happy to see BTR make it to a LAN Grand Finals or PMGC with Indonesian fans.
Yeah.
Would be absolutely fantastic. So yeah, this is the game they needed, but now the most important thing for today, we need to see BTR follow this up with even better result, good consistency if they want to make it top 3.
And to be fair, Sandstorm, there's also some other teams in there that had some good results too, right? We could talk about Team Queso. They were, I think, 20 points behind, if I'm not mistaken. Let me quickly pull up my overalls. They were in 15th place at 80 points. With them getting 100 points, if no other team got points around them, they would now be from 15th into 12th. And they would be within 10 points of the Infinity in 11th place. Like, that is a massive match for them. And honestly, if they keep this pace up, they very well could shoot from the bottom of the leaderboard into the survival stage.
100%, but the fact is, Infinity still survived long enough to get a decent amount of points in the series or in the game, so they still benefited. So even though, yes, Team Queso did get a decent amount of points, going to need a little bit more than that. We're going to need consistency throughout the rest of the games
Okay,
as
let
well
me change
if you
it
want
up
to
then,
challenge
since
Infinity.
you're poking holes in this. Enigma Galaxy at 113, 3 points ahead of the Infinity at the start of the day, and this gets him within reach now of Enigma Galaxy. There we go.
Okay, that is very true, but also NGX, they got 5 or 6 eliminations in that game, not more than Infinity, that's for sure.
So 4 rivals
still
at 100. We'll just see it here. How about that? But the most important part is United Esports do take first place away from Influence Chemin here. LGD as well in third place by 10 points over S2G. But you can see Bigatron, they pass DRS here. They're still within reach now. I mean, it's about 30 points. Obviously, give or take some points. I'm not going to do quick math. I'm not John. I don't want to be wrong on air when it comes to math. But you don't... It's not out of the realm of possibility now that Bigatron could qualify top 3.
Exactly. Yeah. You don't want it to be a flash in the pan right now for BTR. You need to see, as I said, you want to see consistency. You want to see potentially another chicken dinner that would really seal the deal and allow them to compete for that top 3 position. BTR making it happen right now, but Team Kesso, as you said, they could be in 12th position. Box did get himself a few points that game, so they're currently tied with 100 points each. But Team Kesso, the dream is still alive to make it in the survival stage, and especially Reyes, we were talking about it during that game, Jason. Reyes has really stepped up, I would say, throughout the entirety of this year for Team Kesso, and I think that he would be especially, it would be great to see him in particular make it to the grand finals, hopefully.
He's scary, man. He's really scary. I mean, thinking about day 1, Erangel, match 1, he basically did like a solo bridge hold himself. Then we saw yesterday, he basically stops any crash out of LGD by himself. He's an exceptionally good player, and yeah, it'd be really cool to see him get there. But again, we need to see Team Kesso continue this pace here.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing that I did notice from Team Kesso, not just in this tournament, but also, or I guess compared to PMPL Americas, was they would usually actually hold the bridge and they would overstay on that bridge multiple times, knowing that there are teams that want to cross, knowing that there are teams that need to get to the other side, and they keep getting those free points. I'm not sure why they're not implementing this strategy here, knowing that we have DRS that drops on Novo, we have IA that drops in Erangel towards the military base, so you know that there are teams that consistently drop there. You have Box around you in Fairy Pier, you have Madbolt around you in Quarry, so you can see maybe that might be the reason, actually. Just answer the question myself. That might be the reason why they're not implementing the same strategy. They don't want to be locked in as well, so that was one of their main strategies for getting a decent amount of points and getting a lot of eliminations, so that's maybe one of the problems that they're facing here.
Good chat, Sandstorm. Now, I'm just kidding.
Just talking to himself.
He's just talking himself through. He's like, okay, I found the old answer myself. You guys at home who are watching, make sure you guys are paying attention to the YouTube chat, because we're going to be doing a survey for you guys. We have a chance to win some sweet prizes, so make sure you guys participate. And make sure if there's any question in there involving who's your favorite talent, you select me, because I would appreciate it. I was like, oh, I'll give you something, but I'm like, nah, I don't want to be spammed. But I'll appreciate it.
I don't have UC. I can't give anything, so I have same boat here. I don't know. Sandstorm. I feel like Sandstorm is rich in UC. He's got everything. But
what do you mean?
I don't know. Don't lie to me. I know you got a secret stash of UC.
Have you seen the shirt he's wearing? You sure he's rich? Bigatron up against United Esports, and Zuxi up against Tiger. And we saw actually an interview with Tiger yesterday. He's been extremely deadly when it comes to his grenades. We do see he's gone for the 22 throws himself, and also some decent damage.
Do you see this game? At one point, they were taking a fight versus Infinity, and they were 3 players versus 2 players of Infinity. And I love how I think it was Sky Only and also another player of Buriram, and they just said, yeah, Tiger, you just 1v2, go for it. And they were already focusing on BTR at that time. They just let him take a 1v2. That's how much trust there is on their side of the team. But yeah, I was a little bit sad though for BTR. It seemed like Luxy and Zuxi has been not doing as great as you would like to see, but a little bit of a step up from BTR here. They were looking dominant, willing to take that fight versus Team Kesso. It's always good to see.
Speaking of dominant, look at LGD when it comes to Miramar. The ranking points 11 ahead of their second closest rival with S2G, eliminations as well as they're leading the board. Definitely a strong map here from the team from China. However, I think these stats would be a little bit higher if Max wasn't predicting them or having them as a team to watch in day 1.
They didn't have the first 2 days. Just ignore the first 2 days, okay?
Look, it was mainly the first day. It was the fact that the one game that day that you decided not to pick LGD is the game that they decide to destroy everyone, get control of the mountain on Miramar, and get themselves their first chicken dinner. And that's kind of what lit the spark for the team and got them to get the ball rolling over the course of the, I guess, day 2, day 3. We managed to see the back-to-back chicken dinner as well for them. So, lesson learned, Maxman. Do not pick LGD.
I'm not. I said I wasn't.
I'm just making sure, okay?
Trust me for a second, Sandstorm. Okay, it's fine.
No.
Max, I've worked with you now for like 2 years. I still don't. I don't trust you.
I don't trust myself, to be honest.
You know what people don't see off air, right, when we're watching the games is like Maxman's over there with like a cauldron making some sort of solution that he can drink to improve his curse potential. He has like one of those voodoo dolls of teams, you know, he puts the team logo on the face and starts poking it with needles to try to get them to not perform. You know, he tries to play it off like he's, you know, oh, I feel so bad, this team, I'm cursing them, but in reality, he is doing it on purpose.
I can't wait for my Instagram DMs to just explode after this. This is great. Fantastic.
Hey, at least you get messages, okay?
How many teams are not going to be allowed to predict after today? I'm not sure, man.
Look, listen, it's a thing that happens across all regions, no matter what. If you predict a team and then they get eliminated 16, 15, 14, 0 eliminations, you're going to get messages. This is just bound to happen.
You know, the funny thing though, last year, Max, is actually your curse wasn't even around. It wasn't working. We went to PMGC into the finals when we were over in Berlin with 7. Your predictions were pretty on point, to be honest.
Which I was surprised. I don't know. It's inconsistent. It depends of like my chakras, if they're aligned and everything. It depends on that. But it's good to see. Well,
let's see if your chakras have aligned and your chi gates have been opened up here as we take a look at our teams to watch for you two. Team Queso, out of both of you, respectable again. I mean, after that first match alone, I would be with you guys as well because they are on a grind here to get into top 11. But we see DRS and Influence Chemin as a difference between you two. So Influence Chemin, curious why, Sandstorm?
Because right now Buriram has tied the top 4 record for the game so far with Influence Chemin. They're constantly being challenged every single game throughout the past day and throughout today as well. So they need to step it up and they need to keep it going. So because they had the lead for day 1, day 2, and day 3. You're telling me you're gonna get to day 4 and lose the lead now? No. I think they're still gonna perform very well, and I still think that they're gonna take the lead at the end of the day.
Then why DRS for you, Maxman?
I want to see them step up right now. They've fallen on the wayside compared to BT after that chicken din on the previous game, and I think that that's going to put DRS in a pretty sticky situation, so DRS need to step up too, otherwise they might be falling behind too much. So yeah, I want to see DRS get a good game.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure's been applied now in multiple angles with other teams around them stepping up, but we'll find out if DRS can do so here as we're going to head into match 2 of the day. This is match 2, the final day here of Group Red with the Torcasters with John and Blank.
Match number 2 is about to kick off over on Miramar. Blank, you feeling cool? Or are you feeling a little bit warm and ready and toasty for the hot sands of Miramar?
I mean, I've got my coolest jumper on that I own, so you can't see all of it, but I promise you, it gets even cooler as it goes downwards. So yeah. Honestly, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling happy about the way today's progressing. I mean, we had some cool. Honestly, a great start to the day, right? Buriram with 3 players getting as far as they did. Unfortunately, getting caught out inside that compound. I think they had to leave a little bit sooner. But again, this is what I love about Buriram, is they're not afraid to take fights with teams that are in prio compounds and just be like, this is ours now. This is yours. This is ours, actually. So I'm happy with the way this has worked out. I'm happy with some of these teams. I'm happy particularly with BTR. It's been a long time coming since we've seen their rise, and again, I would like to see, you know, the Batman, the Dark Knight, you know, crawling out of the pit. All right, this is FASA type of deal. That's what I want to see here in these final games. I want to see BTR make it to the top.
I mean, I will always remember in Kuala Lumpur them riding out into the blue to like pick up frags because they were like 100 points ahead of everyone else at that stage, and they kind of guaranteed the victory, and they were just having fun with it.
That is essential. Did you see that?
That is
the way he was angling the fan there?
Yeah. That 2-degree adjustment.
That is needed for optimal performance in these games.
Yes. I mean, every little thing counts, right? I mean, when point differences come down to 2 points, that 2-degree fan adjustment could have been the difference between a frag and not, and a sweaty finger, and letting it slip away from you.
You're absolutely correct, John. Anyway, looking at the overall rankings, it is getting very spooky for some of these teams. I mean, the Infinity, extremely happy with that last game. If they didn't get the result that they did with 3rd place, it was looking nightmarish for them. But 122 points, they're 3 points ahead of 11th place, not quite on the bubble anymore. But there are 3 teams, Box Gaming, Team Queso, Mad Balls, 99, 100, and 100. All these teams gunning to get themselves out of the survival bracket. I mean, it is one hell of a day here, and all these teams do not want to be going home without getting into those further stages, but someone has to go home, John, and 5 of them will be. Again, though, it is hot. We're not getting to a point where any of these teams are confirmed out as of yet, other than, I would say, maybe R8, who've really got a tough time ahead of them if they'd like to jump up over these teams towards 12th and 11th.
Yeah, they need to outperform 5 other teams from this point onwards by kind of crazy averages. The likelihood that that happens is just, it's kind of down the drain at this point blank. It's not great. But for those teams a little bit further up, it will be a single chicken dinner that can make all the difference. And the question is, how can the other teams stand up to it? It's all about consistency at this stage for the teams already in. And you need that pop-off if you're lower down the tables.
Match 20 right now. Only 4 matches after this one. John, it's gone so quick. We're here. Wow, at the end of Group Red. Maybe we'll see some of these guys further into the future. I'm sure we will, in fact. But we will have to wait a little while longer once Group Red concludes. You know what, John? I'm going to miss these guys. I'm going to miss these guys for a little bit. But obviously, Group Green coming up next, one of the scariest lobbies. So make sure you stick around for week 2, because that should be some good fun over on that side. We'll have more action coming your way, including all the... Honestly, right, okay, I checked on the PUBG Mobile esports channel last night, and there is some real cool content being put out. So if you're missing out on some of that, surely go check that out at the same time, because everything's kicking off, including LGD versus Influence Kemin. What is going on here? This is one hell of an engagement.
I mean, sure, why not have an engagement between 2 of the top 3 teams going in right at the start of the game? Blank, LGD have had 2 players drop. Influence Kemin into flag a little bit. They've been flushed twice. Another player gets knocked. MVM looks for more challenge against Koyovsky. The rest are coming through as well as MVM playing forward guard against it. Koyovsky around the door frame, back and forth. Will not have access to Suki just yet. Maybe looking for a flush, but MVM around the door frame as the teammates get brought back into the fray. There's 3 players there.
Knock.
Finds one. There's the first knock for Koyovsky to keep them in. Spray down the alleyway, and it's not quite good. The lineup might have been there, but Influence Kemin fall, and LGD pick up 4 points. S2G shaking and crying at the club right now.
Dude, this is a hot drop from LGD on El Azhar, but Influence Kemin. What's happened? Why would they do this? Why wouldn't they do this? I mean, it's last day, LGD. They're not comfortable. S2G, 182 points behind them. Like, that's 10 points that puts between them and 4th place, and 60k? This is a very dangerous play to make versus the best team in the lobby. That is confidence, all right? LGD is just like, look, Influence Kemin, you're having a bad day, no matter how we put it. We knock your final member over on our angle. We ensure you don't get that snake play towards the end of the game. And now we're going to hot drop you in El Azhar. I am astonished by what I'm seeing.
Well, let's not only talk about the 3rd place, let's talk about 2nd place as well, because if LGD finish out with a good game, we could see what happened with BTR last game as well, right? This is obviously if LGD have a good game, and there's still a long way to go in this after the hot drop. We're 4 minutes in, and one of the best teams in the lobby has been wiped out clean, right? Yeah. That's kind of crazy. But they could absolutely put a hole in that gap, right? At the moment, it was sitting towards, what is that, 40... I want to say 49 points, but, you know, I could always be wrong. That has happened before. 49 points between these 2 teams. So if you put a 20-point gap in there, all of a sudden it becomes a little bit more possible. However, there aren't that many games left. And at this stage, a 40-point gap is most likely going to be good enough to hold off pretty much anyone.
Unless you go down in 16th place, in
True.
which case, every single point you get above this team is profit from now on. They have 0 eliminations. They're not getting to the end game. I mean, we talk a lot about at times of catching a team up, and we're always like, oh, well, you have to profit over every point that they get in each match. For LGD to get the 2nd place and secure themselves towards the top side, they have to drop an Influence Kemin. I mean, I would love to get an interview with LGD. I would love to know what's going through their mind making this play. But again, that is a confidence booster. Taking it on Influence Kemin, arguably, I want to say the best team in the lobby, but Budoran really have put on a showstopper for us. And I think they definitely deserve that title at the moment, even with them being in 1st place, right? It is incredible to watch. And LGD currently have the best results over on Miramar. I mean, they bring their Sunnies, they bring their SPF, they've got their Parasols. They're feeling comfy on this map at the moment, and they're just showing exactly how relaxed they are right now.
Very, very cool. I mean, Potion Seller Maxman's been brewing up those pots for LGD. Only the strongest potions, apparently, for Miramar to go into battle. Top 5 rate, LGD. Gonna be bumping Influence Kevin's rates down quite a bit with this game as well. Of course, Miramar, the number of Miramars played is fairly low. I think we get, what, 2 a day, right? So far, we will have seen 6 over the last 3 days. This will be the 7th map, which means that 3 of the 6 games, Influence Kevin have finished top 5. This will not be another one.
A quick replay on this one, and why not? I mean, Suki takes a dangerous shot there, but I think that damage that he was able to do onto Law before he goes down was super important, right? If you're able to get a little bit of damage before you go down, yes, it's not a refrag, but it's valuable damage done. And just a couple of shots, in fact, one shot from an M4 will do the trick. And with the fact that you're able to only shoot off maybe one of those shells every, like, half a second or so with the DBS, compared to a M4 that just shoots out 30 bullets at the speed of light, essentially, you're likely to get one of those shots off just on a glancing blow round the corner onto one of those players. Very important that Suki doesn't go down immediately. I mean, LGD are just, I don't know, man. I don't even know how to put it. That was such a cool start to our game. And I mean, in PMGC, this is where it's at. This is where these hot drops happen and where they find success. Team Queso, out inside the blue, they're trying to make their way in. They are behind 4 rivals, and LGD are moving up as well. You can see the focus coming through from Ayala right now. Look at this guy. He is just locked into the game. He is in a different world right now. He is literally on the sands of Miramar inside his mind.
I mean,
they know how important these games are to them.
You're playing on a bike on the undulations of Miramar. You do need to be focused. It's not the easiest place to navigate on the 2 wheels. Those tilts and turns can really throw you for a loop if you're not careful.
What an interesting way to end Group Red. I think it would be very tough to match the excitement that we have found here in PMGC in Group Red. You know, I was checking out Twitter, I was checking out the old Insta, and I think there are a lot of people saying that, you know, they didn't realize how much they would enjoy this new format of PMGC, but how much they are in fact enjoying it. It is just 3 mini tournaments to the death over 3 weeks. It is the best way to play out our PMGC. And there's still chances for a lot of these teams, even if you do go down in like 14th place, there's still chances in the future with last chance, with a survival stage. So it's not all over these teams as we go down. So even if your favorite team goes down in 11th place, you know you'll still see them in the future, and you know that they deserve to be still seen in the future. Alas, it is a little bit more of a tough stage to get into it. But again, this is what it's all about. You see our best teams rise towards the top, find their way towards the grand finals, and there they'll be waiting for the rest of the teams to come along and join the group.
Those south hills of Chumasera right now, prime real estate. Everybody should be looking to figure out if they can get a position there. We've seen circles like this before come down to just who could get into these hills first and get there early. MTech Storm a little bit further south. So Chumasera is entirely encompassed in this next circle blank. Teams will be moving in this way.
I love that the DRS fam as well. I mean, we love you guys for supporting your team the way that you do on these audience predictions. But I love that even some of the DRS fam are currently actually voting for LGD right now on Miramar. They're like, look, they're pretty good on Miramar.
We did just see that.
We can't deny that.
We did just see that, right? That's what they're using their eyes and then telling their brains what to do. It's fantastic to see.
Again, we love that there's so much support coming through for some of these teams, and you know the Nepali fans are always some of the most vocal and some of the most exciting fans to engage with as well. So we appreciate you guys as well supporting DRS. Unfortunately, dropping down behind BTR at the moment, though I think that they could hit some good games today potentially. I don't think they're ever out of the running, though. They're always a consistent for every single one of the engagements. I think if you look at their top 5 percentage, it's going to be pretty large for our overalls on all maps. They're an exciting team to watch. I don't think they've quite figured out their team engagements as of yet, or not exactly putting themselves in that position to go for those team engagements too many times. I think once they get that confidence on board, we'll see a real different DRS. And I think they've got a lot of time between now and getting towards that survival stage. Should they drop into the survival stage. Of course, there's still a chance for them to jump up into third place if they really play their cards right. Again, what a wonderful way to start out our PMGC with Group Red. So many exciting storylines to talk about here.
There's a lot of dynamics going on in this lobby. In the meantime, whilst we've been nattering away, Nigma Galaxy in the Southwest Hills have got a very wide spread. Titan have managed to sequester themselves over near Minas Debaye. And Buradam as well have swung around all the way to the south side. DRS a little bit slow to push in, maybe a little bit further east of Buradam. And LGD still very much out in the zone near Los Leones at this stage, and they'll have to push further through.
Difficult part of the map to play, and we've seen this area a fair few times throughout the entirety of Group Red at the moment. And shifting over towards this western side, very difficult to play. Huge valleys at the moment, and Mad Bulls have a position here where they could move up towards one of those strong compounds at the top of the mountain itself, to the north side of Valle de Mar. See if they take that one up. Buradam also have to fight through a lot of open ground at the moment. Again, it's that valley that BTR are currently stuck within towards the middle that is a little bit difficult to play within. S2G coming in from the north side, looking to make their mark during this game. Obviously, second best team here on Miramar, looking to pump up those numbers. And with 4 players, not too many early engagements for them either. They're looking set and ready to make something happen, but it looks like they will be directly in contest with BTR as Hamzy G sails past towards the compound on the lower end of the ridge.
Nigma Galaxy with 2 teams very close by. Bigatron in the meantime. In combat, 4 rivals close by on the compound. Liquid low. Voki wants to step out for it. A 4th 4 rival player comes into the fold. Bigatron do have all 4 alive, but they have 1 player playing on the opposite side of the road. Luxy as that long-range specialist. Aegon XI8 rolling up into this fight. Ghost could potentially be massive at taking down Zuxy's position. Reposition good from Zuxy as Gen Foster steps out for the flush. Ghost thinks better of going in for this engagement and actually sends back towards the rest of the team as Gen Foster falls for Bigatron on the front, but the rest of 4 rivals can't really afford to commit for this push. Luxy has such a great suppressive position to stop them from really doing too much at all.
Yeah, Zuxy's just dropping the smokes where he can to deny sightlines, allow that res to come through. But in the meantime, I8 dropped down towards this way, and this is exactly why Ghost moved back up, because Buradam spotted them leaving and then immediately sent for their compound. Fortunately, they've lost one of their players in Tiger, looking to get a bit further. That's a nice nade from Voki. Does not do the damage he was looking for, though.
Both of these fights really starting to pop off. Aegon XI8 suffering heavily against Buradam now, but they do manage to get trades when they're looking for them, squeaking it out. But there's only 1 player remaining, and it won't be quite enough. Buradam eliminated, so they won't be able to extend their lead against Influence Kemen. Not going to be too happy about that, but Bigatron now back into the fight. Zuxy pushed out, looking to get flushed by Pemburu, but it doesn't quite go through. Will have to step out again, exposed to the off angle. Luxy still looking to just try and slow things down, control this fight, and Silas weighs in as well, with the rest of S2G in tow. Looking to pepper those shots down, and Gen Foster will fall to boot. Bigatron, they've taken just a little bit too long with this fight, and they are suffering because of it.
I mean, Liquid at this point in time needs to go into full survival mode and try and pick his teammates up. Luxy trying his best to remove players. Lord stays on the top side for a little bit too long and gets knocked by a nasty one, but that's not the teams that is actually dealing you the most amount of damage. S2G takes a little bit of damage as well in the meantime. BTR have to bring their players back up to fold. Zuxy back up at full HP. Luxy's been doing a great job to hold down these sight lines, hold down the doors so there can't be any runouts coming through from 4 rivals. He has really been crucial to this engagement not going south for BTR at the moment.
Cornerstone for the squad, a linchpin, and this is exactly what you want to see, a revitalized Luxy pumping back into the lobby. Doing so much work for the team. Gen Foster enabled, but not going to be able to find the shots over towards Voki. The rest of the team moving through, but Liquid has failed as well. And Luxy again comes in with a crucial knock. He keeps everybody alive, can roll across the road as long as S2G don't take it down. Can he make the cross? Gets to safety behind the wall and into the compound. Still has to make a little tricky dash and goes down! Oh! S2G plays spoiler. And it looked so hopeful there for Bigatron to stay alive. Luxy did so much work, but that's the end of their run, and S2G curtail them. They clipped their wings, and Bigatron denied the flight.
So difficult. I mean, Luxy makes all the right plays in all the right places to make sure that BTR can maybe take the engagement for rivals. Even sends himself towards the backside of the building on the wall to deny the sightlines from S2G. But Kalsi, again, this guy is unbelievable when it comes to those sprays. MTech Storm taking a fight against the Infinity. The Infinity, remember, not safe as of yet. 122 points, Nigma Galaxy behind them, 119. But hot on their heels are all the teams down towards that bottom 5. All on around about 100 points as well. Is pretty terrifying. MTech Storm, Armin, gets himself back up to full HP with the help of his teammate. Now look to get back into the mix. Tizzy, front position here, looking over towards these players. That might be a decent nade, but doesn't find shots over towards Mela. But alright, getting involved. Takes down Logan.
That east side really starting to heat up. Tani low. Time ticking away. Can R8 move in and play on this edge side? Their tournament fairly close to being over at this stage, Blank. Still looking to take the fight. Armen goes down. Tizzy gets the shots off onto Mela. The Infinity, they're left down at 1. Just Newsy with the AUG. Certainly a powerful weapon in the right hands. But R8 still looking to spoil MTech Storm's run.
I mean, either way, this is just sucking up points from the bottom of the lobby because R8 not really going to be able to challenge too much at the moment. See how much further they can get, but denying the chance of the Infinity, doing a lot of damage over towards MTech Storm, currently at 86 points and 15th, would like to ladder up a little bit more, but R8 just spoiling a lot of chances at the moment as they move through. SK Ton does a little bit more damage, but there is return fire.
MTech Storm holding out. Only one player of theirs is now down on the floor. They're looking for more knocks and they leave one player alive for R8. Oh, hang on a minute. There's 2. Prestige is still active. Bandar on the back lines. The floor strewn with kneeling players. MTech Storm playing with 2. Tizzy crawling back and away. Bandar wants to try and stab in the back. Will be able to find one, but it is traded effectively. Chicken with the DBS now against Prestige in a 1 versus 1 to stay alive for both teams. And it's actually R8 who are able to cinch it out. 2 players there. And they will be able to get both of these reses fast and move in to the next zone. R8 take down MTech Storm.
Back up as 4 as well. Very well done. I mean, R8 ruining massively the chance of the Infinity as MTech Storm there, which opens things up a little bit for Mad Bulls. Next circle pops on our screen, down towards the valley. Horrible circle for a lot of these teams to play, and getting off this mountainside towards the west as well as down towards the southeast, going to be difficult. I8, on the other hand, going against one of the top teams, the top team of the lobby of Budodan, being able to hold that one out. They found themselves a real good chunk of land here to play around with, just across the road and on the road that heads down from Chumasera.
Titan. Using one of their players against DRS. 165 on the totals for DRS, with the elimination added on, that'll be 166. Want to try and rack up as many as they can to close that gap between that 3rd place spot. Team Queso, who have been on a mad one on the run, face off against Nigma Galaxy and are not having the best time of it at all. Scream does manage to get the heal off. Papi Potro sends back, but a knock onto Scream leaves Papi Potro all on his lonesome. Spotted out by Silas. I think that was an S2G elimination coming through there for the final one. Papi Potro falls. Team Queso, they do not convert on a brilliant game from last time.
But Mad Balls are making their way up. Skills's takes a ton of damage. Now looking to take down Nigma Galaxy, who are currently ahead of them in the rankings, 11th place on that bubble. 3 eliminations will sit them tied with the Infinity in 10th place. They've got 0 eliminations as well. Now Mad Balls would love to find a little bit more on this game. They're looking down towards S2G, across towards Nigma Galaxy, who are now leaving. They can take down this team. It opens up the doors, opens up the gates for maybe Mad Balls to send on through. The horns have been pretty blunt for the entirety of this tournament, and you're worried for them slightly. Team Queso also going down off the back of a very good match on our angle. It's so unfortunate for them. 2 Nigma Galaxy as well.
Fox trying to hold down this ridge line on their chase. But R8 have been ruining the day of everyone at the bottom of the table so far. SK-Ton and Bandar fall, but Trismate lost on the back. Should be flushed out. They're just going through all of them, you're right. Boxer trapped on the outside, DRS slowing them down from the south side. R8 peppering away from the north edge. And both of those reses are available. Prestige, sure, he's on the off angle there, but it's just Break and Soaz for Box. Can they find their way further through?
So amusing to watch R8 take down MTech Storm, take the Infinity down to one player, now even taking shots towards Box Gaming. If they're going down, all the bottom 5 teams are going down with them, it seems.
The next circle comes through, and it's in the middle, right in the middle, a big old donut circle there. R8 trying to hold on that north side.
Effect in the blue. Nightmarish spot right now for Mad Balls. They have to make their way down the hill. I mean, at this point in time, it's just a case of dropping in those vehicles and finding a spot on the roadside. But LGD will see their approach. Nick, but Galaxy and S2G also have some points of overpass here on that top side. We'll be able to look down towards them.
This is pretty brutal. 9th place, you go down here, not many points at all. A lot of risky situations being brought to bear. 7 eliminations for R8. I mean, we have seen some good games from them in the past, but they have not been able to stay consistent at all. SK-Ton should have hit those shots as well and got that knockover onto DRS, but wasn't quite able to land that there.
Mad Bulls did send their way down the hillside. They've got 2 players still up top though, watching on oversight. S2G looking to take down these final members from Enigma Galaxy. You can see the rest of the Mad Bulls players inside the tree line. Not a bad position to play at the moment. Freak, though, finds a shot down towards I8. In the meantime, LGD are creeping up towards I8's spot underneath them. And R8 still taking it to the guys from Box Gaming, who are having a horrible time.
And why not? Box Gaming do finally go down, and R8 pick up more elimination points at this stage, up to 70 total. GT up to 5 eliminations as they start to ring the valley with bullets. Infinity also looking out to Enigma Galaxy with their last player, Nuzi, taking shots over towards Freak, finds 1 and 2 of them on their descent, just Lord remaining. And Nuzi nearly gets the whole banana, but instead it's S2G who are able to claim the bunch.
Now just Mad Balls alive towards that bottom bracket, other than R8, of course, who are having a really good game so far. They did lose Monkey as LGD were able to spot him on his rotate down in the vehicle. It was the only option they had available to them. Skillsers behind the tree. I8 has oversight towards it, does get away. They're on the barest edge at the moment. A great position for I8 in this game. Again, 1 back towards them from their engagement between them and Buradam. Again, it doesn't always work out in their favor, but that's Hamty G taking down UZM. He's in a bad spot as well. Could get flushed here.
Certainly could. At the moment, Acorn XIA on the tables, they're in a fairly safe position. Unlikely that they drop all the way down to the elimination bracket, and unlikely that they're able to strike out towards the top. So it is just about keeping on going and staying fairly consistent. Not too much to worry about for them, but for Mad Bulls, the teams they're fighting off against, it is so much harder. S2G, they really want to catch LGD after that last game, and will be putting in the work to do it, but LGD have their shift on as well. After their hot drop onto Influence Kevin, they've been able to stay alive. 5 eliminations now, but they have to get a little bit closer to the center.
For S2G, they've got a great spot right now. Oversight over towards Mad Bulls, who are most likely the next to go down within this circle. It's going to be incredibly hard for them to get across the fields, and with that, S2G sent the player across to try and get the sideswipe onto them with Silas. For Mad Bulls, top 4 would be ideal at this point in time. You need those points, ideally. DRS takes shots, Giante goes down. And for Mad Bulls, time is not on their side. With 15 seconds, they will have to move. The circling closes on them, and S2G have clear sights towards their side of the map.
ID7 just popping where he can. LGD chiming in onto the Mad Bulls, cutting 1 down and getting flushes as well, adding to those points totals. but they'll have to move further. Mad Bull spotted. MCG. He knows this player's looking for it. Excellent headshot coming through from Hamzy. Whips Zerich back. And leaves the Mad Bulls at 1. Even if they go for that res, it's going to be really, really dangerous. LGD playing on this ridge side. Just need to squeak further forwards if they can. Effect spotted. You've got to imagine he doesn't last too long. That comes from Hamzy to pick it up. 7 eliminations for S2G, 6 for LGD. This is really, really close for that top bubble.
I mean, R8 are even finding points here in this game. 8 eliminations with 3 still alive in a fairly decent spot for themselves. Mad Bull's going down in 6th place. Not ideal for them, but better than nothing with a lot of teams around that area of the bracket going down before them. It will at least be a somewhat of a net positive on their side. But again, top 5 is where the points really start to raise upwards, and going down in 6th, it's not good for them. DRS falling to I8. Continuing to hold on to this position with 4 limits now found for DRS, but I8 up to 7.
Some real sweeps coming on through here. We've had high counts from LGD, from S2G, and now from Aegon R8. Aegon I8 and R8, in fact. Everybody on high elimination counts left in this final circle. Everyone's got that bolstered confidence that can come from getting those streaks into the game. S2G, though, the only team with 4.
LGD currently in a really good spot, honestly, for themselves. Yes, the circle moves away from them, but a lot of these teams are going to have to come down from the high ground, and LGD will just be waiting for them to take shots. It will all rely on how quickly LGD can find these shots towards them. But Chunxi makes a terrible mistake, trying to get onto the high ground, out of the way of the circle, and now Suki, as well as MVM, have to battle against these 2 players from S2G who have ideal positions to take them down.
S2G have a really solid 2-2 split. They've got sights onto both positions here. Silas and Hamzy is such a brutal spot for them, and look at this sight line that Kelsey's able to exert. Along with Ray Z over on this hillside. There is no way that people can move without S2G knowing about it. The question is, where does the circle go next?
Rest of S2G coming back to try and support. There's some S2G over towards LGD's spot on that side. I8 shots over towards R8. This where it ends for R8. Prestige down. ID7 taking a lot of damage, suffering heavily.
There is a crossfire there coming through from SK Tom, but it is swept aside. However, damage was done, and R8 pick up another point. 10 elims, 4th place. Some of the best performance we've seen so far from the squad, but we're back on board with S2G and LGD. The battle for the 3rd place spot, blank, both teams alive deep into this circle. LGD, after hot dropping influence came in early on with 2 players alive, and now Aegon I8 looking to take shots out that way as well. 11 eliminations for the squad. And down the hill, the bullets will fall. Hamzy takes LGD out of the mix, leaves them as a 4 versus 2. The final circle yet to close.
We'll start moving in on them. Kelsey, it's going to be difficult for him to get back up without exposing his position to I8, so more than likely this will be a 3v4 unless Kelsey can make something magical happen. Spotting the positions where it's likely for R8 to be, taking those shots, pre-firing inwards. Shots come out, but that's Hamzy G moving up the coast side on this ridge, finds wood, looks for one more in Blade, and he's terrified. He's shaking.
Those boots are all a quiver. Blade will not be able to find even the one. S2G control Miramar perfectly. What a way to strike out for the top of the tables. Unfortunately for them, LGD stayed alive very, very late. Got a high elimination count as well. So that gap, I think it was 10 points at the start of the game, will be difficult to close. It might have been shrunk though, and it's all to play for moving into the last 4 games of this group stage. Group Red really up for grabs for those finals qualification spots.
There's nothing that's off the tables right now for any of these teams. They can get the points to do it, they'll make it happen. R8 even struggling, writhing as much as they can at the bottom of the leaderboard, looking to pump their points upwards. With 10 elims on that game, it was a decent one. Now puts them in a position alongside a lot of the front runners in the bottom of that pack, looking to ladder up over the guys above them. I mean, the Infinity not finding too many points. Enigma Galaxy also not finding too many points. A lost opportunity again, though, for Mad Bulls in 6th place on that game. a tough crossing for them heading down towards the bottom of that valley, and it was always going to be that way. S2G just found the outside track onto it, but they controlled that early game extremely well, so you cannot say they did not deserve that chicken dinner that came through. LGD, though, consistently towards the top of the tables, regardless of where they are in Miramar. And this team just makes smart rotations again and again. And I think a lot of the audience at home are starting to realize this as well, is that, you know, LGD don't really put a foot wrong, even when it's a case of like they're not in the best spot to move through. I think they went down towards that southeast side, still managed to get back up to a good position jump.
Lacking the power to get over the line on this occasion. S2G take the cake this time around with a crucial chicken dinner.
Big win here for S2G as well. They were trying to keep in the running. They might have actually passed into top 3, but we'll find that out in a little bit of time. Max, quickly talk to us about STG, but to be honest, there's a lot of teams we need to talk about here. I8, R8, DRS, even Mad Bulls in there. It's a lot to discuss.
This game is going to have a pretty big repercussion on what's going to be happening in the overall rankings, but one word to describe what S2G have been doing this game, DMRs. Mini 14, SLRs, they're playing with the AMR too. I think Kelsey had the AMR during that game, just insanely good shots. And that is the thing, with these positions happening in the late game, with those big high ground, those valley positions, if you have some mid to long range artillery to play with, which is what S2G were doing, you peek your head, you're done. So really the awareness of S2G that game and that 2-2 split, especially at the end, was fantastic to take full control of that game.
The thing was that the way the game started off with Influence Chemin going down right off the bat to LGD, it kind of opened up the floodgates for quite a few different teams. The downside, though, is Buriram United, they also went out kind of early, so that kind of gap they could have built up or caught up to against Influence Chemin went out the window. But there's a lot of gaps being pressured by so many different teams here in that last match because of early teams going down and because of teams surviving towards the late stage. R8 Sandstorm, we gotta talk about them. I mean, you've been a big proponent for them since day one. They get themselves, was a first top 4 finish?
Yes, that's basically their first something. Listen, they got themselves their first top 4. I mean, to be honest, it might be a little bit too late. But hey, top 4, 10 eliminations towards the end, very, very helpful. But like you said, Jason, overall leaderboard, Buriram, Influence Chemin, nothing changes there. But now there's 1 point. There's 1 point between LGD and S2G. They closed that gap with that winner chicken dinner and the eliminations they secured. And now they're 107 elims as well.
And we know about this for S2G. They are a team all about momentum. They get themselves a win and they can follow it up potentially with another win, some podium finishes. S2G, if they can keep this going, LGD is not going to be looking too comfortable in that top 3, Jason. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the wire here for most teams, to be honest. But let's take a look here at 11th, 12th place. You see Mad Bulls Box all tied up at 104 apiece, but the Infinity at 124, Enigma Galaxy at 125, and 4 Rivals at 127. All it takes is 1 chicken dinner for any team in 12th or 14th place, and they should be able to catch up to any of those teams. It is scary.
It's so close right now, Sandstorm. 4 games still left to see how these teams are going to be able to perform. I have no idea, because we saw some teams get some great results and unfortunately not being able to follow it up. I don't know who's going to make it to survival stage right now. It's just so close between all those bottom teams.
I love the fact that basically right now we have 3 different battles going on. We have the battle for first between Buriram and Influence Chemin. You have the battle for third between LGD and S2G. And you also have the battle just to survive and stay in the PMGC. There are so many things to cover throughout the rest of the day. And we only have those 4 games, those last 4 chances. It is going to be an incredibly spicy day, to be honest. And I can't wait to see what happens in the next game.
It's going to be spicy, but you guys have to wait a little bit longer until we get into our next match. We're going to head to a short break and come back with match number 3. Well, welcome back, everyone. As the break was short indeed, like I said, and we're about to get into our third match of the day, which is Maxman's favorite battleground, Sen.
Yeah.
To be fair, Maxman, before you give me a big, I am enjoying the way Sandhawk is going right now with the changes to the blue zone and seeing teams not be able to just heal off and have one team waiting for the game to end. I'm actually a big fan of it. It's actually has improved the quality, I think, of the competitiveness quite a bit. You guys at home, make sure you guys are following us over on social medias, not only just ourselves, which is always appreciated, but also PUBG Mobile Esports. You can see all the channels there below. Make sure you're following on every single platform. And as Blink was saying before, you guys make sure to check out the YouTube channel as well, releasing some good content here related around PMGC. Maxman, Sandhawk coming up next year for these teams. Not one of your teams to watch, but if you had a fourth slot, who would be your team to watch?
I think my fourth slot would always be LGD to some extent, because I don't want to break them directly right now. I mean, they're not picked. Technically speaking, they're not picked right now, but if I had a fourth slot, potentially, I'm not sure. I think, yeah, LGD would have to be the one I'd go to all the time, but they're feeling a little bit overconfident from time to time, so it's a little bit of an issue for them.
I think I would give my fourth spot, actually, it would actually even be my fourth spot.
You don't have a
first spot to Sony for the Sony Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream, made in collaboration with professional esports players. The Xperia Stream, you can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz here with a total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. See, Max, I can't believe you didn't have them as your fourth pick, but I can understand because they would be your first pick, right?
Yeah, exactly. If I have to pick some teams, but if they allowed me, I would do it. I would do it. Easy.
Would you? Okay.
Yes.
Good to know. All right, well, we're going to take... well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We can see here our drop locations for these teams. And yeah, we got to see finally like a northwestern circle yesterday, or northwestern island, which was kind of nice. But obviously the high ground played a big portion of it too. I'm actually curious, Sandstorm, if you would see a zone focused somewhere around this this map, where would you want to see it actually?
I would love to have like every single one of the islands available, but to be honest, I want to see a trifecta, and I don't think we haven't seen that yet. But you know what I also want to see? I want to see R8 not hot dropping in Paradise Resort.
They're gonna do it.
Last day. It's the last time. It's the last day. You can't do it. Just say,
I mean,
don't do it.
You can. You should.
You can, but you really should. You really should.
Horrible, especially after SG get himself a win. Like you don't want to deal with an SG just looking hot right now on today's matches, so you don't want to deal with it. The thing is, there's so many cool drops that are still available on Sanhok, and I don't think it's necessary. I mean, SG, look at them, one of the top 3 best performers on the map. Do you really want to mingle with them right now? Unfortunately, I would say you don't want to, but yes, you would.
Yeah, I mean, I think if R8 want to break through, you know, the top 11, they got to make some big plays, and one big play is to challenge one of the big teams. Makes sense? Not really.
I mean, it's what LGD did with Influence Chairman, hot dropping them there, just getting the prelims early on. So I mean,
that one makes a little bit more sense because they're all fighting at the top, right? Fighting S2G, that's currently in 4th position, 3rd position, and R8 that's towards the bottom position. No, if you want a hot drop a team, it has to be, you know, your Infinity, your Nigma, Box, Team Kesso, Madballs, one of those teams. Right. But stop taking the fight in Paradise Resort. The thing is, I say that, I still think they're going to go for the drop, knowing them. They're never going to give it up, but I can still dream. I hope they won't drop that.
I mean, the fact is for R8, right, they need to get through into the late game if they want to have a chance. They did it in the last match. They need to continue to do so if they want to even be able to potentially close this gap that they need to break through top 11. But if they made a run for it today, it would be phenomenal. Let's take a look here at your teams to watch. Okay, so MTech yet again here for you, Maxman. Box, 4 rivals. All right, kind of understandable. I mean, Sandstorm's going, I guess, more to higher echelons of the leaderboards, with Influence Chairman wanting them to win first place, obviously. No bias at all, right, Sandstorm?
No, look, listen, I predicted them. They're doing so well, so now I want them to just get that first place, so the prediction is just, it's 100% accurate. I did call and say that they're going to demolish all the competition. They're going to get first place, and they're going to destroy Group Red. They've done it over the course of 3 days. Please don't trip on the final day.
Well, I mean, they did lose first place a couple times.
Yeah, but they still got it. I mean, now they don't have it, but what matters is not how you start, but how you finish in these tournaments.
That is true. That is true. Let's talk about your picks really quickly, Max. 4 rivals, Box, MTech as well. Like, these teams are trying to get through into, well, basically our top 11, or trying to hold on to position top 11. Is that why you went for them?
Pretty much, yeah. They're all fighting for that top 11 position right now. They're all on that cusp, and we saw for Rivals having that up and down tendencies. I would like them to find some consistency eventually. And MTech, I mean, South Korea, you mentioned it, I think it was yesterday also, Jason, a really strong region, especially when you see Damwon being such a good team. And they've been able to play really well against Damwon, and it's not been able to be replicated in PMGC. Of course, that's really hard to do, but I had high expectations for MTech. It's not been met so far in this tournament, but they can pull an R8, maybe get a good performance here. There's still a chance, but it's starting to get to the point where it might just be too late for them.
Yeah, it's getting tough because I feel like if you're one of these teams, right, trying to get into the bubble, who are on the bubble, you just know you can't go out early. So you're trying to play extra safe. Maybe it impacts the way you're playing. Well, we'll see how it's going to work out, though, for all of these teams here that we're watching. So we're going to head over to our casters to jump into Sandhawk with John and Blank once again.
Over to Sandhawk. Time is running short, Blank. And it's only going to get shorter from here on out. It is so close. That 1 point bubble at the top. It's crazy.
Dude, I am astonished by, again, how this tournament is turning out. There has been some crazy things happening throughout this whole thing. And you know what? We've only got one man to thank for this, and that is Steven over at the production studio, because he did some great draws on these groups. I mean, I know it was maybe random, but I feel like it was the magic touch there that created these magical groups, which are providing some massive performance in terms of, you know, that tightness of the groups, the competitive nature of a lot of these positions around on the bubbles. This is the perfect point scoring that we could have hoped for at the end of day 4. I am really excited to see how this one turns out, but again, we still have 4 matches to go. And before we get into them, take a quick look at the players. Obviously, S2G very happy after that last match. John, the rest of the team's looking for some more points here. BTR with an unfortunate exit on that last game. Could have been so much better for them. And again, it looked really good the way they took that engagement in the first place.
I mean, Luxy really, really worked hard in that engagement as well. Did quite a lot for the roster. It was just so unfortunate that he got picked off on the final part of that run as well. If he'd have got in the door frame there, that was the entire team back to their feet, and they could have played on and maybe even taken down S2G, who knows, but they will not be given that opportunity because S2G, they were just too quick with it.
S2G, like I said, John, just too quick with it. I mean, they were in position at the right time, at the right place, and I think for LGD, it's just a missed beat because they were too far out of the zone in the first place coming down from El Azahar. Again, it is a changed rotational spot for them. But again, even so, they're able to find their way into a cheeky little corner, in which case they're able to score themselves some big points. But over to Sandhawk, sorry, we go. In which case we're getting our plane path over the north side of the map from Camp Bravo up towards Hatin. Yet to see a Northwest Island proper finish, I would say. Obviously, Mad Bulls, as well as the guys from, I think it was Team Queso, took that one out on that side, but that was more over towards the eastern edge, just the south side of Hatin. I want to see a mountain finish, John. I want to see all these teams trying to run up that hill, find themselves in a position at the top side. That is always exciting to me. But again, with only 4 Sandhawks, you only get so many chances.
Not too many. This will be the last Sandhawk of the set. Match 21. The door is closing. There's no windows opening for a couple of these teams. R8, I mean, they're close to MTech Storm now, and maybe there's a chance, but it's still a massive, massive gap. 44 points between them and 11th place Bubble over 4 games. To profit that much is really, really difficult. They might be able to ladder up once or twice, but I just don't see it happening for R8. Even for MTech Storm, I think it might just be a little bit too late. You said you wanted to see them ramp up later into the group stage. They haven't, Blank. They haven't had the same sort of impact that LGD did, and they haven't had that change.
No, unfortunately not. I think there was definitely a chance for them. Again, for a lot of these teams at the moment, I think they are where they are meant to be, right? And that's the main thing. R8 makes a separate drop spot. Instead of dropping on top of S2G and losing all those points immediately, they try drop down towards Painan, and Effect finds one of them, which is another point towards the Mad Bulls run out from that elimination bracket. I mean, you're not running into easy waters either. Back in towards the Brambles. as you head towards the survival stage, but it's better than being out of the entire running. Effect has a nade, looks to throw it over towards ID7.
It's going to be on the outside of the wall already. He's running around like a madman, but it seems to be working against Effect here, giving them a difficult decision to make. Has been able to get a level 1 helmet, doesn't have body armor though, and for ID7 that could be very, very crucial. The nade finds damage, but nothing really more than that at the moment. Does cross back over, has a Molotov in hand for Effect as well, if they want to go for it. The rest of Mad Bulls looking to come over the hillside. They know he's on this wall, and as soon as they peek, yeah, that should be curtains. Zerich will be able to find that. And the spray is there. Actually, hang on a minute, it was Monkey coming on through. Nice response from Mad Bulls. They knew that, you know, he probably could have taken that fight with ID7 from the inside, but you know what? Just wait, play calm, stay as 4, because that is the most important thing for the 12th place team with 20 points of gap to make up.
I mean, for Mad Bulls, I mean, that's happy to getting 2 of those eliminations, though. Gives their totals a bit more of a bump. Like you said, John, it is difficult for them to pass over the Infinity. They would need a chicken dinner to profit, right? That would be the main thing. But Tiger moves in, takes down 1 from DRS. Not a good start for them. This is down towards the southeast side, and it's only Tiger by himself. Has a med kit, probably the perfect medical supply for him to get him back into the fight, back in towards the engagement. The information will have been passed back that he's at least low, right? But with that medkit, it gets him back moving and on target.
I feel like medkits are the sort of thing that I always find I've got 2 of right towards the end of games if I make it to those final circles. I don't really use them early, and I feel like that's probably where they're the most useful, is, as you say, in that scenario where you're on those drops, you just instantly get back to full HP. A first aid is so much more powerful later because, of course, it's less time to get that off. And those stims can keep you going whilst you're watching out with those sightlines because you're completely out of action whilst you're healing. So good to invest them early. Won't be needing to save it for later. And keeps them very much alive for Buradam to try and hold on to the top spot.
Right then, John. Having a look at Sandhawk at the moment. For a lot of these teams, S2G was able to find themselves a good position up towards the north side of Painan. Titans have a good chance here. Enigma Galaxy looking for a higher placing position in this map as well. They've gone down quite frequently in a low spot. But for Mad Bulls, there was a position over towards their western side that they refused to take up for a very, very long time, which ended up being the game-winning spot. And I think that for them, moving out nice and early towards the center makes sense. I think hanging around in Painan for too long, looting for too long, it's what came back to bite them. Again, S2G very, very close to them at the moment. Silas rolling through. Mad Bulls can find at least one of these picks onto the members from S2G. Will make their life a lot easier in the late game with them being a much less fearsome squad at 3. Again, this is a massive game required for Mad Bulls. 104 behind the 124 of the Infinity. They need a big match here. This is the 3rd match of the day. We're heading towards the close right now. You know, if they don't get a big one here, it might be too little too late. Again, Box in a similar position, looking for a lot of points, but their recent performances over the past couple of days just haven't felt like they've been getting back into the game. The pressure perhaps getting to them a little bit too much.
Team Queso on the front crawl. Going for a little swim, avoiding that bridge, and it is very congested right now. Probably right to avoid the area. They're worried about those cliff faces as well, skimming just below the surface. Only coming out for a little bit of air when they need to. S2G, looks like they've been spotted off by Mad Bulls on the southwest of Painan. Compound that crosses the road. Currently only Silas there, hiding under the legs.
Which is information gathered. It looks like Mad Bulls have taken that western position. Finally, an early rotate is made as soon as they see the circle come their way. Far too many times, Mad Bulls have been given an opportunity, refused to take it. And in a lot of other matches, they've been outside of the circle for a long, long time, have to move in. But this is one of those games that they've been given a few times, but haven't been able to capitalize on that positioning. This may be the game to make it happen. Titans as well, though, have had some good matches over on Sandhawk before. Slipped down the rankings quite a bit, though, from their first day performance, where it was all smiles all day long for that team. A little less so now. Again, though, I think it's very difficult to wipe the smile off of Axe's face. That guy is a happy man. Probably one of the few PUBG Mobile players that I know that if I saw him, he'd drop me a smile, even though he probably didn't know who the hell I was.
That's right, he'd give you a little contra wave as well.
Yeah.
Saying hi. Just keeping it cheeky. You like it, you like it. And at the moment, there is basically two teams that I would say are just very, very safe and not really looking for too much more, other than maybe to ladder up once or twice, and that is Aegon I8 and Titan, right? These two teams currently not in danger of dropping down, really, not in a position to try and leapfrog up, so they should be chilling right now. Not fully. They should still be trying to gather up these eliminations, try to keep their skills sharp, try to find those edges and align them into the blade that they can be for later stages, because they will need them when they're in the survival.
Box Gaming. Equal points to Mad Bulls, have rolled up towards Painan. Mad Bulls reassess the scenario, move back towards Painan to try and stop any of these crossings coming through. Currently are surrounding the guys from Box. In the meantime, we're watching S2G versus Enigma Galaxy. There's that first knock coming through from Monkey, from Mad Bulls. An important pick-off for them. If they can take down the rest of Box, they'll have a much better time. And Trismay going down too. This is a great beginning for the Mad Bulls on that side of Painan, holding this one out effectively, giving them much more space to play. I8 is off in the distance, though, on that northern side, as are four rivals, so more teams to push through, but already a good start for Mad Bulls in this game. Enigma Galaxy, though, taking a fair amount of shots on their side.
Yeah, they've lost one, but they have traded off. S2G have a player down at the moment. On board with Mad Bulls and Box. Two players remain from Box Gaming. Soaz and Break on the inside. And the Mad Bulls, they've been investing quite a lot in staying alive as four. You can see they're playing off one another, but Zerich goes down and Break fades very effectively there. Low HP, well, not low HP, did take a little bit, but we'll be able to stim that one back up. Soaz is there as well, still looking fairly healthy. And Box very much have the opportunity to stay alive if they play their cards right. Monkey dropped out on the back, on the swivel, needs to line this up, needs to get the shots on the break.
Three!
The gun swap is there! Breaker's found three and torn the Mad Bulls apart! This is disaster on the strikeout. It looked so coordinated and healthy for Mad Bulls, but they are emaciated now, down to skills. And just the one player stands between them and potential disaster to strike. Soaz wants to move through, will be able to flush Monkey, pick up those points where you can. 4 points on the cards already for Mad Bulls, but Box Gaming with 2, looking to ruin it. Effect now the last player who can get rezzed, but that should fall fairly soon. Soaz, half HP, backs up to a door frame. Skillsless takes the challenge instead with Break. Around the side, that's your teammate crawling away. Break's right there on the door frame. You don't have the bullets to be spraying like that against 2. Unfortunately, Skillsless taken low, takes a tag, sprays through the door, and the Mad Bulls taken down in a disastrous turn of events.
What should have been easy becomes very, very hard, and Break with 396 damage done there brings Box back into the fold with just 2 players. 4 limbs coming through from Mad Bulls, but it's not enough right now. They needed more, and from a position that was so good for them, they could have moved out from this spot up towards that northern side. R8 even outlasts them with Bandar in that compound towards the north. How could they let this game slip? And that is something that's going to remain with them for a very, very long time if they drop out of PMGC in the next 3 matches.
What a play from Break, though. Taking on 3 players from the Mad Bulls single-handedly. That wasn't even an assist from a teammate. That was all Break, all day. Full credit to the guy. Absolutely insane for Box Gaming to keep them alive in this tournament on their race as well for those top spots. Or, well, not for the top spots, for the survival spots. S2G on the south side of Ruins now, trying to take care of Titans. At the moment, Titan are just falling away. They're falling back. They don't want this fight. They don't want this engage. They're just going to try and get over to the central area of Ruins.
Titan,
oh dear.
6. Goodness me. Takes a lot of shots, and there's absolutely no room for mistakes here from Titans. There's no cover whatsoever, and Puncher just has to move backwards and forwards. Six did get a med off, but that was about it. Hamzy G, though, comes in. This guy is fearsome.
Can Enigma Galaxy crash onto the back of this and really ruin S2G, though, here? Look at the position they managed to take. All of those arrows just starting to poke in on about the bottom right side of that mini-map. You can see Enigma Galaxy moving across this hill, wanting to solidify their spot in the survival bracket. And S2G, conversely, looking to try and sweep LGD out of those top spots. Currently, LGD sat on the western side as Titan do get eliminated there. It was bold to go for the crossing. There's really no cover, and you know how close S2G are. They will fall for it. Oh, Silas, though, gets rattled. Hamodi's on the ball.
Enigma Galaxy looks for another one. S2G have to drop down. I mean, for Box Gaming at the moment, all they can really do to pray with the two players they currently have left is to get a high placing and hope that the Infinity goes out early, Enigma Galaxy goes out early. As they move up, the Infinity in a really safe position over on that northern side. We've got Tunny, Logan, Mela on that northwest island, unlikely to go out soon. So S2G, maybe the ones to help out Box Gaming here. Enigma Galaxy have a really good hold on this one, but Hamzy G, once again, this guy is disgustingly good. Throughout this entire tournament, he has just been golden for the team.
Such an amazing asset for them. Now S2G on that southwest side, fighting to get that PMGC direct spot. But that is a shift and a half. It looked so unlikely that it was going to go up to this confluence, Blank, but Influence Kemen find themselves in a really, really solid spot. That hill to the southwest might be a little bit stronger once everybody's in, but getting there and holding it out from everyone crunching would be very, very difficult. So I like Influence Kemen in this compound.
I mean, they hold so much space. I think they're very aware that there might be teams up towards that northern side. LGD crossing slowly but surely. Again, this team focused on the macro play. When we saw their head-to-head between them and S2G, sure, they don't get a lot of damage on their games, but when they do get eliminations, they are very important. A lot of times you will just see S2G battling, brawling out for position, but maybe they don't need it. This is what comes of it, though, as the team is in front of you. Finds the shots. Now Hamzy G has to look for something. Has an aid in hand, sends it over towards Reyes' position. Will back it off, but it's perfectly on target. Like you said, John, an asset and a half. In the meantime, Enigma Galaxy have gone down. With 126 points found on the game with the nation that they had. Papi Potro also out now. Hamzy G falls, but he's already done quite a lot of damage over towards Team K, so most likely will be able to be picked back up again with Papi Potro playing that off angle. Fortunately, they found some damage over towards him. Brazy being that final member of the team.
Oh, LGD pretty happy that S2G are getting cut apart like this. As it stands, S2G would be up in third. You can see that on the right-hand side of your screen with the 5 eliminations they've got right now. It's all on Razy to survive, but LGD, they've been quiet up until now, up until this point. But it might be time for them to start to light the fires and signal for aid. His overall standings. Uh-oh.
Goodness me.
Danger.
Butterdam goes down. In fact, one of the players, I think it was Tiger, taking down Mine MP with an explosion on the vehicle, but I think that was mainly assisted by players from Box. Able to pick up 6 eliminations now over towards Butterdam, right in the center of the circle. Doing a good job to start laddering up just a little bit. When Enigma Galaxy going down, that's a team that you can look to jump over the top of, up to 110 points now. 18 points behind Enigma Galaxy. It will take more matches, though. Unlikely they'll find themselves a high placing with only the 2 players they have left remaining. Most teams staying on the edges at the moment, John.
That centers up towards Influence Kemen's compound yet again. Box holding the top of that hill that's so strong southwest of this position. The Infinity going to have to cross the river now. And that is going to be so difficult. With LGD playing on that coastline, with Influence Kemen on that northern side with 2 of their players, it's going to be a hard run to make. S2G with just Razy left. I don't think you're going to make it too much longer. Those bandages won't sustain you, unfortunately. It is not ideal in the slightest. Goes down to the zone. And S2G will paint the marker on the floor for LGD to step back into the top 3 spots. At the moment, though, they haven't been super loud, finally finding their first elim, but losing one of their own in the process. YZ does fall. Team Queso want to put nades back their way, and the crunch is on. Can Box slow them down as well?
I mean, it's unlikely that Screams is going to be able to heal this one out. Might just get the first aid kit out in time, but no. LGD moves forward. This is a fight they certainly had to take versus Team Queso. And a fight that Team Queso desperately did not want. Remember, about 10 teams remaining. Going out now would not afford you many points at all. But a quick one from the Infinity across the way. On to Chung Si. He is down now. 2 players for LGD remaining. Similarly, Team Queso in a very, very same spot to them. 5 eliminations on their side. Looking to rank up just a little bit more. 2 players remaining for them, though.
Godtani has the sightline over towards MVM, takes about half his HP bar away. Suki, the backstop at the moment for LGD on their duo. Team Queso open up into the fields, and Box actually pick up a whole host of those eliminations. Team Queso fall, and the Infinity are helping against LGD. Somehow the Infinity managed to make this crossing when everybody else was looking their way a little bit earlier. They played perfectly on the timing. LGD cut apart. And that means that they will not jump back up into 3rd after this game. That bubble is still close. And Box, as you're right, they're coming up really massive after their engagement with Mad Balls. They're up to 10 eliminations now, Blank.
On the 2 players as well. Remember, most of those eliminations came off the back of these 2 players, Break and Soaz, having the game of their life, and a much-needed one. Enigma Galaxy now out, though. There's a target for them to run towards, and with 10 eliminations and a potentially very good game here. Life's good. The Infinity, though, not out as of yet. Should be able to ladder up just a little bit, but 0 eliminations. They've not had much time in this game. Another shot down towards I8. Not able to pick up that elimination, though, so we'll add to their tally. But it looks like Box might be able to pull themselves out of a very difficult situation at the bottom of the bracket for so long. We were talking to them at the beginning of the day, and they said they were looking to improve.
This is certainly how you do it. Influence Kemen, they've been biding their time. 4 eliminations now. Wanting to take that title back from Buriram. Trade it back over on the Sandhawk. That's 6 eliminations for Soaz. Break will be on the other 4, I'm sure.
He's been doing some sick work during this game. I think for Influence Kemen, they realise that they've been given a chance here, and taking too many fights is not ideal for them. If they can remain in this highly, highly good spot over towards the northern side of the circle, take shots towards Tar Armand, over towards 4 rivals, they could quite easily secure themselves the victory here, and they need it to ladder up over the top side of Buriram. We've had some very unfortunate games so far.
Mela for the Infinity will fall, and that sets a lower threshold, I believe. I mean, that is one of the bubble teams. Box staying alive, even deeper in. Soaz has now drawn the ire of Influence Kemen, though. That is a dangerous place to be. The circle moves away, and this is so tough.
Banda?
He's still alive? Hang on a minute. All right. They've managed to get up into 4th place. Blank, okay. They don't have any eliminations, but they move Break out of the way. Only Soaz now left standing for Box. There's no way he can get the res at this stage, with the blue zone already on top. How is Bandar staying alive? I've no idea. 4 rivals, though, trying to cross the river, get through. Hui and Appy both down. Kaburu and Voki, the duo that remain. Voki might be able to spot Bandar here, if they're lucky. Federal moving in, and you've got to think this is Influence Kemen win. But who's going to be able to squeak out towards that 2nd place? Get a whole load more placement points, because right now, Bandar's worked miracles for RA.
I mean, for Soaz, going down in 4th place would not be ideal. With the elimination count that he's been able to find, it's great, but outside, in the blue, you have to push out behind this rock. Voki unwilling to move forward. Pemburu and Appy in the water currently. The circle closes. Now Soaz has to make his move. Double knock over towards 4 rivals. Only Voki left alive. 3 solos. Bandar tries to move out, does go down. And with that, it's instantaneous. Influence came in, taking the match and the chicken dinner. That should see them ahead of Buriram.
They took a strong compound on that confluence of the rivers, and they leveraged those sightlines. The circles did shift out their way. Everybody had to move to them, but they will take that. Buriram bumped off the top spot from that performance.
Box Gaming, though, what an unreal result. Again, everything happened so fast there, so we don't even know if he was able to take that second place, but I think that he may just have grabbed second place for himself as he went down in the blue zone. But again, it was so fast-paced. We'll have to wait until we head towards the desk to realize exactly what points he'll to pick up. But 12 points on 11 eliminations, a 23-point game there on 104. I think he might just be even or ahead and into the survival stage with that one off the back of basically just break. Again, though, an opportunity missed from Mad Bulls every single time. They go to pull the drawstring back on the bow. The arrow just flings off towards the wrong side, never hitting on target, straight in towards the hay bales. You got to feel sorry for this team at this point in time, but also, does it feel somewhat deserved that they're down here? Yes, they're not playing to the highest level that we know they can, making some basic mistakes that usually they just wouldn't be going for. But again, I think maybe less basic mistakes and more just break playing out of his mind.
R8 is what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
Bandar, from a minute and 20 seconds into the game, laddered all the way up into 4th place, but Influence Kevin put a stop to all that nonsense and took the chicken dinner.
You know what? I don't need to say anything. Go ahead, Sandstorm.
I called it! I literally called it! You asked me, what zone do I want to see? It was Trifecta. Which team got the dub? It was Influence Chemin. They steal the lead again from Buriram Esports with them being eliminated. That's all I want. Look, listen, it was just absolutely insane. They controlled the zone, or they controlled the Trifecta area from about phase 3. And from there, the zone just kept on shifting towards them. They just kept waiting for the right time and managed to get an insane amount of eliminations as well. That makes me a very happy Jack.
Okay.
Box,
You know what?
no, Max, no.
Yeah.
No talking, Max, because Box Gaming, 19 points. We had Mad Bulls only get 4. Those two teams were tied going into this one. We had 4 rivals get themselves 18. R8 gets themselves another 11, though I don't know if that's to put them ever within range. And Infinity getting 6, Queso getting 6. There's a lot of other stories outside of Influence Shaman obviously taking the victory and taking that first place. But it's getting really close towards like the bottom of the table, towards that bubble here for quite a few teams.
Yeah, that race for the survival stage is extremely close. A lot of teams have been able to put that final itched effort here in this final day to actually potentially make it in top 11. It's great to see, but looking at Box, they needed a great performance. Break was on point this game, Jason. He popped off so hard in those fights.
Yeah, and that's what they need. I mean, the thing is, this is the perfect time for to have someone usually pop off. It was Tisme, right? It was normally the one.
Trisme, yeah.
Trisme for Box, and it's nice to see someone else be able to do that. It's been a long time since we talked about Break, actually. I remember talking about him in the past, but his name's just been kind of nowhere near our mouths right now.
It's been really weird to see Break like not perform as good as was in the past, but you know what, I'm happy with seeing Trisme doing really good. We said it yesterday in particular for Boxster, we needed to see some step up around Trisme, and that's what Break was able to do there. Sure, Trisme unfortunately did go down pretty early this game, but
yeah,
we've seen other players have a major increase in their overall damage and also eliminations picked up in these matches, and they needed that today if they wanted to make it into the survival stage. So Box, they're doing what they had to do, but is it going to be enough now? with games like that, it seems like that could be the case.
Interesting note though with R8 get themselves another top 4 finish back to back, but they had a player go down very early in the match and no utility use it all. Let's go ahead and head to a quick little recap here in a second just to kind of see how our teams did progress around Sandhawk. Tough times though here for a lot of teams, but we're going to take a look here now at how things did break down for these teams and how they rotate around. And Max, man, you know you've been wanting to do this the whole time, so I'll let you take this one away.
Let's go. Okay, so I'm just looking back on their drop locations. Okay, so Box, really good position from them. North side of Corey, got a lot of scouting potential he can do, so not really too much of an issue there, but really, I don't want to jump on that one too much. That massive split drop from R8 here, Sandstorm. You know there's only going to be one player of Team Kesso playing inside the trifecta. R8, they have a massive split. It's a great split, but unfortunately, they're just going in the unknown because typically they drop Paradise Resort. They lose players very early on. Imagine if they just regrouped on trifecta early on and had that game plan from the get-go. This could have maybe, I would even say, been an R8 win, but unfortunately didn't work out. Influence had full priority.
Yeah, definitely agree. Just the fact that they changed this on the last Sandhawk, the last time that we're going to be here for Group Red, it's not something that they're familiar with. And just seeing like where Bunder ended up, and then the fact that he just had to move, what, less than 100 meters to get into 6th, 7th, 8th zone at the end of the game. Pretty good for them, but still, no elimination points. Not something that would actually give them a massive boost towards the very end, and I believe we're going to have a look and see exactly how much that helped them in the overall ranking.
Let's see here, Influence Chem in first place at the moment, 129 eliminations. I mean, they almost have more points in elims than our 8th place team has in points total. That's just insane, and again, a testament to how mechanically skilled these players are.
They just been getting podium finish after podium finish, top 5 after top 5. Is once again the word that we like to use quite a bit to describe some of these top teams is consistency for Influence Chairman, and they've been looking absolutely fantastic. And as you said it, Sandstorm, we got 3 fights happening. We've got that fight for the survival stage, we've got that fight for the top 3 position, and that fight for first place versus Influence Chairman and Buriram. So great fight, but I don't think Buriram's going to go down without a fight. I think that they're trying to get themselves that first spot.
It's still going to be neck and neck. And you saw S2G, LGD, they're still on a 2-point difference, so nothing really major changing there. But now, with Box Gaming, 5 points behind Enigma Galaxy, 7 points behind the Infinity, now there's someone to challenge these two teams going into the last 3 games of the day. Mad Balls, Team Queso, 108, 107. Something needs to happen in this Erangel game coming up soon if they want to be able to relieve that pressure going into the last 2 games. Now they need to do something even bigger to compete with Nigma, to compete with Infinity, and I'm not even sure what's happening with Nigma at this point.
I don't think they maybe know what's happening. I know we're trying to do an interview with them earlier today, but they kind of declined it, which is kind of understanding considering the position they're in. They're trying to stay focused, trying to stay in the mix here, but it's tough times for them. And tough times, I've been thinking at a lot of different places, actually, because I'm looking at S2G and LGD, and S2G actually took 3rd place over LGD now by a few points. That's tough. That gets a little bit scary now for LGD, and they cannot afford, neither of these 2 teams can afford to have any early fights happen to them where they potentially could be looking at not qualifying into the event or into the regionals, I guess, or sorry, the finals right away. They obviously have the last chance to go with.
So does that mean that you start picking them, Maxman? Maybe?
No, it's still not going to happen though.
Well, you know what, Max? If you get your predictions correctly here with the top 3 teams, we'll send you on over to the Kuala Lumpur Bangsar Hotel, where our world is your playground. But you have to get all 3 right, and you have to get the exact order right as well. So who do you... No, I'm just kidding. This is going to be too tough. And I don't want
was just going to say, can I pick it?
Nah, that ain't going to work out, I think. I do want to break up an extra point, though. I've been looking at the overall rankings right now. One team we have barely talked about in these last 2 days has been Titan. And seeing that the teams towards that 11th position have been getting some actually pretty good results. Titan has been slowly but surely slipping down the rankings, so Titan's got to be careful. They are in a dangerous position currently.
I agree. After the strong performance in day 1, they managed to keep a consistency that's just good enough to keep them in the middle of the pack. Sure, you can rely on the fact that you're getting yourself to the survival stage, but that's not something that's going to be able to get you to qualify for PMGC Grand Finals. We need to see something a little bit more. They were very darn strong, especially on Miramar. We see them hold the edge of the zone time and time again, not against 1 or 2 squads. There would be 3 squads behind them just waiting, and they would be picking the right time to fight it. So I'm not sure what happened over the last couple of days with the Titans, maybe not picking the right fights at the right time like we've had in day 1, but it needs to change again going into the last few games.
Ever since Axer danced on stream, they haven't been performing well. Coincidence?
Oh no.
I think not.
Yeah. I think
See, this is why I hate dancing. This is why I don't dance. It's just all
This is
downhill
why I
from
can't
there.
dance.
Yeah. You can see here top Erringo performers, Bigatron. They are far out of reach of top 3. If they want to have a chance, they need to pick it up here. They need to have, I would say, 2 chicken dinners in these last 3 matches if they want to be able to contest top 3. DRS as well, struggling a bit here, but again, they've had some really good results when it comes to Erringo. Luckily for them, there is still 2 left to go, but it's do or die time. I mean, at least for them, it's not that big of a deal in the sense of, yes, maybe you don't qualify for PMGC Finals right now, but you still have the survival stage. If you're on that bubble for 11th, it's black and white for you. It's either you get into the survival stage and you continue your journey in PMGC, or you're out completely. At least for the other teams, they have that backup chance.
You want to keep the dream alive right now, Jason, clearly for some of these teams. And some teams have been putting a really, really good foot forward these first few matches, at least today, to make it in that top 11 position. So, yeah, I would still like to say anyone can make it, even though I think that when you're looking at your R8 now, MTech, I almost want to say it might be game over for them right now. But, yeah, 3 more matches now is down to the wire for these teams. One mistake could be a reason why you don't make it to the next stage of PMGC. So, you need to get a flawless game going on here.
Taking a look at our teams to watch here, of course, Sandstorm going with his tried and tested pick that he's been doing basically every single match. R8, oh no, it's actually Influence Shaman, so basically the same thing for him since he's picking those the most. You can see Box as well in there. Infinity Max, man, and I8. Tell me.
Infinity, I mean, I feel like maybe I've been cursing him a little bit because I've been picking him consistently throughout these past 4 days now, and I still have that glimmer of hope that Infinity just gonna have that big pop-off play like we saw them play last year in PMGC, but it just seems like a very distant memory right now, and what we're seeing right now is not the Infinity I used to know. And yeah, I still am hoping we can see a comeback from Infinity, but it might be a little bit too late. I'm not sure right now, Jason. It's a bit sad to see though.
It might be because I'm not allowed to pick teams to watch.
Yes, also.
You need to give them the blessing, Jason. The DRS blessing has to move.
You gotta pay for that. You know, that ain't free. And, you can hit up my PayPal. The information will go up on the bottom of the stream. No, obviously it's all up to the players. No one pays me anything. Don't worry. Not even for the show. I'm here for the exposure. But we're going into our 4th match, and I think pressures are starting to rise here. We've seen some hot drops happen. We've seen some change in drop locations happen, looking towards like LGD. Do you think we're gonna see any early fight potentially with LGD and S2G going into this?
I think so. I mean, we've seen them hot drop against the top tier team in Influence Shaman on the Miramar map previously, so not something that would surprise me if they just straight up decide to start challenging S2G, hot dropping them and taking the fight to them. Another team that I also wouldn't be surprised in seeing them go for hot drops is maybe Box, because now they're within that threshold. They're within just a couple of points between not 1 but 2 teams. So they have a decision to make. Which team do they focus on? Which team do they fight if that's something that they're going to do? And if they are, now's the time. 3 more games left. Now's your chance to take that chicken dinner. Yeah. Get yourself to the grand finals, or at least survival stage for now for Box Gaming.
I would say the only teams I would like to see maybe go for a hot drop would be, as I stated, your MTechs, your R8s, because those are teams that not only need a great result, they need teams around them to do poorly. So at least you got a straight up good idea of which teams you might want to hot drop. Though if you're at the top, at least you're making it or in the survival stage or in top 3. At least you're continuing your PMGC adventure compared to teams at the bottom that might just be completely done after these next 3 matches for the entirety of the event. So for them, it's a little bit more desperate right now. If they need big points, they might go for a hot drop as like a desperate play.
Okay, well, we're going to find out if there's any hot drops happening here in the next 3 matches. We're going to send you back over to our casters for match number 4 of the day with John Allen and Blake.
Right at the end of the group, and things are starting to change. They were talking a lot about those drop spots there, Blank. That is having a big impact in the lobby so far. R8 not having the best success with their change. LGD having much greater time with theirs over on Miramar. Hopefully we're going to see, well, maybe we'll see a couple more changes coming through in the next couple of games.
Maybe, John. I think that we might see some hot drops, we might not. I mean, R8's already changed the position. We've already seen LGD change things up. 211 points to 213 between them and S2G. And remember, that's a $60K jump upwards into 3rd place. I mean, life is getting a bit scary for some of these teams. Mad Balls, 108 points, but Box Gaming with a wonderful result that last match, up to 123 points. I was looking at the match rankings. Obviously, they went down in 4th place somehow. I mean, Bandar actually lasted out longer than him, so did 4 rivals. I mean, he had to move, and I think it was just Influence Kevin being on the complete sweep there, able to spot as many teams as possible and finding Soaz as he made his break outwards. Very, very cool stuff, though. Happy days. And I'd like to see Box make it in because they really have made a push here. And Break, with that play, I think in the next 3 matches, that'll give them something to play for. A little bit of pressure on with him able to, you know, bump up their performance. And now they have to prove to him that they deserve it.
I mean, Box, they're currently, I think, sat about 5 points behind the bubble. So they are very much playing for it against Enigma Galaxy, against the Infinity as well, who are not too much further ahead. They went down with fairly minimal points in that last game. They didn't manage to open any sort of a lead, which is really quite unfortunate considering where they were starting there. So 2 teams at risk. Box Gaming looking to take it from either of them. Mad Bulls, though, their point scoring time has really drawn to an end. And at this stage, I'm fairly confident in saying R8 is out of it.
Yep.
Even if they are able to get sneaky 3rd, 2nd places on the back of one player. But we're going into our 4th game of the day, Erangel.
I mean, you look at some of these teams down towards the bottom, and Team Case or Mad Bulls both in very similar spots. Both these teams, I would say, need around about a 15-point average on the last 3 matches to see them very safe in towards that survival stage. Even so, you're still relying on Enigma Galaxy, the Infinity, to continue having the same performances we're seeing from before, which is a 1 to 2 point game apiece. And that's really the only thing that is keeping the fires burning for Team Queso and Mad Bulls. Box Game, on the other hand, happy days. Now it looks like they have a really good chance to continue putting coal into the fire and pumping up those points, getting up towards the top side into those survival stage brackets.
And Calcifer wants to eat hearty on this one. It's really going to need a lot of fuel to get there. Hopefully burn it down out. South Plane path Lipovka down to Quarry. Not really too dramatic for anyone at this stage. It allows for pretty much every drop spot in the game. No one really going to be cut out of it too badly. The question is, are we going to see a hot drop? Are we going to see something that we haven't seen before? Infinity, they're going to be chilling over in Milta Power. Buram in Lipovka, splitting out to Mansion on the east coast. Yasnaya, hang on a minute, Influence Chem and Bigotron there as well. On the east side, this should be pretty chill there. Not going to conflict just yet.
Yeah, a BTR, Influence Kemin, dropping in this same spot throughout the entirety of the tournament so far, sharing this one out. 4 rivals up towards Rozok. But this time around, at least Team Queso might be able to get themselves a decent match. Considering most of these circles have been over towards that western side, John, Team Queso have had a long way to run to get into some of these circles. This time around, they get a nice start to the game just to the western side of Farm. This is going to make their lives a little bit easier. And with the performance we've seen from them on our angles so far, you know, this could be a real chance for them, an opportunity. Again, though, for these bottom teams, I keep saying there is opportunities available to them, and they keep turning their noses up at them as well. So I do worry slightly, though I have a little bit more faith in Team Queso. I think a lot of times when they've been getting to the circles, they've been taking difficult fights, which is maybe not so much their fault and more because of the rotational paths they're heading into, and then 2 teams pinching them at the same time. I think that is just something you have to deal with. And for Team Queso, they've been caught on the wrong end of it far too many times. Mad Bulls go back to the tried and tested down towards Primorsk on a large split this time around, purely because they know there aren't going to be a lot of teams coming their way. Though a lot of their wins over in the championships and Western Europe came from this type of crossing from Primorsk over towards the eastern side of the map, that they will have to push through Box Gaming, who currently have really got their eyes out for Mad Bulls. And after that last game, I would be a little bit scared of them, maybe. Although that fight started off very, very well for Mad Bulls. First time in a long time we've seen a fight start off with a Mad Bulls knock first and not one going back their way.
Southeast circle on the shift. So Mad Bulls will have to leave there. Titan playing on the south coast around that bridge exit on the east side. And Silas for S2G, the closest buy on farm. Hamzy, you can see him just ping up there. Will be fairly close by as well for S2G on their split, but not really going for the engagement just yet. Look at that. Buradam 65, Influence Kemen 64. Very, very tight for the top spot on Erengel here. And at the moment, you can see on the overalls, 267 for Influence Kemen, 256 for Buradam. It's really still all down to the wire and all to play for. However, at this stage, I think it's pretty unlikely that either of these two teams doesn't direct qualify, which they've got to feel pretty good about.
Yeah, they are 100% safe now, John. Influence Kemen and Buradam now both playing for pride and money, grabbing that 5k extra should they ladder up from second to first or drop from first to second. But their grand final qualification spots are secured now. I think this is one of the first times we've seen a lot of PMPLs actually throughout the year. A lot of different regions playing off in their championships as well. I think it's funnily enough that it is PMGC where we see the biggest drop-off between second and third place, with so many different teams battling out against one another. And again, there's a big drop-off between 4th to 5th place. So I would say at this point in time, there is only 4 teams in contention for that 3rd place and Grand Finals qualification spots, and that's LGD and S2G really battling out for that one. 2 points apiece between them, really down to the wire all the way to the end of the day here, John. And at the bottom of the leaderboard, Box Gaming looking to secure their position towards the survival stage. And right now it is just the Infinity and Enigma Galaxy are consistently falling down just a little bit. And right now, honestly, they should be full panic mode, you know, all alert on the battleship because they need to start getting some consistent points on these games. And with 3 matches remaining, if you get 10 points per match, it's going to be very hard for any team beneath you to start profiting on top of that with so little games remaining.
Time is drawing short. There are a couple more teams starting to look safe. I think we're up to 3 now that are looking pretty solid and secure to just not really have too much to move around with. Aegon I8, 4 Rivals, and Titan. We'll be seeing them in the survival stages. Bigatron and DRS still have a hope of moving up, but it would be, as you say, very, very difficult to be able to achieve that. Enigma Galaxy, currently our bubble team. Not what we thought we'd be saying after their first day's performance, but right now they are heading on towards the east, coming in from the Gatka Fields, getting past Pachinki, trying to swing around near Potato Hill. Looks like they're going to head continually out to that eastern side. With the circle as it is, though, it's not a lot of terrain, and it kind of accelerates this gameplay.
It does, yeah. We have quite a bit of the circle actually out towards the blue team Queso, taking heavy punishment over on that side of the map. 2 players now down out in the open as well, and with not a lot of position to hide behind. You really are relying on these tiny little hills, tiny little shapes on the ground to stop yourself from being shot at. The rest of the team dropping in those smokes. Reyes trying to get across. Screams cannot step out for a second. But it looks like they might just be able to get these 2 players back and running. But Hamzy G, Ray Z, they don't want to let these 2 knocks go to waste. They're just sending in.
They're getting straight on into the thick of it, actually cutting off the backup here. They've moved Ayala away from this with Hamzy's position, and Hamzy can now take a forward spot whilst the rest of S2G suppresses Ayala from jumping out of these windows. Hamzy will be spotted by Papi Potro, certainly around the side. Hang on a minute, Kelsey's here. He goes for the rundown and is able to get it. Fades away through the smoke that Team Queso thought would keep them safe, but now there's no answer towards it, and he wants a little bit more as well. Papi Potro soon to fall, and Ayala's the last for Team Queso. S2G going to crash on in and not waste the time. Kelsey, knocked, has a little bit of cover out in the open. Can the flush come through for Ayala, or is he going to turn his attention to the challenge from Silas? It looks like the stairs are more pressing right now. The spray down is good for another. Ayala looking to turn the tables, but it's just not enough. Hamzy is there, the warden for S2G, and locks it down. Team Queso eliminated.
All 4 players still alive for S2G, and again, yep, that is bad news for Team K. So 107 points on this match. They needed to get at least some going on this game to ensure they could get a little bit further up towards the rankings and maybe challenge out versus Box Gaming, who are very close to moving up towards into that top spot. And already Trismay finds a shot over towards S2G, but again, taking shots to quite a fearsome enemy within the lobby, and they'll return savagery with savagery. Just a little bit worried. S2G now in a position where it's open ground in front of them, and Box Gaming taking up position behind them with this backfill. Difficult times ahead now, John.
Circle is still very, very cruel. Only about 50% of it is on this mainland. It's unlikely that it heads to the military island or towards the bridge at this stage. So we're really looking, despite it being phase 2, we're really looking at a phase 4 kind of situation for these teams. For the time being, anyway. But that will mean that the next couple of phases might elongate and stretch out, be a little bit more of a lull once all of this has come to a head.
The Infinity take shots over towards the guys from Buradam, who are looking to take shots back now. A difficult team to contest with, but going to go for it anyway. In the meantime, MTech Storm take a knock from the Mad Bulls, who have edged their way in from that western side, looking to play along the coast. Not quite definite towards either Sosnovka or the mainland. For the time being, most teams just trying to situate themselves somewhere along the coast. The Infinity also struggling versus Buradam, but it is Influence Kemen once again playing on that northern side, coming in, looking for a more central position towards the later half of the game. Another knock comes through from Zerich. One back from Nigma Galaxy, in fact.
Chicken out in the open for MTech Storm as the Mad Bulls are fighting on the west side. Looking to move up and confirm that flush. They'll get it with the rundown. Tizzy. No answer just yet. The Mad Bulls want to get this res as well. They should be able to do it. Should have just come through. Buradam and S2G actually having a little bit of a scrap. It's just on the south coast, just to the west of the exit to the bridge. South of farm. See, they're trading across in these farm buildings.
Yeah, tried to pick up a position that S2G were holding beforehand. For Box were able to backfill. There's 4 players still alive there. Knock comes back from MTech Storm over towards the Mad Bulls. They've managed to kind of find a couple of off angles towards their position, but I think that Mad Bulls should be somewhat safe towards that coastal side. A lot of cover to play around with, but MTech Storm unwilling to give up their spot on this western side. With the next circle coming in, that kind of delay with the knock there will really make Mad Bulls suffer. And with this circle shift towards the bridge side, John, goodness me, it's going to be hard to find a good game for any of these teams. DRS, the Infinity, in good spots though.
You've got to think there's going to be at least 1 or 2 teams that are just going to head into Milta and try and just hold out there. Influence Kemen may be a prime candidate for that, but they might try and hold the roadblock just outside of it instead. Everybody else flooding across these fields. That is a bad tumble for MVM in the position he's in. I think he's just going to be able to right, but that's the vehicle going up. Too many bullets sent out that way. That's a knock, that's a flush. And LGD lose a player. S2G wants to extend this lead. 4 eliminations right now with the 2-point lead that they had on top. They are starting a little bit of a gap. And with LGD down to 3, that's even better news.
It's a 3-way engagement over towards Box Gaming's position, though. With Nigma Galaxy taking shots, BTR crashing in, RA sending barrage fire their way. Mad Bulls out in the blue, actually, though. I think they've headed down towards Sosnovka, out of sight, maybe backfilling towards I-8, or currently towards Observatory. No, not a bad play, though the circle will be ticking quite hard. I'm still sure that they can make the entire crossing. Could be quite the interesting rotation, and if it pays off, it will be one of the most controversial rotations that leads to a good game. We'll see how well they fare here, John.
Box get the flush. They continue to try and challenge the Galaxy's spot in 11th. The lowest survival bracket point. Bigatron getting lit up here. R8 just spraying down onto Zuxi. There's no way he gets away with that liquid. Last standing now for the squad. Will not be long for, though. And that is Box picking up that final point. 3 eliminations for Box now. Only the 1 for Nigma Galaxy, and that will close it to a 3-point gap for the bubble at the bottom.
Not a lot of places to call home here, John. But Kengzo finds the K9 shot over towards side on box, as well as Nigma Galaxy looking to get themselves a little bit more space. You know, you need to claim that territory if that means growling, roaring from your position to ensure your placement is known. That's what you need to do. And in fact, yes, I was correct. Mad Bulls have rotated all the way on the western bridge down towards the south side of the map on the edge of this circle. An interesting rotation. They will have to pass through I-8 though, and they've got to assume that there are teams still down this way.
Kengzo trying to line up another shot. Not going to be able to knock it out this time around. S2G just a little bit too small on the crosshairs. The circle really going to be crucial here, Blank. As soon as it pops, we're going to see movement. That is unkind yet again. It keeps so much of the water in, and this mouth of the bridge is such a tricky area to play around.
There's still positions to play though, and that's the main thing, John. And I think for Mad Bulls, this game is about getting a high placement as well, but first they have to move through I-8. Certainly not a pushover team, currently in 7th place with 160 points available to them. They are moving up, LGD in a tough spot. See them moving back away down towards the coast. Sending in fact down towards the water side. Interesting stuff, and IQ has found Monkey.
Early knock, and the rotation made by the Mad Bulls may be coming a cropper. They lose one player, certainly, and now they're in for the swim. It is a survival game for Mad Bulls on their chase, but with Box opening the throttle, they might not even be able to make it up to 12th.
Gilzers take some shots. Vect has to dip under, take some damage as well. Zerich might even take a little bit of damage, but again, I-8 don't have to move that much further forward. That is great news for Mad Bulls, though. With I-8 exposing themselves, now they have to look back over towards DRS, giving time for Mad Bulls to swim over towards the coastal side. You wonder if DRS even have an idea that the team is swimming. Might be able to get the jump on them, but after losing one player, a little bit difficult for Mad Bulls at this point in time.
DRS must know that the Aegon were shooting at something, so they might theorize there's a player out in the water. They just aren't in the position to go for a shot over towards it. LGD, S2G might be, though. On the flip side of it, the Infinity bumped out yet again, and that is actually quite big news. 10th place, Nigma Galaxy could ladder up, and that might be, again, our new bubble. 130 points. For Box to surpass, they've already managed to put 3 into that 7-point dent, so only 4 more needed to be achieved.
S2G move towards the coastal side alongside LGD, their direct competitors. 3 players alive for LGD at the moment. Look at this though, huge amounts of damage coming through on this side of the map. R8 suffering terribly. Box Gaming in a decent spot themselves, but again, there's not a lot of landmass to play here anymore, John.
It's just shrinking faster than the circles at this point. Box with 3. Move across the ridge to the smokes as cover. Nigma Galaxy trying to move in as well. With their 2 points that they managed to get this game, they are even with the Infinity right now. And anything on top of this will see them ahead. Rising a little bit further up those rankings. Mad Bulls down to 2, but they have made it most of the way across the water now.
It's such a crazy push that they made as well. All the way on the western bridge, down towards Sosnovka, make the swim. I think they hoped that I-8 had already made the crossing. Maybe if they hadn't lose that player off the bat, it could have been much easier. Bensu down though. 1 player there, and Soaz very, very low. Will go actually knock there too.
Oh dear, and that's Box out of it. They won't have any more chance to go for the race. I mean, that's good news for the Infinity, I suppose. That's probably quite good news for Mad Bulls as well, if they can get more done here with the duo that they have on the south side. Box were really the main team that we were looking at the top of that elimination bracket, that red zone in 12th place, with a chance to ladder out, but they will go no further in this game. Fortunately for them, they are still very, very close to that bubble. Going into the next 2 games, the final 2 games of Group Red, they'll be playing on with 3-point bubble difference.
Enigma Galaxy take at least one knock. I think for S2G, who've been sailing around on this map for a very long time, the fact that they've been able to survive with 4 is a miracle in of itself. Ralph should be picked up again. Both Zerich and Skills, how low these guys are. They've been taking a lot of shots. It's going to be nigh impossible for them to find themselves a position. This will really require DRS to put the pressure on their side.
Silas takes a knock, actually. S2G holding it down on the western side. Very close to LGD. Enigma Galaxy getting blinked away at now by Blade. They bloom the smoke. Getting punished for it, but they are in the circle in their current position. Just about, not really too close, but R8 and Titan on the north side, not so lucky. Will not be, and will have to push further south.
I mean, it's an insanely good spot for IA, isn't it, really? It's very hard to remove them from this position on the bridge. DRS would love to take shots towards them, but they've got players on the top side, they've got high ground advantage. At this point in time, Mad Bulls are just hoping that the attention isn't turned their way until much later in the game. Again, a top 5 would be okay to see them forward, but at this point in time, really placements is all that the Mad Bulls can look for, or at least hope a team crashes down over towards R8 as they make their move outwards. But that, again, is also highly unlikely. It's really a roll of the dice now for the Mad Bulls.
R8 and Titan clashing. R8 not going to be able to make it unless they play 2 30-point games in a row. Then maybe. But as it stands, it will be very, very difficult. I mean, we've seen some very late games coming in from them off some trickier spots, so maybe there's still a chance in hell, but very, very unlikely. Shots being loosed from the AWM. I didn't even realize they had that in the pocket, and there it goes. Lord sat down, humbled. Back to peasantry.
More shots cracking off. In the meantime, Skills is trying to make a breakaway. Gorgeous shot coming through here for Ghost. Another one down. Looks for the third to finish off Enigma Galaxy. Maybe not possible. More damage pouring through onto the teams. 11 teams still alive.
North side still really tricky. That will move Aegon I8 from the bridge position. So potentially this opens up a little bit more of the circle. Everybody else will have to move as well. Buradam, Enigma Galaxy, Influence Kemen even are going to have to shuffle a little bit further up as Titan are eliminated on the north side. R8 outlast them, who are going to have to push past the 4 rivals.
Maybe somewhat difficult. I mean, they do have a pretty tough position to play in. Again, just sending off these shots for Enigma Galaxy. This is almost over now at this point in time. I mean, the circle is going to do the damage, and Ghost just has to sit here with the scope on, wait for anyone to pop out too early. See Zerich here, try to get out for a little bit, but UZM's been watching this position the entirety of the time. So difficult for him to even get away. And the circle will push him in. Again, so much sniper play in the lobby.
I think it's an artifact of the larger circles towards the late game blank. They can afford to have that in the pocket, not as close range dependent in the late game. It's really nice to see that sort of adaptation being made. DRS being punished. Enigma Galaxy still struggling to shuffle their way down the coastline towards S2G. And Buradam, they are out on the top and probably have one of the better routes of approach, but Influence Kemen, their ridge lines, their sight lines down towards them, so powerful.
They have that coastal side all locked down. Enigma Galaxy out, which opened things up a little bit. Again, for Mad Bulls, I don't think this is going to be a good game for them regardless, just because the amount of teams that have to go down, it's unlikely they're going to start fighting before the blue starts to push the final player from Mad Bulls in, so he's not going to find many points in terms of placements here. Finally, UZM moves out from the position. I8 looking to get further in towards the circle and continue on their warpath, doing really good work this entire game.
Ooh. DRS eliminated as Aegon I8 dropped down. One of their players did get knocked, and Zerich will have spotted that. Do they still think there's a player there? Do they know? Are they aware? Seems like they might not be. They're very much not paying attention this direction.
He can play now a bit further up, yeah, and actually maybe get into the circle. He could swing out towards the left side, but again, that would sit him in the blue. Influence Kemen taking shots down their way. He's really trying to keep himself out of action. This is serious Metal Gear Solid gameplay at the moment.
Don't want to see that exclamation mark ping up. Would be brutal. Zerich playing sneaky right now. Bandar, last alive for R8 out in the blue zone, will be falling. That's R8 out. S2G close to Buradam. S2G holding on to their spot in third place right now, but LGD are right next door to them. It's crazy how close they are. Sky Only is the last player standing, and 4 rivals chiming into the fight over towards S2G, bring one of them to task for it, but back behind the headland will be safe. For the time being, LGD in the gas station. Aegon IA moving in and actually influence Kemen's forward position, suffering. Both of them fall and Aegon IA move around the headland. This is great news actually for Zerich as well, who's just playing with the blue at the back and creeping forwards and forwards as time goes on.
I mean, Ghost is really reluctant to go help the rest of his team as well because he knows there's a member in the back line at balls. Up to a 6th place finish as well if he goes out now, which is still fairly decent.
Silas, what are you doing? Just steps right up on the top, completely broadside to the rest of the map entirely, goes for a spray and gets it through the smoke. 2 players from LGD starting to fall. S2G defending this 3rd position brutally. Excellent position. Influence Kemen fall. Now 4 teams remain blank. Zerich might be unable to do enough here.
I mean, he will be getting himself a lot of points and can continue to actually get up. I mean, I can't even get my words out because I'm so surprised by the situation that we're currently in. 11 limbs, though, for I8, looking to set themselves a nice pace towards the end of the day. You know, there's even a really big chance here that Zerich could get a 3rd place if they continue to play this one out. Silas moves towards this side of the map, maybe looking to get the backfill over towards I8, but again, Zerich couldn't be happier with the situation he's currently in.
There is a loot crate out in the water as well. Oh, I was thinking Zerich might be able to just swim out there and play with that as cover for him to be able to breathe. And maybe people wouldn't have figured it out, but does fall down. 4th place for Mad Bulls, though, and that does put a nice, healthy dent into that point lead that will sit between them and the Infinity. Should be on the bubble at this stage. 3 teams remain. S2G, they've taken down their main rivals, LGD. And if they can, every single point they get from here on out will be excellent as breathing room moving into the last 2 games.
4 rivals looking to see them safe in towards that survival stage. This will take them quite far ahead. Nice nade from Appy, though. 9 eliminations for them, looking to send the other one to finish it off. I think I8's played a beautiful game here from the bridge side. Silas now moves up for the backstab. Both players extremely low. Blade could go down a moment's notice here, John.
He's been so bold as Silas in this game. Just going hell for leather, not really having a care in the world, but finally Blade puts an end to proceedings. Ray Z rolls on down, DBS on the back of the buggy and bumps them, knocks them for 6, and S2G team up with 4 rivals to take down the remainder of the players from Aegon IA, and now Hamzy lines up the spray. You're not getting away from this dog of war. Appy, last standing for 4 rivals, making his way over to Pemburu. But S2G mounting up for the final push here. Hamzy rolling along the coastline, but it's not even going to be there. Over the top, and S2G take a 2nd chicken dinner on the day. What a way to claim this 3rd spot. Blank, they are not going to let this one go.
I mean, we said it at the start, right, is that, you know, if you're LGD, they play a consistent game, getting those points through the macro alone, but you have to be worried. You still have to be worried that S2G were going to go for one of their pop-off days. And today is the day. On the final one, get 2nd chicken dinner on the board, pick up a ton of points. Now LGD will be suffering. It's going to be difficult for them to actually retain any kind of momentum here to try and catch up with the last 2 games. There is Miramar coming up where LGD tend to do very well, but it's S2G on that last Miramar to steal away the chicken dinner again. So beating them at their own game as well.
S2G, team from Turkey that qualified to PMGC through PMGC points, had a downturn in performance in the European regionals. Now looking good to be the team that takes the 3rd spot in that 3rd qualification.
I mean, John, it's a big step up in terms of getting that Grand Finals qualification spot, sending you all the way to the end of the tournament immediately. The big Mario skip, but also 60 grand on top of it. Taking home 80k would be very nice for S2G at this point in time. We wondered where they were in the championship, and they certainly showed us exactly where they stand here in the PMGC. Great stuff for them. Not super easy for them from their initial engagement from Team K, so getting backfilled by Box Gaming, even Buradam starting to get involved as well. They weathered the storm. I said it was insane they were able to keep alive with 4 players that entire time, basically playing with no cover. But again, Mad Bulls, they were able to sneak in, find themselves a position on that side. I think that was 9 points on the game with the 1 elimination they found over towards MTech Storm. And I said that 15 points is where you wanted to be at to see yourself safe, but a 9-pointer is decent enough, but only 2 more matches to make it count. Woo, they're in for a world of hurt. And Box Gaming also looking to finish that final push to get in towards the survival stage.
It is so close moving into the closing moments of these games. It is really still all to play for. The top spot still being contested, 3rd place bubble still up for grabs, and that bubble at the bottom to stay alive in the tournament is still there. S2G claim the 3rd for now. Will they keep it?
Well, S2G might have secured themselves a spot here into the Grand Finals directly with that victory. 29 points on the board. S2G, you saw what it meant to them as well after they finished things off when we went to their cameras. They were so excited and so happy, and why wouldn't you be? That is a massive amount of points to get, and LGD, we got 5.
Massive game for S2G. They've just been following LGD this game as a shadow, just lingering in the distance and just following them in their rotations every single time, taking their spot after LGD would just leave them vacant. And the way they especially defended themselves versus Buradam and also the side of Nigma Galaxy was insane. Like, they were just clearing the West every opportunity they had, and it was not an easy game for them because you saw some great sniper shots coming out from Nigma Galaxy, but S2G after that push and Silas just on top of the wall, like, man, they just don't care, and I'm loving it. The S2G are looking great.
I mean, honestly, there's I think a lot we need to break down that last match. I mean, the AWM out of Ghost as well was a sight to behold. We don't normally get to see that often. But again, like, Mad Bulls were able to get a couple of points there. I8 getting quite a few points actually for themselves. It's really interesting to see how this is shaping up here with just 2 matches left to go. And of course, we want to see your predictions. Make sure you guys are getting that in chat as well. As I think every game it's been DRS, LGD, and that's pretty much been about it, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to our predictions in 1st and 2nd place. But what a game, though.
Yeah. What a game, and I definitely want to see how that's going to impact the overall ranking when it comes to the bottom of the leaderboard and the survival stage. How big of a cushion did S2G build themselves throughout this game by, you know, just taking matters into their own hands and taking out LGD throughout that game as well. And not only that, but because I'm looking at it right now, and the way I'm reading it, there's still genuinely a possibility for the entire leaderboard to change with these last 2 games. If certain scenarios were to actually happen in the next 2 games, we could have a massive change. Like R8 technically, so can MTech, they can still make it if something magical happens. The same thing could be said for LGD, but there's just so much to get into.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at our overall rankings so we get an idea where the teams do stand and how much of a mix-up could happen here in our last 2 matches. Over towards the top, we still have Influence Chemin. first place, 276. But look at the gap now between third and fourth. I think that's what it's mostly about. 242 down to 216. That's a huge difference. And with 2 matches left to go, you're kind of running out of time to catch up.
Exactly. That's the point I wanted to bring up. It was like that gap between SGG in third and fourth position LG is a scary thing. And we stated this many times. SGG is a team that they're good at building up their momentum. They're looking hot today. 2 chicken dinners already, potentially a third if they keep going this way. LGD, unfortunately, we see those up and down tendencies. It's not the best situation for them to be in if they want to make it straight to the grand finals. And I don't think SGG is going to have a horrible last 2 games. I think they're going to just keep on going here, Sandstorm.
Yeah, the scenarios that we would be looking at if something was to change is for STG, and then you would have Infinity and Enigma Galaxy all having terrible games, and then you'd have Box Gaming or whoever is on the bottom side of the leaderboard, them having a chicken dinner in this, that would give them a chance. But if none of them perform, if the same thing that we've been seeing throughout today and throughout the rest of the days keeps on continuing, S2G are going to go through, nothing's going to change there. And towards the bottom, again, Infinity and NGX not really getting that many points. Box Gaming as well, they had an opportunity, but they also kind of blundered a little bit towards the very end of the game, but still it keeps things open for a lot of those squads towards the bottom side of the leaderboard. So it's still like nothing's really clear.
Earlier, right? Like I8, one of the teams that we could have seen potentially move through in top 3 if they were able to have these performances in the first day or two. Also for Rivals, Max, I think you mentioned while we were watching. After their win yesterday, they finally have been able to pick up some steam and finally understand what to do. But we'll see what's going to happen in a little bit of time here as we're going to head to a short break. Well, the break is over. The wait is over. As we're about to head into our 5th match here in just a few seconds. 2 matches left to go. But before that, you guys have to actually go follow us over on our social media platforms or we won't start the game. So we're waiting on you in particular at home. You got to follow. I'm waiting for you. No, you. You said you already followed on some of them. No, you got to follow all of them. That's what I'm trying to tell you before we can start this match here. Also, I was talking to you, Max. Actually, are you following them all?
Of course. I've always been following. I don't know. Why would you doubt me? I'm doubting Sandstorm right now.
What you mean?
Yeah, it is
I follow
true.
all the PUBG Mobile esports pages on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, the TikToks as well. Even the Twitter. Gotta get that.
Even the Twitter.
Even the Twitter.
Good to know. But are you following them via Sony? Actually, our partner here, our sponsor here at the PMGC, the Sony Xperia 1.4 and the Xperia Stream, able to. Well, it was made in collaboration with professional esports players, and when I use a device to play a game, I definitely want to have that taken into consideration. You can play 90 Hz with the Xperia Stream with its total cooling system and multiple ports here for intensive gameplay and streaming. And I know Max used to stream quite a bit of PUBG Mobile, and I think you stopped because, well, we got to see how bad you were sometimes.
Exactly. If I had that phone, I would probably not use the streaming part because I don't want to be exposed to the world as a bad player. That's why I'm here talking about the game and not playing it, because you don't want to see that.
It's true. That's why we're all talking about it. I can see our top performers here. Blade coming through 6 limbs. I wanted to see Ghost in there, to be honest, because those knocks at AWM, some of those through the smoke were just phenomenal. But, I mean, either way, still great to see Hamish, Voki, Kelsey as well. I mean, for Kelsey in particular, I know you've been a massive fan of him as a player over the last, 2 years, Max?
Yeah, he's been absolutely amazing. I think with the tutelage, especially of Silas, he's just been able to just bloom as this exceptional player from Turkey, and he is clearly one of the players that can compete on PMGC. It was the case last year, it's still the case this year. He's been looking absolutely amazing. But now we want to see teams at the bottom be amazing right now, Jason, I'd have to say. And I still have hope that we can see some teams like your Box, your Mad Balls, maybe your Team Kesso get a good little bit of a redemption arc in these last games, especially on Miramar. And we know this, Sandstorm, that Miramar has been a map where Team Kesso has been pretty good in the past, but we haven't seen those big pop-off results that they used to do before.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with them also being eliminated quite early in the previous game as well, it makes it a very, very tough task for them to be able to get themselves into the survival stage. So, but we have seen some clips, we have seen some moments where you'd have a couple of players step up. I believe one of the reasons that they qualified was on Miramar, and now it is time to pull it again. Okay, now it's time to do it again. You had one of the players pull off a 007 movement, wiping out the complete lineup of Influence Chemin in the middle of the open as the last player of his team for Team Queso. It needs to be done again, and now's the time. You cannot wait any longer.
What I'm worried about, though, didn't LGD like drop over to Influence Chemin the last time we saw Miramar?
El Azahar.
LGD can't really afford to do that again, though, can they? Because the gap now between them and third place is starting to lengthen quite a bit with S2G. So I feel like they almost need to play safe here to take a look at our teams to watch. Tighten out a Maxman.
They've been slipping too much, Jason. We said it a few games ago, and they're still not getting those big results, right? They're just losing players pretty quickly in the matches, and they're not getting themselves in great spots. So, yeah, Titan is a team that came out as a little bit of a surprise in the first 2 days, and it hasn't been really showing up that much as of recently. So, yeah, Titan, I still have a little bit of hope they can make it in a survival stage, but it hasn't been looking amazing so far, so they need to step up.
I feel like Sandstorm's also just been copy-pasting most of his picks today. As, you don't have Influence Chemin there, to be fair, as you do have Infinity. But Nigma Galaxy, yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know what to say about them. It's been kind of a fall-off since last year at PMGC, where they had such a stellar performance in the finals, and I'm still waiting to see that team come back to life. Maybe they'll come through the survival stage. Maybe it's a 400 IQ play, right? Maybe they want to go to survival stage so they have a chance at winning more money. Who knows? Who knows? You know who doesn't know? Besides us, is also our casters. Actually, we're going to throw it over to them here. I don't know why that's the thing. With John Allen and Blank, just take it away so I can stop talking and get off camera.
It's okay, Jason. Back in your chair. You know, it's fine. Sit down. We'll get you some soup and a nice hot cup of cocoa for later. It's okay.
I'm just looking at my hair, and I realise I've taken off my headset and put it back on, and now my hair's all over the place. That's fine though, because Jason's segment was just as messy as my hair, and you know, they pair together perfectly. So he no longer has to be on camera. I do, with this haystack on my head. Thank you very much, John. I really do appreciate you joining in with the action. But yeah, heading over to Miramar now. S2G taking up that first Miramar chicken dinner. LGD obviously would love to get to have had that chicken dinner for their own, but them being the best performers on that map and S2G taking it away from them, that's got to hurt, especially when you're trying to gun for that third place spot and that grand final qualification target as well. A rough time ahead for LGD. They might just be able to swing it the last two matches. Again though, John, we were having a discussion about those last four teams down towards that bottom bracket.
Yeah, it's really, really close at the bottom. There is basically the possibility that any two of those four teams could make it in, that being Nigma Galaxy, the Infinity, Box Gaming, and on the outside is Mad Bulls. 131 points for Nigma Galaxy, the Infinity 138, Box Gaming 128. That is a 3-point split between those three teams. With Mad Bulls on 117, they are 11 points behind Box Gaming and 13 points behind the Infinity on the bubble. But that is very much an achievable boundary if they're able to keep it together for the last two games, because we haven't really seen that spark that we expected from Mad Bulls so far. But it is possible that both Box Gaming and Mad Bulls could leap up and overtake both of the Infinity and Nigma Galaxy with the way that they've been playing over the last couple of games.
Exactly. Over the last four matches, both Nigma Galaxy and Infinity, I think, have scored around 10 points total. Of each of them around about, so you know, you're looking at almost a 2.5 average on the game, which is really not ideal for either of them, and does open this up for Box Gaming and Mad Bulls. And I think if the pressure's on for anyone, it's not necessarily Mad Bulls or Box Gaming who are feeling like, you know, today could be the day, in which case they break those boundaries and head in, but instead for Nigma Galaxy and the Infinity, who are feeling like something's going wrong and they're unsure how to fix it at this point in time, and that is not a situation you want to be in on that last day. Infinity, though, we've got on our screen. They're currently moving down into the lobby, into the game, looking for something here. Mad Bulls taking controversial rotation on that last match. Enigma Galaxy getting held out on the outside. But Box Gaming taking it much more in their hands, finding themselves a central compound, but were unable to hold on to it. I really do have high hopes for Box Gaming, though. I think they've made a massive improvement today, and I would be happy to see them break through into that survival stage, especially with the results they've had and been able to pick up some eliminations, find some big clutch moments today. You know, this is a deserved push through. Mad Bulls going to be unhappy that they dropped out early down towards Los Leones. They have a difficult rotation ahead of them, whereas they usually drop towards La Cobreria anyway, which is practically where the circle has headed. Now it's going to be difficult to move up towards that northern side through Death Valley to the east of Picardo, John. Hard times ahead. Again, though, LGD drops similar location over towards Influence Kemin with YZZ up towards Graveyard. Trash looting for himself. Influence Kemin, they sit away over towards that top side.
Tierra Bronca for Influence Kemin. Bigitron playing center. Picardo, no one really there to challenge, and with the players moving north, might have a little bit more time. Freak, not entirely sure how he got knocked. Might have been dropping off the top of that cliff there. Not good for the health, but they do have a bike to get them on the road again. And they'll be just fine. I feel like it has to have something to do with that cliff face right next to them.
Oh, yeah.
There's no other players.
Something must have happened with that cliff face. But the teams around them, MTech Storm, scarily close by, and with Freak with only a couple of bandages to work with, you know, they might be caught out here. It remains to be seen, though, up towards Monte Nuevo, the Infinity currently playing. S2G find themselves a position up towards that north side of San Martin, just right next to R8, who honestly have been, you know, scoring some points today. Up to 96 right now. It's not too far behind Team Queso as well as Mad Bulls. Certainly possible to put, but I think they will just be happy in the knowledge they did not finish in last place.
That would be a nice cap for them, wouldn't it? But MTech Storm still very close by. Neither of them very likely to qualify at all. So we probably will be seeing the last two games out of them for the PMGC. And here it goes. There's the cliff face. Does try and leap out there. But it's not going to go well. You stick your ankles on that cliff face, you do just leap out into the void. Luckily, nobody too close by to capitalize on that.
Enigma Galaxy going to head up on that western edge. Maybe head up towards El Pozo or La Cobreria. Both spots are currently not taken, available for anyone who wishes to pick them up. Mad Bulls, on the other hand, looking for revenge down towards Los Leones versus I8. However, I8 have been playing some really good games recently, and I've been very impressed with the performance and the improvement they've been able to make. And I mean, we had an interview a while back where they were asked about the exit from crypto towards Unicorns of Love in Western Europe, how it's affected them. And it certainly did seem to cause a few problems, but I feel like they've filled the void quite easily, honestly. Maybe lacking that star player overall, but I still think as a team, very competent. And I would prefer, if I was a team manager or a coach, I would prefer to have 4 very competent players than just one individual strong player on my team, because that's not always how you can win out these matches. You need to have that synergy. You need to be able to take those off angles. And team shooting, especially in a PMGC lobby, if you aren't team shooting, taking those 1v2s, 9 impossible to win out on.
MTech Storm, the new residents at the bottom of the tables. On camera now, they did not have the spike that LGD did. Coming into this tournament, who have really started to turn up the heat. LGD in that last game, they just didn't have the firepower in their position to take control, and S2G swept them aside and opened up such an important lead at this stage with a really solid chicken dinner, a nice high elimination count as well.
Yeah, honestly, for LGD, things felt like they were set in stone for them heading through in 3rd place. I mean, for S2G, they were behind them, but they were finding consistent points, and S2G were a little bit up and down, volatile in their points potential. But today, they've really taken it to the next level. Lord, though, being crashed upon by the MTech Storm guys. This is a bit rough for him. Nade goes down, will find at least one, and gets the flush too. Good start for them. They will get an elimination point. And a nade downstairs. Goodness me, he's putting up more than a fight here.
Lord holds out for two, drops off the side as well, repositions, doesn't have a lot of time to make this move, gets just clipped before he gets behind the corner, and that should be the end. To the do-si-do, should be Rezable there, our men in full cover from the rest of Enigma Galaxy, but they might want a little bit of revenge. Hamodi hops out and wants some oversight.
Down towards the rest of MTech Storm. We'll look towards Tizzy. Might be able to explode the vehicle here. It's back into cover. Freak quite low.
Takes a tire off the pickup for Tizzy. Chicken gets away as well. Does have the Winnie. Could prove to be troublesome, but just fades away back to the party bus. I don't think they're going to be able to squeeze any more out of that engagement. But Enigma Galaxy losing a player that early, not great. Especially given the position they're in. Remember, they're one of those 4 teams of which any 2 could make it in on those overalls.
Don't want to be set apart from those teams at the moment. R8 off in the distance, looking down. DRS. Box Gaming, very close to one another at the moment. Chicken taking a tumble of his own. Total limbs on Miramar. S2G have now passed LGD with 42, but there's a clear 2 front runners here with LGD at 42 and S2G at 44.
Mad Bulls trying to move past Los Leones right now. No one really too close by, but Aegon IA ahead of them in the queue. They have to crunch up. San Martin would be sort of the central feature here of this next set of circles. S2G kind of isolated and alone on that northern side. Near water treatment, you can see them there. With Influence Kemen may be the other team that's going to try and swing in. MTech Storm go completely wide of El Pozo and will swing in through La Cobraria on the road. The Infinity, northwest side of the next circle, in a pretty solid spot as well.
LGD moving in, DRS in front of them. I think for teams on this south side, it might even be a better idea to, instead of trying to push through this very difficult zone of open space underneath San Martin, to just head out towards that western side. They know the playing path was over towards the east, so heading up towards Power Grid or one of the compounds just underneath Crater Fields where the Infinity are currently playing would be a good decision, but it's a little bit too late now to be making that rotate as you start to see Titans as well as Enigma Galaxy start to pull up that position.
It's a difficult area to play around, the west side of Hacienda del Patron. About 4 teams have managed to find close quarters positions. Enigma Galaxy still looting up around in El Pozo. Bigatron, one of the teams that have managed to find one of the spots. Box close by to them. Box right now, of course, in that melee on the bottom bubble. Team at 128, 12th place, the highest ranked team that would not go through if we closed off the rankings right now. So they're looking to try and jump up. Only 3 points between them and 10th place.
Soaz taking a lot of damage and getting knocked here. Not at all happy days right now for the guys from Box Gaming. Again, Enigma Galaxy and the Infinity on this western side should live out for quite some time. But again, Enigma Galaxy now in the blue of MTech Storm close by. BTR looking to finish the fight, but again, Break really good when it comes to those clutch moments. And the door being opened allows him to bank it off and back inside. So works out either way. BTR down to 3 now.
They do find an answer over onto Soaz there for Box. So it is 3 versus 3 for Bigatron versus Box. Bigatron have done enough to stay in the survival, but Box have yet to put that work down. 1 point is there. That means they are 1 point behind the Infinity on that bubble, who have been pushed aside by Enigma Galaxy after a couple of games earlier. Box Gaming a crucial spot for them now, Blank. It's all to play for. They're struggling to come up with the goods right now, playing it slow.
It is dead central, and BTR knows this as well, would love to fight for this position. If Box want to survive towards the survival stage, they 100% need to win this engagement versus BTR. The Liquid very low. Jen Foster sets himself aside for the time being. Circle moves down towards the southwest, so Enigma Galaxy still have a chance to get a good game off the top of this one. Mad Bulls will need to regroup in their 2-2 split at the moment, looking up towards Buradam. Monkey will head out first to try and find a position. Titans also careening across the road moment, which bisects this circle in half. Creating quite the interesting terrain throughout the rest of the game here.
Mad Bulls are ahead of the game when it comes to being on that side of the road as well. I mean, Titans, they've crashed across, but Mad Bulls are one of the few teams actually already south of it and will be able to swing through and maybe take a priority position in the next circle above San Martin, where all of these teams are looking to try and find some real estate.
I think for teams like Box Gaming and Mad Bulls, they're taking two separate approaches to this one. Mad Bulls just looking to put up consistent points on the game. Box looking for that big one to send them sailing towards the top. But that does require, for Mad Bull's strategy, to Enigma Galaxy and the Infinity to continue playing at a similar performance level that they've done for the rest of the day.
Break caught out in the open with a side swipe there. Smoke blooms. They stay alive for now, but it's really, really down to the wire on Break's position there at the front. Does manage to pop a heal. Nade up high, doesn't go through a window. And again, naded out, but knocked down. Break somehow regroups up. Does get knocked. Will he get flushed? Will he get tagged away? Oh, that's from Aegon I8 coming on through and just ruining it for Box. 2 players now standing.
I mean, the initial knock coming through from Effect there and I8 finishing it up, we don't get the elim, but that is probably the best team towards if you are Mad Bulls.
Spray from DRS over towards LGD. S2G have lost a player in the midst of it as well. Another knock going over from Influence Kemin as well. And every team is starting to suffer. DRS on the east, LGD are there, and they're embroiled in that engagement. Bigatron trying to move into Box's position, but Gen Foster already low. Zuxi taken very, very low. Trisbane not able to win out the challenge, not able to win out the trade. Tries to get the flush on the player fleeing towards the top side, and there's a third party. There comes through the shots again, but Box Gaming are eliminated in the meantime, staying in 12th, 1 point behind the Infinity. Everybody suffering under the watchful eye of Mad Bulls and Aegon I8.
Mad Bulls of the view in towards the windows that BTR were playing. I8 finishing the job for them. You can see the high ground that currently Mad Bulls are playing with. They have taken shots their way, though. Assuming they don't really want to take too much of these engagements, too many fights. Circle favors Buradam, Titans, I8, R8 as well, who are still continuing to put on a good show today for us. They're going to finish in the bottom bracket. They're going to finish with an absolute explosion. Fireworks going off around them.
They have pulled off some pretty solid miracles today, actually, to be fair. Unfortunately, it is just too late. For the time being, LGD on the east side, playing with all 4 of themselves alive. Would need an excellent game here to keep themselves in contestation for the direct qualification spots to the finals in Jakarta. But for now, it's looking unlikely.
2 elims so far for them. S2G in a better spot of their own, covered off from a lot of sightlines. But Enigma Galaxy and the Infinity both have to push in from that western side. And again, it's out into open area. Team Queso currently holding out the 3 remaining players from Enigma Galaxy. This is great news for a team like Mad Bulls, who are situated on the high ground at the moment, looking to pick up some more points on this game.
Titan will take down MTech's Storm. Again, they will remain at the bottom of the tables for the time being. With this game and the next, the only ones left to play, Box only have that one more opportunity. Because they will be denied it here. They'll require Enigma Galaxy and the Infinity to fall. The Infinity out on the west side right now, taking shots over towards Influence Kemen, but they haven't really got a strong position in this circle. They are pretty much unbothered, though, on that western side. They can chill out for a little bit. And maybe that's what you want to do. If you're on that bubble, you just want to be putting 8 points up on a game.
Again, though, for the Infinity and Enigma Galaxy, their path forward is not easy. Enigma Galaxy make their way in, but Reyes should have spotted that cross from them, calling back to the rest of their team from Team Queso. Again, another team that really wants to ladder up above them. Enigma Galaxy get further in. The Infinity sends Mela downwards. Now BTR under pressure from 4 rivals.
They've survived one engagement with Box. Can they hold out against 4 rivals? Set up a crossfire. Jem Foster probably likely to be the first to go in, but Liquid already fallen. Zuxi spots the players flooding on in. The ground floor on the hold for Jem Foster, but he's fallen, and now it's all down to Zuxi. Needs to get the reload from the UMP, and will be able to stick it as well. Bigatron going low, and we'll be able to find 1, 2, 3. Zuxi's lining him up. Needs to push hard now. Dig deep for Bigatron to stay alive in this game. They've done enough to secure their survival spot, but that was an excellent lineup for Zuxi. Popping a heal. The reses are being allowed to come through, though, for the 4 rivals. You can't let them go with this. Pops out, goes for the spin, on the swivel, gets 1. Needs to be have the wherewithal to turn it around, and will find the shots. Zuxi lines up with a 1 versus 4 against 4 rivals.
What an unbelievable result from him. We didn't get to see the majority of that fight, but down the stairs, pulls out the UMP. It's never over when Zuxi's involved. This guy is giving, he's giving it on the camera. You gotta love this guy. I mean, he's got a lot of personality, and he's got a lot of bullets in the UMP to make this one happen. Yes, PTR will lose the majority of their members, but Zuxi will gain confidence that will lead through into the survival stage.
Both the twins have showed us that they are back on form. Really nice to see. Ramping up into this tournament. Fantastic to spot them back in the fold of it. S2G in the meantime, looking to hold on to their 3rd place spot. They're lucky, maybe even challenge Buradam for that 2nd place. So that would be a tall order, to be sure, almost as tall as LGD's task. That is Enigma Galaxy going down, which is good news for Box. That is actually really, really good news for Box right now, because it means that that goalpost has not moved too far.
Mad Bull's still dominating from this high ground position at the moment, John, finding a knock over Titans and LGD. They have clear information over this game. Circle moves up towards the north side, but at least keeps them in. You're right, Enigma Galaxy going down there with 1 elimination. Takes up by 1 point, not even hitting the 2.5 average on this game. The Infinity still looking to find their way into this circle. If they go down now, again, another game where they don't get a lot of points on board. They do have 2 elims on side, but that's about it.
Here's a replay. Zuxi, look, 1 and 2. I think the 3rd player had already gone down after the push earlier. This hop out, spots the player going for the run, knows that he's going to complete it, decides to go for the player on the wall, and gets them all out. Look at that. Bigatron chuffed to bits with that performance. It is really quite something special to see that happen. Zuxi, what a guy to do it.
I mean, this really has been the Bigatron revival coming through during this group red. It's great to see. Mela down. Godsunny trying to move back up over that side. Keeps exposing himself. Takes a lot of damage too. That might be coming through from Titans that perhaps have a side swipe onto that position. Again, the Infinity goes down. It's great news for Mad Bulls and Team Queso. Both with a full 4 unit.
Shots from Influence Kemen over towards the Infinity. This, again, would be good news for everyone at the bottom of the tables fighting for the spot if they were to fall, but they're on 3. On the outside track. Ooh, little boy taking plinks back their way. Kiovsky as well. Spotted out. Aegon IA have been just in every fight, seemingly, so far this game, Blank. It's been kind of crazy.
I mean, they've had so much oversight with the 4 stories that they've got down towards this side of San Martin and Hacienda. It's pretty difficult to get them off that position. Next circle will be popping shortly. For a lot of these teams towards the center, they're not too uncomfortable. R8, Buradam, Titans, I8. Happy days for them. A lot of these teams on the edges, though, praying for a shift down their way. Centers up, though. Very much donut play style. I mean, most of these teams happy with this one. It's one further out to the edge. There's really not a lot of room to move in this circle now. But this keeps Titan, Mad Bulls, LGD alive for a little bit longer. Zuxi will have to move in, though. You can see him dropping the smokes. It's fluff 2 in a row, though.
I mean, that might be a... No, I've got nothing for that. It's not going to be good. Effect from Mad Bulls and the rest of Mad Bulls on this high ground as well. In such a strong position. You're talking about the sightlines that Aegon I8 have. Let's talk about these sightlines, because this is crazy strong against an urban environment.
I mean, they're just spotting out for smokes, watching these crossings. Just about misses the run out there from LGD as they get further in towards the circle. It's an important run out for them to make early on. Zuxi, though, on the run towards the building. No one spotted him, and he gets in. Still has a little further to go, though, and across a road. Which is slightly frightening. Was able to pick up a fair few more smokes, though, which will make his life slightly easier. Effect, though, has the bead. Doesn't want to remain peeking this for too long, though, but I think he has denied sightlines to the rest of LGD.
With that, the geometry of that rock, I mean, it is just an isolated position. The final little zoom in there. Once the challenge, there's the taps swiftly on the trigger for effect. Doesn't quite get the full damage, though.
Monkey scouting, though. Senses the potential of another team maybe looking to pick up their spot. With Team Queso, the team just behind them in the leaderboard. Out towards their western side. The Infinity finally try and make their run for it. Influence came in also, moving down the hillside. Little Boy falls. That's to I8 once again, who is making a massive splash within this circle.
Aegon I8 now up in 5th place. Overall, the Infinity regrouping and staying alive, really crucially for their spot on the tables, but for teams like Mad Bulls and Fox, even for Team Queso, that's not great. They do want them to fall as soon as possible. If they have anything to say about it. A nade from Federal, okay. Comes in and tags onto the Infinity. Gets a lot of damage in as well with a second follow-up. Federal wants to put one more through. Thinks better of it. No, recooking the nade. Punches it out wide. It's a little bit short for the liking.
Meantime, Team Queso takes down Papi Potro from their side. Monkey doing a good job over there, and it was a good thing he was scouting in the first place, assuming that a team would be coming in from the south. Nice nade, though. Comes through. Will deny that from Federal. Hamzy takes shots up towards Mad Bulls, but they're just a little bit out of reach. Next circle will push all these teams together.
Buram now with the opportunity to once again take the top spot. They're in a prime split location at one side and both sides of the road with the next circle popping. They have a lot of control here. King Kangzo on his throne across the road, looking to try and hold it out. Mad Bulls will have to descend, Blank.
It's going to be a rough descent as well for them. They might be able to swing out on that eastern side towards a warehouse, just on the edges. That's probably the safest play rather than trying to send down the mountain side, which would ultimately lead to quite a quick demise. So Monkey's already scouting out that way, looking for a potential route in towards the circle. But again, no matter where they go, it will be sending the vehicles up off the top.
You're going to have to at this stage. There's really no other choice, and they don't have a lot of time to make this maneuver happen. Sprays over onto Buradam as Buradam regroup over to the north side of the road. That's where they want to opt to go for. Titan maybe looking to fill in the void left by them. The Infinity moving in, R8 dragging them back down to the depths of the bottoms of the table here. LGD suffering as Zuxi's still alive, by the way, just so you know. I don't know, but this guy is doing a lot of work here over in the top of the mountain in the meantime. Team Queso have had their legs cut out the back. Scream descended to the position that was held before by Buriram, ahead of Titan. So they should see that. Zuxi, lone player, and a lot of damage sent over towards LGD, but wouldn't you know it, it's Aegon I8, Blank, to play a third party in this fight. It's just what they do.
All the time here, every day. In the meantime, Mad Bulls were able to send off the top side with the vehicles they held onto. They've got walls to play around with as well. It's a little bit more of an exposed position, but this circle heads down towards the south side a little bit more. Mad Bulls could have the inside track here. Again, just set up as a line. Difficult to move across towards them as well, so finishing out on any of these flushes will be difficult, so Mad Bulls provide a little bit more time to play with here. The Infinity. Last player alive.
Godtani spotted, and that is them drawn short. That is, again, a lot of that bubble area completely stopped in their tracks, and this is a great opportunity to Mad Bulls to just give them a chance. The position that they have, all four of them alive, on the cleaner side of the road as well.
And they still have this wall to work with this next circle, John. I think that's the biggest thing for them. Again, crossing forward will be difficult. Screens from Team Queso out in that building. Ghost does find Skillsers. Again, though, like I said, the wall there will provide them some cover so they can actually get the res off again. I8 sends the nades through a little bit too long.
Oh, that's difficult there to get away from, but Blade doesn't quite land the shots this time around. Skillsers should get rezzed up there, and it's crucial for Mad Bulls to hold on to this.
Zerich finds a shot over towards Titans, who are looking their way on the road. Very important they hit those shots to keep them at bay. Hamzy G goes down outside the circle. Mad Bulls, you wonder how much they have available to them in terms of loot, in terms of medical supplies to get this game a little bit further. Again, look at that, the broken wall.
Oh, it's so hard. It's so tough for them. What a gauntlet that they're going to have to run to prove their mettle, to deserve their spot in the survival bracket. Again, just knocks and knocks and knocks going through. Team Queso with their last player Scream up the battle against Titans 1. Not going to be able to find the next two. No Zuxi in him, unfortunately, for Team Queso. And they will go down. Their run drawn to a close. LGD holding out with 4 alive. S2G, though, still alive. And it's really not going to matter. They're not going to be able to put that dent that they were looking for. A big nade from Blade. Cuts them down and leaves LGD flagging.
They're going to have to get back in that building, which is right on the edge. A massive delay. UZM sends in, but Buriram causing massive problems there for Mad Bulls. They know they have to move further in. Zerich goes down to Titans as a big nade comes through from the side swipe, including a Molotov, which gets another knock there. That's Mad Bulls certainly down to just 2 players.
They need to go further than this, Blank. They need to ladder up. They want to preferably get into that top 3 position. From where they are, you'd expect them, they might be able to do so. They've taken another knock. They're down to 1 for the Mad Bulls. 7th place, not good enough. Not the result that they need at this stage. We're in zone 9. Blank, there's 7 teams remaining.
Good shots there from Skillsers to keep him alive a little bit longer. Has to go for the pre-fire on this one, or just the run out. But Buriram, they still have oversight onto towards that position. If he can get forward, he might just be able to live out a little bit longer as the chaos ensues around the map. We're on last zone now, John.
Everything's going to crunch on in. Titan should be able to spot him. I don't know if they saw on that spray, but IQ lines up LGD, starts knocking them down, and Buriram are here as well to play. Coming on through, Titans are eliminated with a side swipe, and that's Mad Bulls laddering up. 6th place now, 3 eliminations on the game. Only player now on the south side of the road with that wall as cover. He can stay alive. 5 teams remain, and the points are starting to rack up. They build fast now. 4 are still in it as Mad Bulls make their break for the tables. Silas last to go, and it is 3rd place confirmed for the Mad Bulls. Can they go 1 step further?
Buriram are in the path of I8, so they will have to take them down first. But Skillsers shows his hand, tries to move up further. He has to leave this position though, and Buriram not quite focused on him yet. Gets across the road for the time being, still taking that pre-fire shot. Might be able to get to the side of the building. This is unbelievable, John.
Blade has to run down and through the blue. Skillsers is there. But they do have the numbers to win it out, but he could ladder up again into 2nd place. It would be huge. Blade was dismounted, the only player who could stop this cross from Skillsers. Does he have nades? Does he have utility? Because there are 4 for Buriram, and they will not let him go. There's 1, they're all flooding out, and Skillsless is overwhelmed there, but 3rd place might be good enough. For the final game, they'll have their chance. Buriram with a chicken dinner in the second to last game. They take that top spot back as well. That is the other story, the other side of the coin. The challenge for the bottom, but the challenge for the top, as Buriram have the top spot going in to the last leg of Group Red.
It has been a brutal battle between the bottom of the leaderboard towards the top of the leaderboard. Buriram fighting off against S2G, sending the knockout punch over towards the guys from Influence Kemin, but they refuse to stay down. The 10 count comes through, and Influence Kemin back up on their feet for the next match here. But Mad Balls, 3 eliminations, 10 points off the 3rd place. That will sit them at 130 points here. Barest point of life for them, right on the edge of that bubble at the moment. I think it's like 2 or 3 points between them, Infinity and Enigma Galaxy. It's down to this last match jump, and it's still between 4 teams, any 2 of which could make it in.
Blank, it is so close. That 3rd place looking a lot more solid though. So we're gonna have our top 3 pretty much decided going into the final throw.
What an unbelievable day this has been. What an unbelievable tournament this has been. A 1v4 coming through from Zuxi. Last player from Mad Balls able to crunch the guys from Titans, the biggest opponents available to them, holding on the high ground for so long. But IA really stepped up today in a big way.
Absolutely, they had a massive impact over those final circles with the 4-story buildings that they were able to hold down for so long, but they could not stop what mattered most, and that was Buriram, who take the chicken dinner.
Well, Buriram Esports, what a fantastic match out of them here. As we just saw, it might have been able to be enough to take them to 1st place. It might have been enough to secure them some extra money for themselves. But either way, they close things out. And you see what, again, it means to them. How excited they got immediately after that victory. Could even keep them on the player cameras because they wanted to get out and go celebrate and cheer and obviously prepare for what's coming up next.
I'm surprised that desk is still standing, to be honest, Jason. I don't know. It's still up after 4 days of play now. It's pretty mental, but Buriram have been looking fantastic. We've already said it. This has been the big surprise of this group so far in this PMGC. It's been looking amazing, and especially that 3-1 split, Sandstorm. The fact that in an urban finish they had 2 options, or we go south depending on the circle, or north, and the fact that just 1 player across the road to facilitate that rotation to get the game-winning position at the end was key for them to secure that chicken dinner.
Just absolutely sensational, and the fact that now once again they have taken the lead from Influence Kemin, that just means that the battle for first is still not done. And like we saw, Mad Balls as well being able to make it all the way towards the top 3 at the end of that game, getting a lot of points for themselves. That just means that there's so much for us to go over, and I don't know, the predictions are kind of all over the place at the moment, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I want to get towards overalls as quick as we possibly can, but we need you guys' predictions here for the last match of Group Red. Make sure you guys go participate that in YouTube chat. And there are other teams besides DRS, just saying. Just saying. Not that I'm complaining. But it is extremely close, and honestly, this is the best way I love to watch PUBG Mobile, when we do have things be within just a few points of each other to change the, I guess, the legacy and potentially the history of how these teams will potentially be due down the line. And we can see S2G. Yes. They're secured in 3rd place at the moment by being ahead of LGD. However, Buriram United Esports, 8 points ahead of Influence Kemin. Who knows what's going to happen here in this last match? I honestly don't.
Even the tiebreakers, if they happen, it's just 4 chicken dinners each right now between Buriram, Influence, and S2G. It's just so close between those 2 top teams right now. But I'm happy to see Sandstorm maybe not have the first place team predicted.
Hey, that's the one thing I wanted to see is can Influence Chairman, now that it's down to that last game, what's going to happen when it comes to first place? Is it going to be Influence Chairman? Is it going to be Buriram? And just so you guys know, Buriram Esports, as far as I can tell and from what I've seen, they are yet to win themselves a first place prize in a high level tournament. And when we're talking about a strong group with LGD, S2G, Influence Chairman, Buriram Esports getting themselves that top 1 spot at the beginning of the first week for PMGC would be massive. But this right here, 5 points between the Infinity and Box Gaming. 2 of these 4 teams will be able to make it, and it is literally down to the wire. Team Queso, RA, unless the 4 teams above you all get eliminated and one of you gets a chicken dinner, that is the only way you are going to make it into the next stage.
Well, it's quantified correctly, right? A chicken dinner plus at least like 15 eliminations to have a chance to be in the running for top 11. So you need to have probably the biggest game you've ever had yet here in PMGC. But I love to see this down towards the bottom. I mean, there's so many teams I'm pulling for. I feel like Max and I both want to see Mad Bulls get through just because we got to cover them when it came to PMPL Western Europe fall season. And obviously had to see them in the regionals as well. But right now, Max, at least for Mad Bulls' sake, this isn't the Mad Bulls we're used to seeing, the dominating Mad Bulls. And we did have questions whether or not they'd be able to perform at the same level we were seeing when the quality and the difficulty of the lobby did rise. And unfortunately, they haven't risen to the occasion. Like Zerich, in effect, that duo combo we saw be so deadly out of them is just kind of non-existent at the moment.
They're looking like shadows of their previous selves right now. We knew, unfortunately, they're going to PMGC. It's a completely different ball game than what they had in, of course, the European region and Western Europe. It's been hard to adapt. They've still been able to get a few extra placement points here and there, but like, if there's any time we can see Mad Bulls step up, it has to be now. Otherwise, PMGC, it's game over right after this game.
Game over is not what anyone of these guys want to be hearing, to be honest. But either way, I mean, this is what you've been pretty much set yourself into, right? If you weren't performing the first couple of days, if you weren't getting your wins in or your placements in, then unfortunately you might just have to watch PMGC from home. But let's talk about one little thing though. A little thing. There was a nice 1v4 that happened there. Out of a certain player, out of a certain team against 4 rivals. I wanted you guys to talk about that really quickly.
Look, the fact that 3 of them were trying to rush at the same time. They were all just going in one line up the stairs. We managed to catch the last glimpse of the 1v3 before he managed to take out the 4th player as well. But with that UMP in those close quarters, absolutely incredible play from one of the twins, and definitely want to see more of that.
Well, I did love how Max said, "Oh, what are you doing? You're going in too late. It's no point anymore." And he goes in and he still gets the wipe either way. But that's just Zuxy. That's just what he does, Max. You should know this. Let's head down to the stage though in the meantime here as we have a quick little interview before.
Battle commencing really soon between Group Red, where we'll see the top 3 teams proceed into the global finals, and of course with the top 11 teams to be playing in the survival stages. And now joining alongside with me is once again Coach Nia from the Infinity. Hello once again, and of course I really want to check in on you guys since there's only one more day to go. I mean, one more game to go. After 3 days of competition, which team do you think jumping at the same spot has given you guys trouble, and can you tell us why?
ตอนนี้ก็ผ่านมา3วันแล้วนะคะแล้วก็คิดว่าทีมใดที่แบบยังอยู่ที่เดิมอยู่เลยแล้วก็แบบยังมีปัญหาอยู่ทำไมเพราะเหตุใดคะ
ผมว่าไม่น่าเกี่ยวครับแต่ก็มีส่วนนิดนึงแต่พยายามแก้เรื่องพวกนี้อยู่ครับใช่
he said like maybe is just some mistakes but they will fixing it.
I see. And overall, since this is the last game of the league, it's really important for you guys to secure some points. So what would you be focusing on for your team? Would it be scoring points via ranking, or was it from elimination points?
คือตอนนี้ก็เป็นเหมือนกับวันสุดท้ายแล้วตอนนี้โฟกัสอยู่ที่จุดไหนคะ
ก็ต้องเข้ารอบไปก่อนแล้วครับใช่
Right now he focused on just the ranking point.
Yeah, it's really crucial just to survive so that you guys could be able to pull through for the top 11. Now, of course, with the teams here inching very close from the top 10 as well as the top 12, the point gaps is really small. So is there any few words that you said before we go into the game with your boys, so that you managed to tell them a message? And could you tell us, like, share with us a little bit what that message will be?
ตอนนี้ก็ห่างแต้มอยู่ประมาณแบบ10 ถึง 12 แต้มอย่างเงี้ยคืออยากจะบอกอะไรถึงเขาไหมคะ
ก็ผมเชื่อว่าน้องๆทำได้ครับน้องๆน่าจะรู้ตัวเองว่าตัวเองอยู่จุดไหนของทัวร์นาเมนต์หรือระดับการแข่งขันอันนี้ครับแต่แค่อาจจะมีเรื่องความผิดพลาดเข้ามาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันทำให้มันดาวกันหมดก็พยายามกลับมาให้ได้ครับ
He said like right now he believe in his team that they will fixing it. Right now he know that the mistake of the team no matter what they will like fixing.
Yeah, I really do love that you all have a really strong mentality. This all the best for your very final game, and we really do hope to see the Infinity pull through to the survival stage. Now, I believe that you guys have been waiting for this very moment. Let's see who will get our final chicken dinner here in the Group Red, where we're starting up our final game on day 4 of the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. Let's go.
I don't think I've ever seen someone as stressed as my man there, knowing that they are on the precipice of being knocked out of getting into the survival stage after making it to the finals last year. But taking a look at our top performers here, I mean, Zuxi, if he's not on that list, then this list is broken. 5 eliminations, 53% team contribution. I mean, you saw the reaction from his team when he got that 1v4. Everyone was just going wild.
See how he looked in the camera after that? I got spooked. I'm not even in the lobby. I was like, oh, I don't want to cross him today.
Probably he's past already, Max, man, but he's still spooking.
He's still spooking me. Look at that guy. He's spooky guy to go up against. But yeah, he's been looking amazing so far. And Blade's not been a play we talked about too much for i8, but he has, especially in these last 2 matches, been doing absolutely amazing. And we keep saying it, right? i8 has been a pretty silent team. They're just keeping consistent results in every single match almost. And before this last game, they were in 5th position without, I think, like big pop-off result really, without a single chicken dinner. Yeah, no chicken dinner, and they're currently in the top 5 position, which is nuts at this level of play.
I mean, they're just being that team that, like, they're being consistent, they're getting points, they're staying in the top 8, but this isn't a team necessarily right now, Sandstorm, that's going to win PMGC, because they just haven't pushed through that ceiling that they have at the moment to be the best team in the lobby. Yeah. I think, Max, if we look at the lobby we have right now, there's like maybe 4, I'd say about 4 teams that like could contest for a title, right? Because obviously we've seen them be able to pick up a lot of limbs, really good on placements, be consistent, close games out. But the rest of the teams right now, as you know, Sandstorm said perfectly, they're just fighting to survive. I mean, this isn't a team that's going to win in the finals right now, and we need to see that step up out of quite a few different teams.
The main scary thing is that you're looking at Group Green that's going to be playing next week. Only 3 of those amazingly strong teams are going to make it through. A lot of those teams, they're going to go straight back into the survival stage. You're going to have to deal with 24 teams in the survival stage with rotating lobbies for Group A, B, and C. It's going to be all over the place. We keep saying it, you want to dodge it as much as possible. And if you're just barely making it into the survival stage in the first place, I'd have to agree with you, Sandstorm. I think the odds of you making it into the grand finals are extremely slim. So go hard or go home right now is going to be the case for these teams to see how it's going to go down in this last match.
Yeah, I would honestly agree with the... Sorry, I would just say, I would agree with you agreeing on my point, but unfortunately I had my mic muted. Thank you.
How long has it been muted for now? I'm curious.
It just the entire point I made about Infinity and all that, that's just gone.
Wasn't worth listening to him, it's fine.
Well, you know what? Make it again. Make it again, because it looks like we have a little bit of time here.
Okay, well, I did point out that when it came to Infinity, they were a team that focused a lot more on just going for placement points.
Okay, you don't have time to do it anymore. I'm sorry. You don't have time to do it. I know it's going to take you a long time, but he was saying that they're the 3rd lowest when it comes to eliminations, and that's not a team. That's just a team just fighting to survive. Let's head over to our commentators, though, as we're about to jump into our last match here of Group Red. We're going to know who our participants at PMGC Finals will be and who's going to the survival stage in just a few. Take it away, boys.
One last chance for these 4 teams in the melee at the bottom towards those tables to get into the survival bracket. That's what it's all to play for. The top 3 looks fairly set in stone at this point blank. There's some movement within there that can happen, but it's really all focused at the bottom of these tables.
Absolutely. At this point, John, you know, we've got our grand finalists almost certainly, unless LGD can do something unbelievable in this last game, which is going to be very, very difficult at this point in time. Their points lead that S2G currently have, you know, you'd need like an 18 elimination game and the chicken dinner coming from LGD. And we know what type of team LGD is anyways. They're not a high elim count team. You know, they've got good macro, they get the consistent games in, and that's what set them at this pace. S2G, on the other hand, though, they've had their massive pop-off moments, haven't they? They've had incredible matches where they hit the big numbers, and that is what allowed them to get towards this top spot. I think as a team, they're very good for this type of format in the case of, you know, having these speedy, momentum-based days where, you know, they burn very, very hot for 4 days long, and then, you know, they can go have a rest knowing that they've got into the grand finals. But we are now heading into our final match of Group Red, where everything will be decided, John.
Erangel, the battleground where it will finish. Come to a climax for Group Red, match 24 out of 24. The teams have been playing now for 4 days straight. 6 matches a day, and this will be their final test. A lot of teams looking safe into those survival bracket places. Talking about Aegon i8, DRS, Bigatron, 4 Rivals, Titan Gaming, all looking fairly solid to qualify. Unlikely that they won't. But everybody else, there's something to play for. There's a little bit of something, a spark potentially in the works.
On the leaderboard, John. What a crazy turn of events for us. I mean, the Infinity 134, Nigma Galaxy 133, Mad Bulls 130, Box Gaming 129. There is a real world out there where the Infinity and the Nigma Galaxy, from second place, day 1, get knocked out of PMGC, and the Infinity, after all their first places, we do not see them in the grand finals or the survival stage. But first, for that to happen, Box Gaming and the Mad Bulls have to survive. Nigma Galaxy, the Infinity cannot have another bad game, and the pressure is so much on here. Eastern Circle, Titans, DRS, Buradam, all happy with this one. Fortunately, though, the Infinity dropping very close to the guys from Buradam.
They are pretty close by, but they're grabbing some vehicles. Looks like they're going to pick up Logan on the way, or drop him off near another vehicle. Okay, it's fine, no worries. No drama. Should be able to pick up the teammate. I think they spotted a buggy further down the road, so maybe allowed to get a couple more vehicles into the armada as they head out towards the east. Buradam will be touching down fairly soon. Mad Bulls gathering some vehicles for themselves as well. This is kind of similar to the circle that we saw in the earlier Erangel blank. It's a little bit further north, so we're unlikely to have that river mouth. That bridge mouth finish that we saw earlier. But this is the circle that Mad Bulls rotated through the military island on. Potential that we could see that late rotate come through and play a little bit stronger in terms of the chances of getting to the mainland.
You'd hope, though, that they will have learnt their lesson from that last game, which is with this kind of circle, playing in Primorsk, they don't have the time. They don't have the time to be messing around on this side of the map. They need to find an entrance through in towards this circle, take up a good position, because we have seen the majority of the big games coming through from Mad Bulls is when they have center circle, when they have a good position early on, and they can hold on to it. Because they're certainly a good team when they have 4 players alive. We've just seen too many times on the rotate inwards. It's too late, too many teams are set up. They're taking shots as they make their way in. A lot of times we see for Mad Bulls, one thing they're very good at is identifying areas on the map where teams just are not there in the first place. But with these new circle settings, so many more of these teams are now realizing that for them to get the big points, they need to see themselves towards those middle areas of the map nice and early, pick up some prio compounds and play from there. For the Mad Bulls, though, Again, everything is on the line, and I don't know how much of a big change they're going to make at this point.
The Infinity spread out Milta and Milta Power. Titan playing around farm on the west side of Milta. Buradam on a nice wide split right now with no one challenging on this east side. And they'll be a little bit calmer now. 8 points, though, is the lead that they have over Influence Kemen. 8 points stands between those two teams. The Titans at the top of the tables. S2G, they found LGD. Hang on a minute. A little bit of an early scrap. Suki's got a DBS, and Kalsi will fall down. It's a good start for LGD if they want to make up that 29-point gap that sits between them and direct qualification to Jakarta. But with 3, even then, as long as S2G put up 8 points, they should be absolutely fine.
That is the difficulty, right? Which is why you're seeing them move down so early towards Ruins, is try to pick up the guys from S2G. Remember, LGD were looking to take on Influence Kemen at the start of the day, feeling like that maybe they could pick themselves up the first place spot. Fortunately, that's reserved for the guys from Influence Kemen and Buradam only. Two teams that have really done a lot during this Group Red format. Here in our little mini tournament during the group stage. LGD, again, have to go far here, and it's a different type of play style that we're used to seeing from them. They have to hit those big elimination counts. They can't focus too much on macro this time around. They're just going to have to cut down a lot of this lobby if they want to take that qualification spot over to Jakarta. Like you said, John, it's a great boon to have as well. Great blessing in the sense that there's not a lot of teams that you then have to focus on. There's only, 3 teams from each group stage, and then a couple of teams over from that last chance as well. You do not have to focus on too much anymore. Whereas if you go to the survival stage, you better be analyzing every single team in each lobby. It's a lot more work to do.
Will drain the resources, drain the energy of the organization, the support structures that sit around you. But that is when those very same structures are the most important, right? Having a good base of analysis, having a solid coach who can bring you together, who can keep you going in times of need. Hamzy G lays a trap and will even the score against them and LGD.
Some with the kablap blap there, the double punch, but LGD, you did not get away with that apparently. MBM sits up, there is a player behind him, Razy, but they quickly eliminate that player. Silas looks to find someone else, but MBM, a dirty headshot from behind, assisted by Suki there with the AKM. Razy now looking for a little bit more. Susses the grenade over the top. Is it too little too late, though?
What weapons does he have? A Mini 14 and there's a Bison on the back. Not ideal. Silas flushed. Razy. Actually, with the Bison this early in the game, it might not be the most terrible of weapons. Got a nice large drum magazine. Jumps over the top. Suki goes down early to it, but low HP. Sees him go very, very low. And finds a second as well. That's the number of bullets he's able to pour out early and finds a third. LGD! It comes crashing down. And
It's
look
done.
That's it. There's no way that anyone else can challenge S2G with the fight of their life. They're coming through from Razy. Guarantee their spot over towards Jakarta. A third place finish. And what a way to do it with the Bison of all things.
My guy can take a dunk in Atlantis, drown himself for all he likes. It's finished. The tournament concluded for S2G here. 253 points. Make that 257 with the 4 eliminations over towards LGD. With a bad start, the PP Bison brings it all. And like you said, the massive mean that they have to flip through, now looking at the big stars, the big photo of S2G on the front.
Goodness me. And that early in the game when the armor isn't level 3, when you a little bit more penetration on those bullets, because that's really what brings the Bison down in a lot of people's estimations, is that that inability to punch through stronger armor. And when you're tagging away, when you're flecking those shots early, it's really, really good news. But that was absolutely, completely brilliant from Razy.
It's something else, man. It really is. I mean, for S2G, what an unreal way to end their tournament there. He
Very
goes down to R8. He does not care. It's finished in his eyes. 16th and 15th place, but make that 3rd and 4th.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I mean, LGD, they rock up and think, oh, you know what, Hamzy, you took down one of our players, we're going to get you. And they did, to be fair. They did, in fact, get him. But at what cost? No more will they have the chance to go for the big run. And LGD, I mean, their legs swept. But now we can turn our attention fully blank to the bottom of the tables. Nigma Galaxy, the Infinity, Mad Bulls, Box Gaming, all looking for it. Kelsey able to find one on the run-up. This is a replay coming through of that fight. This was the start of the engagement where Kelsey went down. LGD then tried to evacuate, but didn't go so well. Hops up for one. Finds a second. That was beautiful around the side. I don't know where YZ took the damage from.
Probably on the entrance, maybe from some players from MTech Storm, but either way, RayZ's done the job. And again, from a player that did not have the most impact throughout this tournament, just being that steady constant for his team. The fact that he's able to finish it out like that is fantastic. Zerich most likely going down here. Goes down to Armand from MTech Storm. They were split off on their rotate inwards. They knew they had to find a position towards the center. Now Monkey on the back lines. This is his late rotate that I was talking about. Gets knocked. Tizzy moves up. Oh. Now just two players, Skills's, as well as Effect, to try and finish this one out.
This is a crucial situation again for the Mad Bulls. We talked a lot about them trying to run for it, but they are just getting scurried back and forth, bounced between Bigatron and MTech Storm, and not having the best time of it at all. Skills' Effect split hard from one another. And survival is of the utmost importance for them. Not only in this game, but in the tournament, in PMGC. What a fall from grace we've seen from this squad. Can they maintain some dignity?
This rotation used to be so easy for them, so little teams in this area, but now it's much more flooded with teams. I mean, Skills is an Effect, like you say, both split off one another at this point in time. Going to be difficult to regroup. Next circle pushes in. BTR's behind them. MTech in front, looking to crash onto Effect's position now. He has to hold on, moves back across towards his teammate at breakneck speed as well.
Mad Bulls, they get out of dodge. Survival now. They have to hope at this stage that Nigma Galaxy, the Infinity, Box don't do well, or two of them don't do well, and that they can survive for a lot longer. Into this circle. Blank, we're going back to the bridge mouth. I don't know how it's happened, but we're still there.
Back on board with this one. Brings back happy memories, at least for Mad Bulls. Metal Gear Solid Zerich able to get as far as he did. Soaz takes some shots upwards. DRS. Delta sending down towards the compound that currently Mad Bulls are holding. A 2v4 on the cards potentially as a scout goes out towards them. Delta does get sent back, though, by Skills's, pretending to be a lot more than potentially Mad Bulls are right now. A very much diminished team. 2 limbs for them, though. Sits them sat behind Nigma Galaxy by 1 point currently. They need 2 more limbs on the game, or 2 more placement points to see themselves ahead. And that's even, again, with Box not passing over the top of them.
The Infinity have lost a player already. They're playing around the eastern bridge, actually pretty firmly entrenched on that southeast coast. Influence Kemen, currently second place. Want to challenge for that first spot again. Want to take it back from Buradan, but in their current position, it's looking very, very tricky. They are trapped in shelter by R8 right now, who today have played better than we've seen from them all tournament, Blank. I think that they have been unleashed from the potential nervousness that they might have felt, or anything that would have been impacting them, because they thought, you know what, we've got nothing to lose. Let's just have fun and go for it. And it feels like that has allowed them to do so much more than they previously could.
Yeah, the pressure is just gone completely from this team. IE7, unfortunately, though, getting knocked out the vehicle. There are shots coming backwards over towards Influence Kevin from SK Ton. Now looking to pick up his teammate, but the delay, in which case, comes through the smoke. In the meantime, there's a flank coming through. Lil Boy, Kaiowski, looking to finish off this player from R8.
SK-Ton doesn't have the full hillside to work with. Prestige is there, though, on the run out to cut down one. We'll be looking for a little bit more. This blue zone is here. Team Kaser are in the way for whoever wants to move south. And look at this, they are taking shots out this direction. Influence Kevin, spot Prestige, take that one down as well. Just Bandart for R8. And a hard south shift onto Mad Bulls. Blank, that's huge for the Mad Bulls.
I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about that at all. I think for Mad Bulls, they'd rather they shifted up towards that northern side. Teams are going to be flitting in so fast towards this position now. There is a target, a bullseye, literally on their heads at the moment. Teams would love to take this position away from them. You might see MTech Storm, 4 rivals, all send in for this spot. I think now, if teams looking in their direction all the time, things get really scary. It's a large compound to hold us to as well.
It is. Maybe they can hold on to one of the buildings in there. But you don't want to have neighbors. They're taking shots out, and hopefully they can give the illusion of more. Stop anyone from crashing in. Enigma Galaxy and DRS are kind of stopping people from crashing from the northeast. But Buriram looking like they might want to mount up on the shore side, just out to their west. So potentially they've got a protective ring around them right now if Buriram don't opt to go for the crash.
Yeah, they have to delay Buriram as much as possible. The fact that Effect was able to take those shots over towards them is really important. They also know that because they're playing split on 2 separate parts of the compound, they cannot keep these shots going out for too long. Tiger goes down, every single elimination point counts. If you can hit these shots towards him, that is the main thing. It's going to be so hard though. Any elim is good for Mad Bulls. Unable to find any right now, even after getting a couple of knocks on their side.
Taking a look at the other crucial teams, you've got Enigma Galaxy, who we're on board with right now in a really solid spot as well. So potentially good news for them and their fans as well. Box Gaming on the northeast side will be struggling to get further into the next circle, but for now, they're going to be absolutely safe. Taking a look at the Infinity, they played around the bridge, a little bit further out east, and they'll have to move. This is probably the team that has the most problems for this direct circle at the moment. We'll see if they can make their way in. So the Infinity most at risk at this stage.
Influence Kevin sends into the water directly next to the guys from Buriram. Again, like you said, the Infinity down towards that southeast side may be a little bit difficult for them to get back out. Enigma Galaxy keeping the guys from Buriram at bay. More shots coming through from Effect, trying to just delay as much as possible. Again, shoot out those wheels, prevent the vehicles from being up and available to go for the crash. That is the main thing that Mad Bulls have to consider right now is vehicles, how many teams still have up and available, because it's open ground along this area. So crashing is really the only way to get towards the Mad Bulls position. Again, still, every time they peek out, there's that potential that a player takes a shot back over towards them.
Bigatron, they're out on the western side and behind Buriram. They could potentially slow everything down there. Allow the Mad Bulls a little bit more safety. 13 teams are still alive though, Blank, and everything can change at the drop of a hat. Because the placement points are not that massive right now. You might have a strong spot, but if you get spotted, taken down, it's going to be tough times. Effect led the way of the Infinity. I don't know if they know that this is the team they should be focusing on, but it's absolutely a crucial position for them to be trying to plink away at.
If the boys from Mad Bulls were able to get all 4 towards this position, they would have had such a good game. The Infinity looking to make their crash. Newsy available as the backstop, and they're coming in fast right now, looking to head towards the beachhead. This is the crash that Mad Bulls were worried about. They send further around the side. Buriram might even have sightlines down towards this. A sideswipe could come through here.
This is Interesting maneuvers coming through from the Infinity. It's not what you would have expected. Maybe they think that there's more players in there than there are. Nuzi is the backstop. Hopefully has a vehicle to look for the regroup. Spot skills is. Sees him retreat off the angle as well. The beach does give you some terrain cover. And actually, hang on a minute. Are they setting up to go for the crash here? I think they might be. They've repositioned 2 and 2. Okay, so they are on a wider split now.
Miller sits down. Again, difficult spot to play, and there are side swipes available. Logan goes for the crate inside the water. Enigma Galaxy not harassed for the time being. DRS do not want to get in on that one. Again, a lot of these shots will just come through purely off the back of a crash needing to happen. It is a central compound, maybe Titans, maybe Team Queso looks for it. But with Papi Potro actually knocking himself there, this is really bad. Box Gaming, important engagement for them. They have to win this one out. We've already 2 players down either side apiece. Could go either way here, John.
A lot of power in these rosters. Box Gaming looking to punch through the defense, and it's looking good. 2 knocks now going over towards Box Gaming. So as on the wall, still bleeding out, feeding information over. They should know that Ayala is in there with Reyes. But where is Scream? Will they be able to find it? A nade goes long, and that looks pretty good, but it's just behind the open door. Scream is there. Papi Potro spotted. Will be cut down. The player at the back of the room. 3 players up and active, but DBS for break now. Rolling around the corner, puts a Molotov in, forces them out, but gets knocked in response. So as still bleeding out, and a nice cut down from Trisme. Steps up when it's needed for Box Gaming. On the outside, you've got Aegon I8 with playing with just the 1 IQ. Could be a third party on this engagement, but Bensu is still going. There's a roll-up coming through from Enigma Galaxy to chime in onto this fight. This could be crucial as well. In they come from Ralph. Bensu on the wall. They're looking for the reses. Crash into each other. It's chaos here, Blank. Team Queso, 2 players alive, and the Sharks are starting to swarm around. They want to tear the flesh from Enigma Galaxy. They want to take them away from the top spot, but Ralph does not want to let that
Freak's
happen.
down.
Box Gaming regrouping. Freak has fallen. And Box Gaming now on the inside. 4 teams are trying to take this one building.
IQ could have a massive role to play here, but Trisme finds 1. 5 eliminations found for Box Gaming. Will set them up into 11th right now. They are the new bubble and look to go further. Might even be able to put down the remainder of Enigma Galaxy here. Currently with 0 eliminations, 2 knocks on their side as well.
If Enigma Galaxy go down here, Box Gaming will be in that spot, in that bubble position. Only the Mad Bulls could contest them for it at that stage. The Infinity also playing with 3 on the south side on their wide split on the beach. We'll have to move a little bit further north, but the north will need to be evacuated. All of these teams moving forwards. Aegon I8. IQ just playing there. We've seen them play third parties before. It would be disaster if it struck onto Box Gaming.
But Adam looking for the crash down towards Mad Bull's position, looking to share this spot. They had that vehicle still available for them. Effect has a nade, looking to send it over the top. This might be curtains for Mad Bulls. Can they weather the storm versus the number 1 team in the lobby? A 2v4. It's a big ask here.
But it looks like Buriram are happy to split the compound for now. They're not going aggressive just yet. You can see the nades in hand, though, and they might be cooking up something. Bigatron taking a fight on the west side with MTech Storm. Buriram more concerned about that area for now. And they will leave Sleeping Bulls lie for the time being. Blank at the moment. Mad Bulls and Enigma Galaxy are dead even. Currently sat 1 point, both of them behind Box Gaming at this stage. It is still so close. Enigma Galaxy taking points would put them back up the top if Delta goes down here. DRS taking the fight, and they will be able to punch back on in. Get that swap on.
Box Gaming
crash.
also crashing.
Right up to Mad Bulls on the wall, but Buriram are there to hold out on the opposite side. They're in the masher, but they get into the ground floor of the building, and now Mad Bulls can hold on the top floor, play up and down. Buriram actually fended off by this.
Tiger also taking a lot of damage. Nade goes a little bit short there, and Mad Bulls holding on the top side. Looks like Box have just about restabilizes. More nades required. A DBS also for Box Gaming. A jump out comes through.
They're looking for that res onto Trisme. They really want to stay up as 4. Mad Bulls, they're upstairs neighbors. They certainly have plenty of complaints about the noise, but there's not a lot they can do about it. sprays from Enigma Galaxy over to the 4 rivals to shred anybody else in the competition. Blank, look at the teams that are still alive in this. It is all to play for still. All 4 of our crucial teams are in the top 8.
Box Gaming took the 2v4 versus Mad Bulls earlier on Sandhawk. Now can they turn the tides? Can they switch things up here? Titans move towards the Infinity. 0 points currently found for them. And slowly but surely, Titans are getting closer. Only 3 players from the Infinity might make things a bit easier for Mad Bulls. A big nade, but effects down. And 3 players up top. It has to be a huge play here.
It's all on Soaz for the tournament life of Box Gaming. Versus 3. Bensu falling. Skills is sorry. Only him for Mad Bulls, and Buraram might be pushing in as well. Skills is low HP, flooding around, moving around the corners. A 1 versus 2 on the upper decks for the Mad Bulls to try and stay alive, but he will fall down. And the Mad Bulls are eliminated from PMGC. Now Box Gaming have their task laid out ahead of them. Both Enigma Galaxy and the Infinity are still alive, so they can't afford to go down here without any sort of recompense. Buraram, if they lose 1 or 2 players, that might be enough of a points total for Box Gaming to see themselves safe. But now the Infinity have their challenge. They are currently in 12th place. Blank, they're up against the Titan.
MG3 shots over towards Titan's side. Teak's already down, providing information back across inside the water. Looking to peek back out again, but so low here. Difficult to get back up on his feet onto the sand, but he's drenched in bullets. Will finally fall. A nade comes over the top side.
Excellent on target, but not quite finding enough damage. Mela looks to put another arc in, and that one's good for it. Puncher falls. Gets taken down, the Molotov there. No more utility for Mela. Will have to dry push on this. Those smokes are soon to fade. A lot of bullets in the mag and has the backup from Logan. No utility for him either. They're leaving 1 as the backstop. And in the meantime, Enigma Galaxy looking to fight out of that bottom spot. That 12th place. If they go down here, it could all come crashing. And Infinity are suffering. 1, 2 go down. Just Nuzi remains now. Needs to stay alive because they are in 11th right now. And if Enigma Galaxy get 1 or 2 more points, that's going to be it. They're drawn exactly right now. And if Infinity or Enigma Galaxy fall, that's a ladder up in terms of placement and a guaranteed 11th place.
There it is.
But that nade adds the points. The Infinity stay alive for now.
Still up and kicking. Nuzi, one of the biggest performers from the Infinity throughout the entirety of the year, looks to bring things back into action. Enigma Galaxy currently at 2 eliminations so far. 4 rivals spot them. Ralph moves up. A shot goes through. Voki's down. 2 shacks sit between both these teams.
Enigma Galaxy, Box Gaming, Enigma Galaxy all fighting to clamber up from the bottom of the pile. Enigma Galaxy currently have that unfortunate mantle to bear. And they are on the outside track of this circle as well. Everybody will be looking their way. Buraram still have not managed to clear out this compound, and they are getting lit up. It's Enigma Galaxy. If they go down here blank, that will be it. Our bottom 5 will be decided, and everybody else will be in those survival brackets. Buraram has already claimed that top spot, with Influence Kemen going down earlier.
Freak zooms back in to support his teammates. 4 rivals will not let them leave easily from this position. Again, it'll be more smokes required, and I think at this point in time for Freak and the rest of his team, they realize they're just going to have to sit this one out for the time being. Box have taken the bull by the horns here and have taken their destiny into their own hands as well, with a crash that will resound through the ears of the Mad Bulls fans.
Box Gaming lighting up the fields, looking to be one of the teams that is most likely to keep one of those top 11 spots. But Enigma Galaxy trying to pinch these points away. This is such a crucial crossfire. How many of these points can they steal? How many can they nick?
In.
They are, but it is all to play for. Blank, it is so down to the wire between all of these teams.
We just saw them leap briefly back up into 11th place there, but for Box, they have a great position. The circle moves back in, gives Enigma Galaxy a handhold to play along. After such a diabolical performance over the last 3 days, this last match, everything to them. The Infinity also knew that they had to remain in this one as long as possible, taking shots over towards Nuzi right now to take apart the competition. For Box Gaming, they're going to be a difficult rock to move here.
Nuzi using the care package as cover. Slinking his way in the grass, but spotted. And that is going to be it. Blank, the Infinity, they're going to go down with the ladder ups that we've seen. I think that's going to be Box Gaming and Enigma Galaxy jumping up into the lead. Buradam, the only other team to join them. The biggest team in this lobby. King Kengzo, the closest to Box right now. They said, you know what, you guys have that building. It's been nothing but trouble. First Mad Bulls, now this. And in Zone 9, we're down to 3 teams.
Box looking to pull out the packing tape here and lay a line across the top of this cardboard. Put this chicken dinner away, find themselves into the grand finals with a splash at the end of this game. More nades sent over towards Buradam. Last circle it comes down to. They will have to leave. Smokes are plenty.
Box having to deal with Buradam is the thing that will allow Enigma Galaxy to push closer. Tiger goes down on the front. Another nade being put in. My name P, very, very low out the field. The reload coming through. They don't go for the respray instead. Soaz wants the heal. Enigma Galaxy crawling forwards. They might be able to take this one here at the end, but all of these teams going to do so much work, and Soaz cuts down Buradam. That's definitely going to be these 2 teams there, but who can get this final chicken dinner? Both of them have qualified. Box Gaming and Enigma Galaxy beat out the Mad Bulls and the Infinity, and Box just about the last to fall. Ralph is there, leaving Soaz as the last player standing. But it is going to be Enigma Galaxy to take the final chicken dinner. And they have made it. They have done what they needed to do. Box Gaming will join them. Top 11 decided.
Constant waves of relief are flooding through this room for Enigma Galaxy. It has really been down bad for this team, but finishing out on the top of the match rankings for this game will see them safe. They had so many contenders biting at their heels this entire time, and from what was an insane performance on day 1, they bring it back with a chicken dinner at the end. It could not have been more poetic for these guys. They have been constantly on their knees praying for a good game, and here it comes right now. See themselves safe into PMGC.
Right down until the closing moments. It was all to play for. Blank, Mad Bulls on the 2-player hold. So unfortunate that they lost half of their team so early. With 4, you've got to think that's a different game entirely. That compound gets held completely differently. Buradam don't make that crash. There isn't that opening for Box Gaming.
For Mad Bulls, it's a sad day. It is a real sad day. They had such a strong position, but again, I said it right at the start in the case of their late rotate was always going to hurt them. Leaving Monkey so far behind, the two 2-2s got split off from one another, and it was practically all over from there. If they had the 4 players inside that compound, I have no doubt in my mind that they would have held it for longer and potentially got into the grand finals. But it's not meant to be as the Infinity drops out, and Box Gaming, with an insane ending to their day, find their way into the grand finals.
Buradam bear witness to the bloodbath at the bottom, but it is Enigma Galaxy with the chicken dinner.
Gotta ask you a question here, Sandstorm. How do you say "let's go" in Arabic?
Yalla!
Yeah, I think that's what they
There
were
you go.
screaming there. Fantastic finish for Nigma Galaxy, getting the chicken dinner. And there's so many individual things to talk about in this match, to be honest. We had S2G eliminating LGD to get them secured for third place, to get into PMGC Grand Finals. You had Nigma Galaxy crashing onto Box and Team Queso, who were already fighting. Then you had IQ from I8 sitting behind Nigma Galaxy, who could have ruined their day. There were so many things happening that last match. And Max, you said this when we were watching the match right as it ended. Hands down, the best game we've seen in PMGC ever.
I think even my favorite PUBG Mobile game ever, and I've been casting this game for like almost 3 years now, and I think this is the pinnacle I've seen. Like, yeah, the fight for that top 3 position. LGD, they were winning the fight at first, then Razy just able to clutch it back, just snatch it back in place for them in top 3 position. And the fight between Box, I mean, you had the skyscraper on the bottom right graphic, and you just keep them like changing position all the time. It was just so close between all the teams at the bottom.
Man. Newsy's nade onto Titan, as well as he lost his other 2 teammates to keep them alive, though I don't think it qualified them in the end. Like, so many great individual moments, Sandstorm, that it's really hard to break everything down.
Yeah, it really, really is. Like, one thing as well that jumped out to me was like the bane of influence Chemin strikes again, something that hurt them a lot in the Americas Championship. Queso and the team that hindered their movement in phase 2, phase 3 from getting into the zone was again Team Queso. Only one player was left. There was not much for him to do, and he rotated all the way behind BRU, and then BRM they were in the center of the zone. They didn't really have to move, and they deserve it. Very well played from them as well.
You were saying at one point there, Jason, in that game, IQ from I8, he had potentially the fate of Nigma in his hands, and he did nothing with it. But he could have ruined everything for Nigma potentially in those 1-2 seconds north. Like,
he decided to be a gracious god today, because he easily could have taken that away from them. I mean, he had 2 players dead to rights, the position he was in, and then Nigma having a fight with just 2 players left alive. I mean, even what was that rotate into that compound, knowing they need to stay into the late stages of the game? They just jump in on Box and Team Queso fight, and then they're immediately like, okay, no, we're out. But then they came back. Like, I don't know what was happening.
Listen,
just by how they were playing. Sorry, go for it.
No, I was just gonna say, like, every single one of their seat. The second we saw that rotation, the second we saw, why would you leave a center zone location to try and go for a fight? We realize you need the elimination points, but you could also get replacement points. That was it.
Man, let's check out their players to watch in this last match. Things got hectic, and this is going to be over the course of the whole event, I believe. Hamzy G, 46 eliminations. Kelsey with the most damage at 9,000. And YZZ with the most assists coming through. I see a little bit of sadness in YZZ's face, and that can be understandable considering they were so close to qualifying directly into the Grand Finals, but their journey isn't done just yet, right? They're still going to have the opportunity to play in the survival stage, and they've proven to be an insanely strong team when MaxBen doesn't predict them to be a team to watch.
I think it's doing a salute to that position in the Grand Finals because it was so close and the game plan was so strong for LGD. They could have potentially beat S2G, but Razy was just too good for him. But man, congratulations to Buridam, Influence Chairman, and S2G making it directly into the Grand Finals, avoiding all the mayhem that's going to be happening in the next 3 weeks here in the survival stage. Good for them, but man, the Grand Finals, having those teams over at the LAN Finals over there is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah,
down the list,
moving towards the
Storm.
Yeah, 4th to 11th, LGD, I8 Esports. These teams have to study for the next 2 weeks. Titan, Nigma, and Box Gaming. Box made it on the last day, in the last game. Absolutely insane. And look at the fact that they have 88 elims. They have the most elims on their page. And also, I mean, what, 4th lowest placement points? What is their style? I don't get it, but it's incredible to see. And the fact that they get 12 eliminations towards the end of the day is a sensational performance. But the Indie, Mad Bulls, Queso, R8, and MTech Storm have been added from the PMGC, and you can see it there. Survival stage teams and the Grand Finals teams.
I mean, I think for me, Max, the biggest sigh of relief throughout all of this is something you've already mentioned quite a few times. Bigatron Red A staying alive, getting to the survival stage, to have a chance to play in PMGC in their own country, in Indonesia, would be insane. So at least they keep their hopes alive here, but honestly, a few of these teams, like, there needs to be a step up. For instance, Agon X I8, this isn't a team that's going to win the Grand Finals right now. They're not getting chicken dinners, they're not closing out games, not huge elimination point matches, but they are surviving long enough. I mean, Titan as well, they kind of had a good first day and then disappeared for the most part, Max.
Yeah, What's great to see, at least for the teams that are making it through to the survival stage, right? You can have 2 weeks of training. Oh, okay, we're going to change that completely. HamCG from S2G taking himself the MVP award. Okay, S2G just had some great pop-off days the last 2 days, right? I think that we can't take that away from them. But the thing is, it's just not even just HamCG. It's the entire team that's been able to perform. But 46 elims on his lonesome. Is that accurate? Is that real? Because I'm struggling to believe that number because it's such a big number of elims from a single player. That is insane. But wait, for real? I want to check that almost.
Max, you know how it is when it comes to you and numbers, and we can't rely on John anymore, unfortunately. I believe it. 46 eliminations. They had like 130 or 140 elims total. Makes perfect sense to me. And honestly, S2G, like, when they're on, man, they are really on, and they are such a strong team to fight against, as we're seeing yet again.
I'm telling you, during the EU Championship, they were hiding things, keeping things on the low side because they didn't have anything to fight for. They already had their spot in PMGC, okay? Maybe it was a bit copium in the Championship, but still, they showed up where it matters most to get themselves some back-to-back chicken dinners, 2 chicken dinners on the day. Yeah, S2G currently, I would say one of the strongest teams in the West. Clearly was influenced Chemin being able to perform, and maybe a Turkish team or champion in the Grand Finals. I mean, they made it already there, so we'll see if they can go the entire way.
Maybe. Yeah, Sandstorm. This is insane to see how many great teams you've had step up, how many teams we didn't expect to be able to get through to this kind of stage. But that's going to be it. Burium United Esports have gotten the title here and come out of Group Red as a victor. Let's take a listen in with an interview.
What a dramatic finish it was after a span of 24 rounds to be played out here in the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. We've finally found ourselves our top team here in Group Red, and that is Burium United Esports. And please welcome Kengzo.
Hello, สวัสดีครับ
Sawadee Krab. Congratulations. What does it mean for you to not only finish first, but to take home $90,000 and of course, the direct tickets to Jakarta, Indonesia?
ก็ตอนนี้ก็คือจบอันดับ1ไปด้วยในทีมกรุ๊ปเลสนะคะนั่นหมายความว่าอย่างไรก็คือเราจะได้ชนะเงิน$90,000หรือแล้วก็คือเข้าไปตรงกับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเลยบินไปจาการ์ตาเลยใช่ไหมคะครับ Yes for him is yes
I just love that it is a very direct answer. And you know, Kengzo, I really want to know 4 days of play, 24 rounds, how difficult was it fighting for that #1 place the last few days against INF?
ในช่วง 2-3 วันที่ผ่านมาค่ะเราต้องต่อสู้เพื่อจะเอาอันดับที่1กับ IMF มาให้ได้เราคิดว่ามันยากแค่ไหนคะ
ก็คิดว่ามันตอนแรกก็ไม่ได้คิดว่ายากนะครับเพราะว่าซีซั่นนี้เป็นซีซั่นที่ผมมั่นใจมากเลยครับว่าแบบมันว่าทีมผมมันดีอะครับทีมผมดีมากครับแล้วก็ทีมเวิร์กทุกอย่างครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นการไฟท์ทีมเวิร์กการคอเกมการอ่านเกมคือทุกอย่างมันดีไปหมดเลยครับผมคิดอยู่แล้วว่าไม่ที่1ก็ที่2อยู่แล้วครับตั้งแต่แรก
He said like this team quite confident not matter like the teamwork the decision to making on the games everything on the games they're quite confident and not that hard to fight with the INF team
Teamwork definitely does make the dream work overall for BRU Esports, and I really want to check on you on your opinion as well, where you guys will also be joined by Influence Kemin and also LGD Gaming. But what other teams are you also expecting to play against in the PMGC Grand Finals?
ตอนนี้ค่ะคิดว่าทีมไหนเนี่ยที่หลังจากนี้จะคือไปแข่ง Survival ทีมแล้วก็จะได้เข้าไปสู่ PMGC อีกครั้งหนึ่งคิดว่าทีมไหนจะได้เข้าค่ะ
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับเพราะว่าผมกับน้องๆนี่คือเป็นทีมหน้าใหม่กันเลยครับไม่ได้ศึกษาคู่แข่งไม่ได้ทำกันบ้านเลยครับแค่เตรียมตัวมาเพื่อฆ่าแค่นั้นเองครับก็แล้วมันก็ผลก็ออกมาเป็นอย่างนี้ครับ
For him, he doesn't know any other team. Just only come here to kill others.
All right, I guess that's the mentality of a champion. You don't care about all the other teams because you guys are the very best
Just
overall.
to be like the champions.
All right, and you know, now that you guys have concluded this group red run and there's ample of time for you guys to prepare for the grand finals, do you have already gotten any plans on what you will be doing leading up to the grand finals?
หลังจากนี้เราจะทำอะไรต่อคะคือรอไปแข่งในช่วงช่วงเดือนมกราคม
ครับก็หลังจากนี้ก็น่าจะต้องพักกันก่อนครับก็อาจจะให้ทีมพักกันอาจจะ 2-3 อาทิตย์ครับแล้วก็พักผ่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวเตรียมตัวเดี๋ยวเตรียมตัวไปแกรนด์ไฟนอลต่อครับแต่อันดับแรกคือต้องพักก่อนครับตอนนี้
They said they need more time to relax things and after that they will be preparing for the grand final.
All right. Of course, that is well deserved. You guys have any idea what you want to do to relax? Well, I guess you can just discuss with the rest of the team. Now, first, last but not least, your fans have been cheering you throughout these 4 days. Do you have anything to say to the audience worldwide and, of course, people back at home in Thailand?
อยากจะพูดอะไรถึงคนทั้งโลกแล้วก็แฟนๆชาวไทยไหมคะ
ก็สำหรับแฟนๆชาวไทยนะครับก็ขอบคุณมากเลยครับขอบคุณที่ยังเชียร์ในวันที่ผมเล่นไม่ดีหรือในวันที่ทีมของผมมันไม่ดีครับคือมันไม่ดีมันตอนแรกคือมันไม่ดีครับไม่มีทีท่าว่าแบบมันจะมาได้ขนาดนี้ครับมันเกินสิ่งที่ผมคาดไว้มากๆก็อยากจะขอบคุณครับที่คอยส่งกำลังใจให้ผมไม่ว่าจะดีหรือไม่ดีก็คือก็ยังคอยให้กำลังใจคอยซัพพอร์ตคอยทักหาคอยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยตลอดมาครับก็ขอบคุณจริงๆครับมันเป็นกำลังใจที่ดีจริงๆครับขอบคุณครับ
He said he thank you for everyone to support him no matter the bad day or good day they still always support him and then he want to say thank you to all
And of course, thank you to Kangzo and thank you for showing us a lot of great glory here in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. So, of course, we wish you guys all the best in Jakarta later on. But of course, for those of you guys who are watching back at home, if you want more chicken dinners and a lot more exciting games, next week we'll have a brand new group joining us along the way. So make sure you tune in once more to see the best PUBG Mobile teams in the world to contend for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship title. My name is Contra, and we will see you guys next time. Till then, good night.
My man King Kenzo doesn't care about the other teams because they're the only team that matters. Spoken like a true champion there. And it's great to hear him talk about how, thanks to the fans for supporting them during their ups and their downs. Because the first day wasn't looking too flawless for them, but day 2, 3, and 4 definitely was. Gentlemen, that wraps up our group here for the red group, but we still have 2 groups left to go. We've got green, we've got yellow, and group green has been coined the group of death for a reason. I cannot wait to get that one underway, but that one's going to be kicking off next week. That is going to be ridiculous with the strength of teams we have to participate. And to imagine only 3 teams get through into the finals directly, it's tough, man.
I'm telling you right now, Jason, there's too many good teams in Group Green right now, and a lot of them are going to have to make their way through the survival stage, and if you're in the 2 other groups that have to deal with them, you're about to have a really bad time. So you probably want to avoid that as much as possible and be part of the top 3 teams. But yeah, you've got your Novas, got HVVP, and we saw that especially, Jason, during the European Championship. We know that they are not going for second place. They are going for that first place right now. So, man, Group of Death for a reason right now in Group Green.
Not gonna lie, I just look and I worry for the likes of 1 Million Esports, who have already had a history of struggling when it comes to the PMGC and now coming up against the back-to-back world champions, and then HVVP. There's too many teams. There's so many things that you would want to talk about when it comes to that group. It's absolutely sensational. And the fact that that's the group of death. Yet the group that we looked at today, when we ended, it was incredible. Just to see how it ended with that last game. It couldn't have been any more of a nail-biting series. So very nice to see.
If this is a little bit of a taste of what's to come here in PMGC, you guys better stick around and watch every single day, because this is going to be the best event we've had in PUBG Mobile history. But you're going to have to wait until Thursday. The same time, we'll be back with Group Green. The desk and the couches might look a little bit different, but they're going to be just as amazing. So hope you guys enjoy your days off, and we'll see you back here for the Group of Death.